into the 30s. It's only a difference between two kills, 7 and 5, but I don't know, that 5 feels a lot more palatable, a lot more doable. As the lead does extend, though, into the 30s to 6 for Eclipse Solar, as Bid Teach is having himself a game here. 11, 4, and 7, looking to identify some players, looking to push across the map, protecting that long haul push for now, looking across the map with this battle rifle as well. I love this process being played once again. You pull out the battle rifle for the long-range gunfights. How many just fundamentally sound Halo players are we going to see from Eclipse Solar? That's how they're in the lead right now.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. They started to give AB Titanium a little bit of ground, right? They started to give them a couple kills. It came within 5. Guess what Eclipse Solar did? Completely slowed down the pace of the game. You saw it. They literally sat there, waited for the opening on the guy in heaven, and then pushed in after that pick. And that's why it's a 7-kill game now. They're keeping the game in their control, and that's exactly what you have to do when the pressure starts to mount.
Oh, this is a big camo grab again. Despiteful with it. He's not going to allow AB Titanium what feels like a comeback condition for them. Instead, he's going to put one in the dirt. Make sure that he doesn't go back to the respawn screen. Just going to reset, restack those shields, take whatever comes his way, which is that player Burton pushing into the tower side, gets the assist. Now Kid Nasty pushing in through. Kid Nasty gets a little remote detonation damage creatively off the floor. And Despiteful, I love this, man. 4 and 7, but he's got 10 assists, so he's keeping his death count low. He's not giving anything away for free to AB Titanium. All the while, he's helping everybody on the squad.
Yeah, something I was taught back in the day is something really important is sometimes you have to worry about yourself, right? Sometimes you have to play for yourself. Despiteful allowed his teammate Bid Teachers to die right there, but why? Because he had the camo, and he could have made a couple more plays with that camo. We had about 10 to 15 seconds left on that camo, and because of that, he's able to do that damage. He gets an assist off of it and continues to hold this lead for the side of Eclipse Solar. Great plays by Despiteful, again, despite his KDA 11 assists.
Oh, Nemesis pinning the opponents to the back of the wall. 37-41 after that big double kill. It's now just a 1-possession game. Despiteful crosses, but he goes down, and that shock rifle just reached 0. So 4:20 on the clock, 3:20. The next shock rifle's up. Do you wait that out if you're AB Titanium, or do you push out? It looks like they're not going to wait. They're going to make their move, but Looney has the counter. Looney has the slay, make it a double kill, and Eclipse Solar are back in control.
Yeah, and you talked about it, right? One of the things that you got to do, and you and Eli make jokes about this, but it's the win conditions. How do you win this game if you're down like AB Titanium is? And how they win is to get that shock rifle and pop off. So what you do is you go for that pipe control, but again, Eclipse Solar in that wolf pack mentality, continuing to stay near each other. They've gotten every single camo. Now all they need to do is trade, because 2 kills is all that remain.
This is masterful risk management here from Eclipse Solar. I am so impressed with their communication, positioning. It's not even necessarily, you know, slays. We've seen a couple double kills. We've seen some triples as well, but it's not so much that. It's just the sound, fundamental halo that we're seeing here from Eclipse Solar, and they're going to ride that to a victory, a fairly convincing one, it feels like, too, in game number 2 against a string of veterans on Ascending Baseline. Despite that, they're staring at an 0-2 deficit, needing a reverse sweep to stay alive in the winner's bracket early in the day.
I love to see Bid Teaches and how he's performing. 19 and 12 out of him. This guy teamed me for one of the MCC Halo 3 tournaments. Poor soul. Like, he was carrying us like crazy, and just a great player who's been playing for a long time, and it's great to see him performing like this. And you see, of course, Looney, 4,900 damage for him, and you love to see that as well. I love this Eclipse Solar roster. I love their process. I love that they adapt to the game state, and sometimes that's exactly what you need to go forward. This was their test, and so far, my goodness, they're showcasing that they belong at that top side of the bracket.
Bid, he's teaching. Well, this is no coaching session. This is the NA Open Major Qualifier. I mean, this is it. Outside of LAN, this is the biggest tournament you'll compete in throughout the course of the year, of course, until the next major qualifier. But that's in a couple months from now. We're going to live in the present moment. Nemesis, oh, that double kill shock rifle, 1 HP, thought was going to swing the tides in their favor, but Looney brought it back right there after that double kill, made it a 6-kill game from a 4-kill game, and that's the key in a Slayer. Going into the 40s, 45 plus or so, you want to try to keep it within 1 possession. If you're in the lead, you want to try to string it to 2 possessions, because then it's just mathematically impossible to come back, and that's exactly what we saw there. AB Titanium, try as they might. Nemesis with the double kill wasn't enough.
Now we go to Streets Oddball, Mac, and this is going to be a bit tough, right? Because if you slip up, this could be the turning point.
Yes.
This could be the start of that reverse sweep, and there's a lot of time in which you can slip up. That's the thing, right? You add all this time to the game, there's so many chances to make mistakes, right? We have a long Oddball match ahead of us. We'll see if Eclipse Solar can continue on this run. If they can continue to play at the state they've been playing, they win this 100%. But AB Titanium, a lot of powerhouses on that roster.
Yeah, and I remember coining the phrase reverse sweep trampoline at HCS Arlington when I believe it was Foe were down 0-2. And their game 3 was an oddball on streets. Any oddball, doesn't matter what map, but any oddball in a game 3 set up when you're down 0-2 sets you up for success, because 0-2, right, you haven't quite figured out the other team. You haven't maybe even quite figured out what you're trying to do as a team. But this next game, this oddball on streets, will provide you with at least 15, maybe even 20 plus minutes to do just that, to figure it out, and then ride that into the rest of the series games 4 and 5. We said the most dangerous thing for Eclipse Solar is taking this series to a game 4 and 5. So don't let AB Titanium get any glimmer of hope.
Well, they've got a little bit of hope right now, rotating the ball towards the back of A, and no one really in position to stop it except for Looney and Bid Teaches on that purple side. Some beautiful nades by Kid Nasty will push them back, so this will be some time for AB Titanium, and it's some time that they really could use here in this series.
Nice head start here for AB Titanium. The nerves might start to hit the tummy here. Down 0-2 early on in your day, expecting to make a run. Get some points on the board here early to start building back some sense of confidence, some sense of, hey, we can do this. And with the guys on their team, they absolutely can. We're hopping on board with one of, I'd say, the most impressive up-and-coming players in the HCS, potentially. That's Kid Nasty, as he looks to protect that push from the Cafe side. Uses a little shroud screen to set up a ninja, but just gets the smack instead. That's going to make Mines an easier cleanup, but I don't know if anybody for AB has the positioning. Instead, Mines has the help, and Despiteful pushing up through the arcade side as that oddball gets reset. Posey picks up the camo, and that does look like mouse and keyboard, right,
Yes,
Tim?
it does. That's exactly what I was looking for, because we haven't been able to watch him just yet. And yeah, 100% on the mouse and keyboard, and having some pretty solid games as well. Nothing that we've been like, you know, jaw dropped over, but you know, there's still a lot of time, like we talked about with this oddball game. Lots of time to you know, even allowing the other team to, I know some people hate the term, but overheat as well. Like maybe they've kind of gone through their gas tank. Maybe there's just not a lot left for the side of Eclipse Solar. And this is the chance for AB Titanium to take advantage of that.
Yeah, this is looking strong here for AB Titanium. Titanium strong at that. But they do go down 3 in that sequence. 2 go down, though, for Eclipse Solar. So we're witnessing some objective efficiency here. Multiple players going down on each side. And, oh, there's one of my favorite plays here in an oddball, the rotation, the guts it takes to make that decision, the strategy and skill set it takes to execute on it, as it looks like Eclipse Solar aren't going to be able to get that oddball any further. Burton should be able to pick this back up. Mines stuck in the red room with the red gun, though, and he's going to utilize that. 3 perfect shots, takes down the player on the arcade. Mines making some music with that stalker.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I really love the idea of a rotation like that. Yes, it is risky. Yes, you could go 3 down like they did, but again, you just kind of allow yourself the opportunity, if you have the timing, to set yourself up for success. And it looks like it's I don't know, am I crazy? Did that actually go to no, I think it's gonna be a reset. I was like, wait a minute, did the time fly by that fast?
I think we're gonna have a reset there.
Yeah.
We did see a good amount of points on the board for AB Titanium, and not enough. I don't think they got to 100. So AB Titanium, we suspect they'll take about what feels like a 50-second lead, potentially going into this reset, but
yeah,
we'll have to await official word from the admin. It would actually be 48-39, or 48-9 was the score. So you can have about a 39-second differential.
We'll see what they end up playing with. Of course, we have that new feature in the game where you can set the games up to start where they finished. We'll see if they use that. It's kind of cool to see that now in the HCS. It makes things a little bit easier. But regardless, it was AB Titanium who showcased a lot of will in that match. Showcased a lot of I don't know. What's the Italian word? There's an Italian word for it. Gusta? Is that the right? I don't know. All right. I don't know the word.
I think it's panache.
Is it? Okay.
Or just said something awful. I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just good to see that they've still got the chance to win this series, and I'm excited to see if they can continue that on. Like I said, a lot of great players on the squad, and of course, I'm a little bit biased. BY, I forgot how they spelled, but I'm a little bit biased. You know, it's a mouse and keyboard player in Posey. We saw it confirmed. He's on M&K. I want to see him pop off because I am excited to see more and more M&K players in the Halo scene. If you need a refresher, if you need to feel good playing Halo game, maybe you're a little bit burnt out, whatever, hop on the M&K, man. I'm telling you, you'll have a blast.
Agreed. Can't deny the truth there. As we reset, take a look at some replays here. We have an Oddball on Streets, game number 3. We're just waiting to see these players join back up into the lobby. For now, though, Tim, I want to look ahead in the bracket, right?
Yeah.
I want to set the stage for the next round number 3. And as I take a look at that bracket, I see Reversal Perfy, the likely opponent, up next. So you can't get too ahead of yourself if you're Eclipse Solar, but this is what I was speaking of in round number 1, where we just had eye test on this Eclipse Solar crew and said, man, this looks like a team that could pose some troubles in a winners round 2 or a winners round 3. They're already doing that in a winners round 2 against a very talented AB Titanium roster. And man, if they're able to do it against Reversal Perfy, a team that's consistently been in that top 12 mix or so, I mean, they're in line to get something like either a qualification for pool play or even something like open bracket travel coverage, which is still huge in its own sense. It costs thousands of dollars to travel to these events. So even earning yourself something like travel coverage is a massive win here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Reversal Perfy is going to be, I would consider it just another step up, right? You have AB Titanium, who was their test, of course. Reversal Perfy, I would even go as far as to say you're taking 2 more steps here with Reversal Perfy. It's going to be very tough for them to do. If they can do that, though, yeah, you got me. I'm a fan. Because that right there, you've proved me wrong 2 times. That's all I need, and I'm invested. But first, they've got to get past this, and it looks like AB Titanium is the team that is putting them to that test. We talked about Oddball. You talked about it today. You said you talked about it previously as well. I'm excited to see how this Oddball game goes. Let's get it going.
All right, kicking things back off. We suspect a 39-second head start for AB Titanium in this reset, as scoreboard won't show it on your screen, but just keep that in the back of your mind. Add 39 seconds to whatever AB Titanium have. So already after the reset, they got a head start, and they're already building one here after the reset with a 7-1 start.
3 down for the side of AB Titanium, though. So they're gonna unfortunately give up camo in that situation. That'll be a free camo for the side of Eclipse Solar, and that's always where you're smiling, right? You got 3 kills, camo's up. It's just free at that point. Nemesis does a great job of staying alive and not dying so that he's staggered, and they can make a push here with 1 down on Bid Teaches.
Nemesis has some support over his right shoulder, so he'll make his move. Has mines, 1 shot, and lands that with the absolute body shot. Despiteful, though, cleaning up with a double kill before he goes down. A lot of bodies dropping here. Nemesis content to just hang out in the tires and maintain his life. There's a couple more players at the backside of A for Eclipse Solar. You see 2 there, Posey and Nemesis. Oh, but they got to worry about Despiteful and the rest of Eclipse Solar, who are looking to provide some support here on the backside of A. Look at this! 3 players for AB Titanium, just mere meters away. But Eclipse Solar are able to get 25 seconds out of that. That's incredible.
Yeah, and you might look at Nemesis positioning here and be like, what are you doing? Well, I don't mind the role he's playing right now. He's actually doing a lot of work. This is like MVP performance by Nemesis. The problem is his team is not on the same page. They're not able to shoot their guns. They're not able to get that damage in. Nemesis has stayed alive through 3 cycles of his teammates dying, and he's still alive. And yes, you said it, 25 seconds for Eclipse Solar, but I mean, Nemesis is doing all he can right now.
Nemesis looks like he's in an octagon lobby, but like you said, nobody else is playing the same game, playing Oddball. Another 3 go down for Eclipse Solar. Surely AB Titanium will able to manufacture this into some points. Unbelievable OBJ efficiency from Eclipse Solar. A 1v3 where one of the players had Oddball control and they're still able to gain the lead, but now AB Titanium are working their way back, and with that 39-second head start off of the reset before we had to reset things, they're now back in the lead.
And it's just so flimsy by AB Titanium. They're, obviously Nemesis having a really solid game 7 and 3. The rest, trying to pick it up as well, but I mean, they had that little bit of a setup. It just got broken instantaneously. Eclipse Solar are rolling away with this one, and like you said, 26 points, and the break needs to happen. Posey's gonna be the first one in, so this will be the break they're looking for. Can they hold some time with 3 down for Eclipse Solar?
Despiteful earning some red room spawns, and with that player for AB Titanium pushing all the way out PD, that's gonna force everybody there, I believe, or if maybe even a split cafe. So difficult situation. You can see AB Titanium are really taking full control of the map, and yes, that will force some splits here across the streets. I love how AB Titanium rolls off of that lack of objective efficiency to show a great level of spawn manipulation here to really make it difficult for Eclipse Solar to push out with numbers, which they didn't even need previously to score some time. So great job here from AB Titanium, but just as I say that, all set up at the back of A, and Mines has to worry about Kid Nasty at the PD. Oh, great peek and pop shot there from Mines. This could allow him to milk a few more seconds of time like we saw previously. But for now, just going to leave it at the back of A, pick that up so it doesn't reset back to the cuts, and seeing some well-timed process being played here from Eclipse.
Yeah, it was just beautiful by Mines right there. Like you said, make sure to pick up that ball. It was about 2 seconds away from resetting. Gets the ball towards the purple side, stays alive the entire time, and you see the ball is in the play ball spot, but they continue to fight from this shotgun side. Mines does peek, thinking he has help from Looney, but again, it's just a great ability to stay alive and get that rotation over to his team who spawns on that C side.
Oh, big camo pickup here from Bid Teaches, stays alive. Kid Nasty on the search crew for him, but can't find him. Bid Teaches is gonna make it away, and look at him. He's setting up here on the backside, hoping for these players to push through on Cafe. They do not. Instead, he's gonna get a push from P to Cafe. Now they approach on Cafe, and he finally goes down, but plays that pretty well. Nemesis now at 1 HP, just looking to help support his player here on the Cafe side, and even 2v2 if this gunfight ensues immediately. But for now, Nemesis looking to find his own well-timed rotation as AB Titanium are back in the lead, up by 3 plus 39, up by 42 seconds here.
Yeah, great rotation there by AB Titanium to get it back. Burton pulls it off from that bottom C stairs area where it's just really vulnerable, puts it towards the purple side, and you see they've worked their way all the way towards the back of A. Unfortunately, the Slays are not there. Once again, Kid Nasty's the only one left on this side of the map, and he's going to be pushed pretty aggressively.
Oh, wow.
As you can see, it's Despiteful with that repulse and shotgun combination, but still shut down. My goodness gracious, regardless of all that,
yeah.
Eclipse Solar are very fast off their spawn.
And despite that incredible use of the repulsor movement tech, Despiteful goes down. But again, look at the objective efficiency. Yeah. And nobody's dead for AB Titanium. 2 are down for Eclipse Solar, and they continue to find ways to manufacture some points. Now, they're going to go 3 down here, which is going to make it difficult for them. AB Titanium could go on a run that would finish the game or finish the round here. But if Eclipse Solar, once things reset, once we get back to a 0-0 start, if they play with the same level of objective efficiency, we're going to a round 3. Burton looking for 3, gets it, triple kill. Now, overkill, extermination for the win here in round number 1, I would assume, as Burton starting to warm up a little bit.
That was beautiful by Burton. Cleans up all of them, goes on another run to get a perfect kill on the players pushing off of their spawn, and this will be Eclipse Solar's chance to push to get the trade on to Posey. Now they'll try to push through the PD side of the map. It's up to Nemesis to... Okay.
Oh, they're just playing through for time. Looney just broke an unwritten Halo rule. Burton should be teabagging him for that. I'm gonna write a protest.
They'll play through the time, as we talked about. This was differential. Yeah, get him back. Get him back. That's
now
right.
We're even.
Oh, man. Burton had a great game, though. 14 and 11. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Now they're just kind of padding the stats while they get the last bit of time. For those of you that weren't here, obviously we played differential as we had a reset in the very first round. So It'll, of course, be AB Titanium that wins round number 1. And now we go to round number 2. This is a bit of a different AB Titanium than what we saw previous. This is what I'm talking about. These oddball games really do change things. In Eclipse Solar, I mean, they're fighting back, but it's not enough.
Get to see a little bit of how that reverse sweep trampoline forms as AB Titanium. You can feel the momentum building at their backs, but off the start, it's Eclipse Solar earning that oddball time and taking it back to A. Kid Nasty looking to break through the cafe. Camo up shortly, but for now, his attention is set on the players for Eclipse Solar. He gets taken down. Stalker rifle ringing out across the map, and here we go. This is exactly what I mentioned at the end of round number 1, Tim. If Eclipse Solar can just keep playing with that same level of objective efficiency without having a 39-second D-start, if you will, they're going to be all right. And despite, again, losing numbers advantage, they have a 16-second head start off the rip here in round number 2, despite losing all 4.
Yeah, Kid Nasty kind of gives them that 16 seconds of time. He's really pushed up aggressively when his teammates were off a spawn, and in that situation, you don't want to go down whatsoever. You're forward on the map, which is good, but if you take unnecessary damage, you're gonna get collapsed on. They're gonna go for that very first kill on you, and that's exactly what they do. And you can see once again a setup locked in here for Eclipse Solar with 3 down for AB Titanium.
Kid Nasty, last player alive for AB Titanium, just looking to clean up on some of the previous gunfights that his teammates were not able to win. Gets 1, but then trades out shortly after. 35 seconds to nothing here for Eclipse Solar, and that objective efficiency might have even gotten stronger from round 1 into round 2.
Yeah, again, Kid Nasty seems like he's on a different spawn timer than the rest of his teammates, and when you're in that situation, you can push up aggressively and do what you mentioned, which is try to clean up the damage that your teammates did, but you've got 3 players to try and clean up on your own. It just becomes really difficult, and this stagger has continued to allow Eclipse Solar to get more and more time here, and you see that time is stacked up to 51 seconds, 2 down for AB Titanium. This is a chance for Eclipse Solar to mount even more aggression, but the camo falls.
3 go down for Eclipse, but Mines has the reset, man. And this is getting to that territory. You're 5 seconds away, I'd argue, from the 60-second threshold, where I like to tell players to not necessarily start playing not to lose, right? You still always play for the win, but you can start to play a little defensively here. You can start to play to do things like we saw from Mines, to where you just throw the oddball out to bottom mid and let everybody have a free-for-all for it. And what's the worst that could happen? More time comes off the clock. That's the resource that AB Titanium need right now, because Eclipse Solar have all of it.
Tony would be really upset looking at Nemesis' stat line. 1 assist, he would say, are you kidding me? But regardless, he's got 18 kills. And Eclipse Solar being 3 down, it's going to be up to AB Titanium to create space like Kid Nasty. It's a very risky play to create space like that. But again, when you're individually talented like Kid Nasty, you can do stuff like this. The problem is you get caught out like that. Now, again, it's a staggered type of push. And you can see 2 down for the side of AB Titanium, and Eclipse Solar will push up.
Nemesis, you might see him jump into the driveway here, but with Mines taking down his teammate, I suspect he'll just reset things at the trash can. Mines goes down. Kid Nasty looking to take down more of Eclipse Solar, but it's the numbers advantage for now for the blue team, as Kid Nasty gets a fairly easy AR assault rifle kill onto Looney. And more ball time for Eclipse Solar. All this attention going on the tire side. They're actually going to rotate it towards Kid Nasty, which I like. You have the numbers advantage. You have the shield advantage as well. So if you're able to take down these 2 for ascending baseline, you can set up at the backside of PD and take round number 2.
Yeah, great job by Kid Nasty to do a lot of damage and stay alive at the same time. Finally, he does go down, and Burton, now the last player alive, has to make something crazy happen. That first kill should be enough right now. And I believe, oh, that's the camo player. Yeah, that's Mines. Mines gets away. That's actually insane. And he stays alive, and he comes back, doubles back with the stalker.
Oh, from bad to worse, it feels like for ascending baseline here in round number 2, is you allow Mines to not only get away with the stalker. He goes down shortly after. Big takedown there for AB Titanium, as Despiteful has an opportunity to pick that back up. But for now, Eclipse Solar, they're only worried about the ball time. This is unbelievable. They're going to find that to the rotation to the backside of C, and that could do it for round number 2. 1 final push, maybe 2 for AB Titanium, where we're heading to a round 3.
Yeah, you gotta give it to them, right? They're really putting objective as number one, and they're keeping up in the slays as well. In fact, they're leading in slays right now. So, I mean, doing it all at this point for the side of Eclipse Solar. And like you said, we will be going to round number 3. No one in position, as you see Eclipse Solar creating that massive amount of space on the purple side. Round 3 we go. I don't know. AB Titanium had a chance to run this a little bit, maybe even get that reverse sweep off this win, but as of right now, Eclipse Solar have mounted their position and they're standing strong.
In round number 2, it took AB Titanium multiple sets of team wipes to finally get control of the Oddball, and in that 3rd or 4th team wipe, it took 3 to 4 seconds to grab the Oddball, and everybody was dead. And I know it's just 3 to 4 seconds, man, but like we saw in that game 1 King of the Hill, 5 seconds was the difference. So 3 seconds is a lot. You could make the case for, as 3 go down for AB Titanium, and Eclipse Solar are going to continue to roll. And look at, it's that objective efficiency and picking up the Oddball a little bit quicker, right? Looney doesn't even have any hesitation. He just picks it right back up and starts scoring.
Yeah, we got to look at it too, right? We're in round number 3, so both teams have a round. Look at the difference in objective time for each squad. We have a rounded team on the right side with Eclipse Solar, and on the left side, the top left of your screen, we've got 2 players playing that objective only. And I mean, I think that's a big deal, because you're generally always going to be in a position to pick up that ball. And you know, a lot of people say, oh, I have no chance to pick it up. No, yes, you did. You can play towards that ball, you can rotate towards that ball, but regardless, objective is the number 1 thing on Eclipse Solar's mind, and that's exactly what has won them this game, or would potentially will win them this game if they continue on.
Well, this is setting up dangerously here for AB Titanium, much like in round number 2, where Eclipse Solar built a 60-second head start. They're approaching that once again, and at that point, you can own the pace. You can manipulate the map and the spawn control to however you'd like. You can play to milk that clock. You can play for more ball time if you'd like to, if you earn something like a 3-4 down. So for Eclipse Solar, big that they get to the 60-second mark before AB Titanium gets a few points on the board, and now AB Titanium making it much more of a close match here in round number 3, and that's huge. That 18 seconds just eliminated what I was discussing for Eclipse Solar, where they can kind of play a little free and loose. That's not the case anymore, as AB Titanium have cut this lead in half.
Yeah, we gotta point something out there for the side of Posey, right? They get 4 dead on the side of Eclipse Solar. He does not push the red room side of the map, so they get spawns directly near the red room. And what that does is it gives them that easy access towards that seaside. It gives them the easy access towards Tram, where they can get there very quickly. And you can see they get there quickly, and they're able to get even more time, which is good for them. The aggression of AB Titanium is working, and this camo could help a bit, but you'd love to see that space being taken when 3 are dead.
I love Kid Nasty's timing here to challenge right as that camo reactivates. Kid Nasty putting on a clinic with the camo, as AB Titanium are able to hopefully utilize this clutch play from Kid Nasty to earn some more ball time. Kid Nasty rotating it back into C, but he's got to worry about the push from the spiker stairs. Still has 4 shots left to work with in that shotgun, but he goes down, and so too does everybody in the lobby outside of Bid Teaches.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolutely beautiful, right? They went out in the trades. I mean, just a beautiful job. Bid Teaches says, take this. But just a beautiful job by Eclipse Solar once again through all the fray. I mean, they don't give AB Titanium an opportunity to hold their setup. They don't give them an opportunity to get shields back. They're very quick on the push. No one from AB Titanium is able to recharge their shields. I mean, just a beautiful, efficient push and aggressive play here by Eclipse Solar, and 68 points is really solid for them. Not a lot left before they win this game, and not only that, this series.
Getting dangerously close here if you're ascending baseline, as 3 go down. Nemesis, the last player alive. I don't think the other team knows his location. They do not, but now they do. Mines calls it out. It teaches, looks to clean up on any of that information, but he's not able to. Half shields for Nemesis. And look at this. Eclipse Solar rotate the Oddball out of C, over to the shotgun, now back to P. I mean, this has just been masterful work. On a map like Streets, Tim, where the rotations are kind of easy to pick out, right? There's not very much space on the map to work with. That's impressive work from Eclipse Solar, but just I say that 4 go down, and look at this again. What is that, 5 seconds? It feels like 500 seconds. When 4 players go down and it takes 5 seconds to pick up that Oddball again, with players close by. Yes. I mean, in my head, it's like life is in slow motion at that point. It drives me almost kind of nuts.
Yeah, you pointed out exactly what I was gonna say, right? You get 4 down, you're not picking up ball for an extra 5 seconds of time, and honestly, if you're looking around for players to kill when they're all 4 dead, we need to look at the kill feed a bit more. And honestly, I'm terrible at it, so that's why I'm sitting up here as a caster. Okay, I'm really bad at that, but regardless, it's very important to do so, right? And you saw that 5 seconds is gonna come back to bite them, because like you said, it gives the chance for Eclipse Solar to come back, and now looks like they win the game and the series off of that play.
Wow. And Aliak in the on-air production notes, Mines plus 16. He had 41 kills total when you include the reset, which we weren't able to see. So shout out to Aliak for making sure we don't miss a 40 bomb on the stream here as Eclipse take the series 3-0. That was unbelievable. Tim, more often than not, when we're casting these lower round, earlier round matchups, you see a sweep in winners round 1, and then the team that swept winners round 1 gets swept in winners round 2, but no, that's not the case here in the major qualifier. That team just went on to 3-0 sweep a really nasty Nemesis Burton Posey roster, and I can't wait to see what they do against Reversal Perfy in round number 3, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, test number 1 is done. You've completed algebra, but now it's time to complete the calculus test. This is going to be a tough one for the side of Eclipse Solar, I'm telling you right now. But honestly, if they can prove me wrong, I will shut up. I mean, this is a great roster. I like everyone on this roster, by the way, all great people. If they can prove me wrong, I will be a big fan. This is going to be tough for them, but they can do it. I can tell you right now, these guys are hungry.
We had a Cinderella story in the previous major qualifier. It was Pure, who from the right field bleachers made it all the way to home plate and took first place in that tournament to qualify for pools. Are we witnessing this is like Cinderella, like a Cinderella Elden Ring boss, right? Like this is the Cinderella run. This is the Cinderella story of the major qualifier as Eclipse Solar. They're putting on a show, man. They're giving us a lot of good content and entertainment early on in the tournament. Love to see it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this roster and what they can do in this tournament. They just have to stay focused and stay grounded. Don't get too confident. Understand your process and follow that process through. I've loved their ability to control the pace of the game. I've loved their ability to control the spawns, their wolf pack mentality, and those slayers. They're just playing really fundamental Halo, and everyone's hitting shots. Gotta love to see it. So I hope they continue on as this tournament goes on.
All right, we are going to send it back to the desk for their thoughts on this upstart Eclipse Solar roster. Aliak Tools, does the Cinderella run continue?
Well, that was an intense match between AB Titanium and Eclipse Solar, Aliak, and honestly, I'm a bit surprised that it was a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, you called it might be one of the closest matches of the day, but Eclipse Solar, we talked about their confidence, and they were looking really confident versus AB Titanium. And I think we need to talk about Mines as a KD on that last oddball with the 42 kills total, plus 16 or plus 17. I need to do the math again on that, but that was incredible slaying power there for that team. Do you think that's what made them secure that last game, that last match?
Yeah, honestly, I felt like Mines is playing unbelievable this match. You know, I think it was a combination of like him playing as well as he was, but also like the bounce back from round 1 to round 2, right? We saw the overkill from Burton in round 1, a pretty definitive victory from AB Titanium in that round, and Eclipse Solar acted as if they hadn't seen that before, right? They just went to round 2, round 3 and won them convincingly, which I think is a great sign. The one thing about this Eclipse squad is they just keep upsetting these mid-range teams. We saw it just a few weeks before when Gunplexion was teaming with like Hunter JJX and Straight Sick. Like, they beat that team. They keep coming in and they keep finding these upsets. Now the question is, can they get past the big dogs, right? Like teams that are within that top 12 placing. A team like Reversal Perfy that stands ahead of them.
That's right next for them. I think with the if they can carry the confidence, I think they can do a really good matchup against Reversal Perfy. Cinderella story, will it continue? We'll have to see. I think they're probably very happy with the way they've been performing so far today, and also with AB Titanium. Surprised to see that they go down here maybe, but they had really good they had some really good matches up against Eclipse Solar as well. Kid Nasty, up and coming player. His damage in that game number 2 was incredible. I think he was over the player with the most damage in that team, and actually the entire both teams. So yeah, I think they stood their ground, but I think they might have been surprised at, you know, Eclipse Solar's just control and slaying power there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they make a good run in the elimination bracket. It might have been a 3-0, but you got to remember, this is a team that formed just last night. Kid Nasty, the newest addition to this roster, being added after he was dropped from that Kratos roster with Hadev. It's going to take them some time to get used to it. Unfortunately, you know, it's always unfortunate when you get to the last tournament of the online series and you're like, okay, like, it's do or die, and you have to make a new roster and have to hope for that honeymoon period. I think that they can work out some of the mistakes that they made in that last game. As long as they don't get too hot-headed or try to blame each other, I think just move on from it. You're gonna be a good team in this tournament. It's just time to make the losers bracket run.
Okay, so let's talk about Reversal Perfy, the team that they're going to go up against. Let's talk about them. Reversal Perfy.
Yeah, Reversal Perfy's a very, very strong roster. They just keep looking better and better week in and week out. You know, I hate to say it, but I think this is where the run ends. I feel like Reversal Perfy is just going to be a little bit too much for this roster to handle.
Yeah, we actually had them on one of the wild cards, didn't we? For making a surprise run here on the qualifiers. If you guys are watching, this is the qualifier for Atlanta, the Atlanta Major, which is a month away, less than a month away now. And this is their last chance at getting pro points, at qualifying, and potentially getting one of those only 4 remaining slots, pool play slots in the qualifier. So we had Reversal Perfy as one of the wild cards, and I think you might be right. This might be the end of that Cinderella run for them. But Reversal Perfy, we have Yaxon there now as part of that, joining that squad with Super CC tweeted that he was released from that squad, and now they've picked up Yaxon.
Yeah, Yaxon, I think, is an exciting player to add to this roster. He's had the gauntlet of running through the amateur bracket with a ton of different teams. He's gotten opportunities here and there, but I think this is going to be a great landing spot for him coming into Atlanta. He's really impressive to me because of the amount of hype that he's been able to generate around himself without necessarily making it to any of these big name rosters. He's a younger player who came up with the players that didn't have that Halo 5 or previous Halo experiences, and he's ran the gauntlet quite effectively. I think when players see him in these tournament play, they know to take it seriously, right? At first it was like, oh, Yaxon is kind of a silly gamer tag, we should be able to win this one. No, now it's like, oh, Yaxon's on the other team, like we got to make sure that we're prepared and playing our best Halo. Reversal Perfy, I don't think they're going to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if they create some chaos in this bracket and potentially make their way to, you know, a high placing.
Yeah, and by the way, for those listening, when he said, I don't think they're going to win, he meant the entire tournament, not this next matchup, Reversal Perfy versus Eclipse Solar. It's going to be a difficult matchup ahead for Eclipse Solar. I want to keep talking about wildcards. We also had something cool as part of our potential chaotic teams that could be causing some mayhem in the bracket. Something cool. We have players there like Rami. We have King J, Diagram.
Yeah, this is something cool roster is the roster that I just can't help but to like. You know, obviously we have 3/4 of the old LVT squad, so I'm very familiar with this something cool roster. But these guys are some of the coolest people in the scene. I want to see them do well, right? So it's gonna be tough for them, right? There's a lot of good teams, but Diagram's nasty. I think Rami has one of those best vibes in the scene. Add King J and Piggy, who are just very solid glue players that can pop up when they need to. Like this is a roster that could definitely make some upsets happen come Atlanta.
We'll see. What if Eclipse Solar upsets Reversal Perfect? That would be a really incredible Cinderella run, I think. But you know what? I think it's time to let everybody take a quick moment to grab blankets, breakfast if you haven't eaten breakfast yet, and get ready for the next matchup. We are just getting started our day here on the HCS NA Qualifier day number 1. So go ahead and do that. Get your snacks. We'll be right back with the Reversal Perfy and potentially with a Reversal Perfy matchup next. Welcome back, everybody, to the HCSNA Atlanta Qualifiers Day number 1. We're getting ready to jump into the Complexity versus Passion United game, Active. And welcome, Active, to the desk.
Hello, I'm on the desk. I've been on the desk in a little while. This is nice. It's comfy up here.
It's good to have you here. Give me your quick thoughts on Complexity versus Passion United. We're about to jump into game 2 as that game's already started.
Yeah, Complexity is a great roster. I think, you know, Rain coming back to Halo, he's got that refreshed feeling, right? He's coming back into the game after taking a little bit of a break. I think he's going to continue to get better as time goes on. And those points, they'll add up as time goes on as well.
And Breaking Shot jumping into that squad as well. They said, he tweeted out, trust the system. The Ryan Noob system is what he's referring to there.
Yeah, Ryan Noob's got a system, and that's a smart player right there. You follow that man, you do what he says to do. He's very particular, but very intelligent as well when it comes to Halo.
All right, everybody, that game is ready to begin. Complexity versus Passion United. Game 2 begins now.
All right, here we go, Tools. Another team looking to make a Cinderella run towards qualification for pool play in Atlanta, and that's Complexity. But they got a tough, scrappy Passion United roster with Bigabaloo on the squad. I think he's going to be that X factor here in this series. Let's see if Passion United can pull another upset.
The big thing about this Passion United squad is do not sleep on this team, right? You might not know all the players' names. You know, they might not have as much experience as other players, but they certainly are just as hungry, and they've been grinding with each other for quite a while. Complexity, if they come flat-footed, like, I would not be surprised to see some games taken from Passion United. So I think Ryan Noob and the crew treat this like any other match against a top team.
Speaking of Bigabaloo, I think his comp is similar to Breaking Shot, the new 4th for Complexity. Looking to see which of those two like main Slayer roles are able to slay out here in a game 2 on Solitude. As we hop on board with Alfie, looking to push in, backs out of A, watches his teammate go down, and then cleans up on Breaking Shot to go down for Complexity. And for now, Passion United have kept it within reach.
And so far, I mean, it's been kind of impressive to me how close Passion United's been able to keep this thing. And Alpheus is able to get himself a double kill. What I like is retreat, get yourself that anchored spawn, ensure that you know where this next spawn for Complexity is going to be. Right now, they're playing very clean Halo. They're not getting too overheated or trying to push or do too much. Just play clean. This is a game that can definitely roll in your favor. Just get the right slays.
Yeah, I love that disengage there from Palpheus. You knew that the Complexity roster had all eyes on him, and it still feels like the communication is focused around taking down Palpheus here at the backside of A, as they're finally able to accomplish that, and Complexity get back control after taking down a very difficult to take down Palpheus, but off the respawn screen, he's right back to it. Rain on the seaside of the map looking to pick up that next shock, but it goes to Breaking Shot instead, and here's where you can start to see Complexity run away with it a little bit.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed, right? A power weapon to start building that separation once again. But Jesus comes out from the top rope, gets the kill, and this is huge for Passion United, right? The way you stay in this game is by not letting Complexity get these power weapons. But right when you think they have an opportunity, the triple kill from Rain, the power weapon back in his hands, and suddenly this game might not be so close.
Teetering on the brink of a 3-possession match, and there it is, 9 kills separating these two teams, and going into the 30s. Complexity have what feels like a deathlock on it. Ryan Noob gonna stay alive here at the backside of Hotel. Circles out towards the trucks, looking to spot Maddie on the finish, but instead he trades out. 31-23. Complexity maintain that 2-possession lead.
Now Complexity, although they have this big lead, they are trapped over towards that nest side. 2 big kills will open it up, and this is what I like from Complexity. The second that they get the numbers advantage, look how fast they're moving up on this map.
No time to wait, no delay in their push, as it's all just instincts, communication. You start thinking too much, Garrett, and that's where you might start to get a little heavy-footed, a little slow-footed. Not right now for Complexity. They seem to be in that active, patented and approved flow state. 35-26 now, as Passion United, as scrappy and as talented as this roster is, haven't seen them able to manufacture what feels like should be a closer match and even a series. Complexity, this is a game 2. Complexity took game number 1 3-1, so haven't seen the fight back that I would have expected from Passion United.
Big big shots down right here. If you're gonna get back in this game, it's gonna be down to getting the comeback to happen now. Every deck is more important at the later stages of these games. And Ryan Noob with the perfect 5 shots gonna maybe be closing this door early on Passion United.
3 go down for PU, and that might just do it. Rain setting up on the truck side. He's just almost like anytime a player stands still, I start getting nervous that somebody might have lagged out. But I think Rain right there is just kind of playing at his pace, understands that they have a massive lead, don't need to rush in haphazardly towards any set of dangers. Big Baloo has plenty of dangers running through to him. He goes down on the A side of the map, and that'll about all but do it. Not going to be a stake-tacular here for Complexity, but it sure does feel like it.
Well, the one thing I like from Complexity in this game, right? Obviously, you win this, you know, great job. But every player is playing the role that they need to play for this team. In particular, I'm looking at Breaking Shot. This guy was brought onto this roster to be that main Slayer for this team. He has that ability to find kills in spades. And so often, whenever we watch Complexity, you expect to see maybe an inconsistent slaying ability from him where, yeah, he has that high ceiling, but he still needs to work on it. No, it feels like every time we come on, he's leading that slaying column. He's oftentimes reaching those double positive numbers. This is exactly what Complexity needed. They needed to have that Slayer that can come in and alleviate pressure off of the other players on the roster so they don't feel like they have to do so much. I think Breaking Shot so far has really fit well into this roster.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Tools as Complexity. They were asking Ryan Noob, I think, to do a little bit too much. He in many cases was like a main Slayer for these guys. That's not his role. He's the player coach. He's the guy who kind of looks across the field as the general and calls things out. He's the IGL. He's the rock. He's the glue. Breaking Shot has been brought in to provide the slays, to provide the damage, bruising damage through the middle of the map, to open up the space on the sides, the outside, the periphery, where Ryan Noob really does his best work. And I said this yesterday, the win condition for Complexity in a Slayer is Breaking Shot getting 15 kills. If Breaking Shot gets 15 or more slays, watch out. This Complexity roster is going to be difficult to beat in a Slayer. But for now, we head to game 3, King of the Hill on Recharge.
So far for Passion United, the big priority is going to be reducing the ability of Complexity to get those power weapons and power-ups. That's how they've been killing you in these games thus far. And Breaking Shot, well, he's found himself a nice little circuit in the back. I love the flanking play from him. He plays forward in the middle map. If you don't check for him, well, he's going to find you. He's going to find those easy flanks and pick you apart for double kills.
Yeah, there's something to be said for a player that's able to provide damage through the middle of the map. Yeah, common knowledge in Halo would say you never want to be top mid or bottom mid, but if you've got the ability like Breaking Shot, and you've got the teammates, more importantly, who are taking attention away on the outside of the map like that, you allow Breaking Shot to just break through like a battering ram and take down 2 to start things early. Also has 2 assists. Now it's another one to the Slay department. Goes down shortly after, but all of this has led to a Complexity 40% head start, but Passion United are able to take 3 down. Rain, the last player.
That's impressive from Passion United to quickly find those slays out of those spawn. Complexity, they got Passion United 4 down. They spawned them at A. A tough spot to fight out of because you have no direct access to that hill. Passion United at least able to get 3 players down at once. It prevents Complexity from continuing on to score. Now the next problem for them is to find that control of the map. They're getting these kills, but they're not quite able to keep Complexity back and be able to soak up that time. Passion United has to be able to stand in and get a decent chunk of time.
Breaking Shot, more mid-map damage looking to deal out as he's able to push his way towards the turbine, but in a 1v2, I don't care how good you are, you're not going to win that. Passion United do a great job to utilize their numbers, good math there, to get back in this game. Not only get back in it, they've tied the lead, now they've regained it. Jesus on the backside of the tower takes down Ryan, who had no idea he was there. Passion United are starting to roll a little bit.
With this camouflage coming coming up. This is going to be the last opportunity for maybe Complexity to get there in time, but it might just be a power-up that they get and leave this hill behind. Passion United, a fantastic effort on the second half of the hill. It felt like Complexity almost had that guaranteed when they got them 4 down and had control of the hill, but a quick bounce back really is puts their spirits up. I think Passion United probably thinks, hey, like, we can do this thing.
Absolutely. Seeing is believing, and down 0-2 to Complexity. That confidence hill you earned here to start things off, Musto breaking any sense of confidence, breaking the will of Passion United with the double kill. Has 1 shot left before needing to reload, but no players pushing through. Expect him to start that reload. There it is. Gets back to the seaside of the map, and Complexity are set up in the hill, and look how quickly they're able to score. I don't think a single second went off the clock in regulation before Complexity were able to potentially tie it. Need to take down Palfius as they do. Rain, he's just 1 pinky toe in the hill to tie it, but he's got a little bit of trouble the backside of C. He's got 2 there as well, so this is gonna be even more difficult actually for Complexity, and there we go. Somebody's able to manufacture that point. It's Breaking Shot, the main Slayer, actually.
Honestly, I'm not too upset for Complexity right there to spend the time necessary to get players in position before they step in that hill. Yeah, Big Blue gets those kills at back C, but those are kills that aren't as useful in the grand scheme of things because Complexity, they sent 2 players back to win the rotation. They had the players at A and ready at hill, so once they step into that hill, they know they're prepared for the next. As Passion United, they're gonna have to fight through the map in order to contest, and you can see already half this hill is captured because Complexity stayed patient on that second hill.
And in the blink of an eye, Complexity have scored 1.5+ hills as they're on their way to a full 2. Us pushing on through the gold side as that plasma pistol charged up, looking to take down the player. Maybe with the fist here. No, backs up to the bandit. Headshot cleanup. Gets it instead via teammate. As now earning a slay is Huss, pushing on through. Earning the hill is Complexity, and they look primed to make it 2-1. 3 go down, 4 go down for Passion United, and now Complexity can start to manipulate things here. They can step out of the hill, pull Passion United in. They can rotate to the next hill as Rain looks to just secure the final seconds, and Complexity are set up for it.
This is gonna be a big hill for Passion United. If they lose this hill, suddenly Complexity, they just have so many more options in the game. They can start to play Slayer. They can let these hills go by. They're gonna be able to have dynamic sense to them. Passion United, this is do or die. You have to clutch up on this hill, and so far Ryan getting this shock rifle could be their demise.
And because of the positioning of not only this hill, but the next hill, this sets up as a potential 2-for-1 grab where if you gain control of the C platform and you hold on to it, you gain control of possession of that next hill, which spawns out on the camo side. Not very far. Probably the shortest rotation we have here in Halo Infinite's King of the Hill is Rain, looking to stay alive on the backside. Has help, so he's going to send Breaking Shot there. Or who the player is. That's Ryanoop to clean up the damage instead. As he looks to continue pushing through, has the shock in his hands, needs the nade, cluster luck, takes down 2, Ryanoop on a spree, potential triple, could cluster luck some lateral damage with the shock rifle on the 2 players at glass, but doesn't need it. Oh, look at what Ryanoop did there, the hit step. There's just pauses for a brief millisecond to make sure he confirms the staggered split spawn manipulation on A. Great example of a heads-up veteran play there from Ryanoop.
Letting those spawns come in. They also split out the next spawners, so makes it so it's a little bit easier to collapse in. The Passion United just inherently, by how they're spawning up on this map, aren't having the resources in order to fight these gunfights. So often Complexity have players there quick to help. On the other side, Passion United, a lot of one-on-one fights that they have to win.
Here's one of them.
Huss is the reason why people want that Jiggle Peak gone.
Single-handedly? You think he's the only one?
He's absolutely one of the players that have benefited the most from the Jiggle Peak. He's absurd with the way that he plays around those pillars.
Yeah, I think he might have taken a thing or 2 off of Precision, that former Gears of War player. It almost looks like he's wall bouncing with the Jiggle Peak. I think Huss might have learned a thing or 2 from Precision, his former duo, as we hop on board with Huss on the stack side of the map. Rain, though, gets the slay. 3 go down for Passion United, and despite that nice start where they were able to regain off of a shaky start, Complexity got the first 50%, then Passion United had a really clean sweep through the hill for their first score. That might be all she wrote, though, as they've not been able to score ever since.
And that complexity, they're just thinking, you know, it's like right now we have position. We could step in that hill and try to win this thing, but let's just play to our strengths right now, which is going to be Slayer. You have a lot more ability to spread out on the map and take gunfights further up that players usually wouldn't expect playing into these hills. And it's obviously causing Passion United some uncomfortable plays at the moment. Finally are able to break through into C, but complexity, I wouldn't expect them to stay down for long.
All right, Passion United, you've got 30 seconds, give or take, to make it a one-score game, and then with 1 minute left, hey, you're right back in it. So despite what feels like a dire situation, down 0-2 in the series, Passion United at least have a hope. They have a path, but Breaking Shot is clearing the way, quite literally, with use of the shock rifle. 2-3 go down for Passion United in succession, and Breaking Shot gonna grab Camel for free because of it. Complexity, oh, Breaking Shot. Here's why you signed him. Double, looking for the triple, chases it out, doesn't get the finish, and then finally does on the backside of Elevator. Another 4 go down for Passion United in complexity. Led by Breaking Shot, looking like they got this one.
That's so cracked for Breaking Shot when you think about it. He ran out of sniper ammo. He has information that there's a player at A, so what does he do? He doesn't switch weapons. He picks up the gun and says, I'll come pick this up later and get my last shot eventually. I love the play. You know, it doesn't result in the triple kill because he takes a little bit too long with that BR, but that's so heads up, right? That's just situational awareness that really elevates players to the highest level.
Breaking Shot is 28 and 12. And I said this yesterday. I feel like every single time I look up at the score sheet in an objective for complexity, Breaking Shot is going 30 and 10. I mean, it is unbelievable what Breaking Shot is able to do against a really talented roster. I think some people are selling Passion United a little short. They're not necessarily making me look more believable here with their performance, but this is a good team, man. This is a great Passion United roster. I think ranked in the top 16 or 20 overall in HCS. So, I mean, this is a team that, yes, I did expect to do a little better against Complexity. Still expected Complexity to get the win, but the 3-0 sweep so easily was a little surprising. Complexity move on to the next round. Passion United gets sent to the lower.
And what's really impressive about Breaking Shot, right? We talk about it as Slayer, but it's not just being like having that ability to slay. He has like, it reminds me of like Snipe Down back in the day, where like he's slaying, but he's also keeping his deaths low. Like he's having that flashy stat line of like double positive performances, and I think that makes a big difference, right? You have players that like to get involved. When you think of some Slayers that like to get forward on the map, like a Bound or a Legend, where they're constantly battling on those front lines and getting high death counts as well. Breaking Shot's almost like the inverse of that, where yeah, he can be aggressive, but he has this ability to find empty space and use it to his advantage, to find quick flanks where he doesn't have to take a lot of those one-on-ones. Instead, he's finding a lot of quick flanks where he has big advantages in gunfights that allows him to go double positive so often. I mean, we saw back-to-back games where he has that double positive plus 2.0. I mean, look at that, a 21.0 KDA in that game. It's an incredible performance from him.
All right, Complexity take that 3-0 sweep, and we switch gears towards Reversal Perfy versus Eclipse Solar. I believe we have a game one about to start here. Yeah, here we go. Kicking things off. 0-0 on the board, so this is the start of the series. Catching things live in the mix. A little bit of HCS red zone action here from LVT, making sure you guys don't miss anything.
Reversal Perfy, this is going to be the team that I think is going to give Eclipse Solar probably the most trouble in the bracket as of yet. Eclipse Solar, a low seed in this tournament, having a big upset just a round before, but Reversal Perfy, this is going to be a whole other dog that they'll have to deal with. Slavonic, look at this though, he's going fast to the other side. In fact, actually, this is going to be Scion Esports. Sorry, this is Scion Esports going up against, man, what's the other team's name?
Ascending Baseline. This is their main roster here. So, quick note, Scion Esports versus Ascending Baseline, and wow, it's Ascending Baseline off the start. A quick 1-0 lead. Ty gonna stay alive, goes down instead, and I love the deadly duo combination of Uzi, Zuzi, two twin brothers, came over from Fortnite where they competed professionally, now taking on Halo.
This is gonna be a close series in my opinion. the Twins, they're a lot of fun to watch, right? And I think they have a lot of high potential to them. This is a team that's been playing with each other for a long time now. But Ascended Baseline is a very, very good team that I think has flown under the radar for the most part, right? They don't get as many broadcasted matches as other teams, but they have that skill to potentially create some upsets when it comes to this Atlanta Open bracket that we're going to see in just a few weeks. I would not be surprised if they're going to be vying for a spot in pool play.
Yeah, this is that former, has members of that former Sniping Lies organization. So just because the team name switched and a couple of players swapped around, this is still a roster that, yeah, I think should be able to build off of what we saw from Sniping Lies, always at the end, or at the edge of making it to pool play from the open bracket, as they're on the edge of potentially stopping this one with a reset. Oh no, but Dark Matter's able to pick it back up. Sion are on the verge of tying it. If not for a pull from Ascending Baseline, we're gonna have a standoff.
This is gonna be a tough position for both these teams to try to battle out of, but Ascend Baseline, they found their way into this snipe play, and this is the first step, especially with the sniper coming off. They have Scion Esports trapped in this back base. It's just gonna come down to individual slays.
Ivanized picks up that fresh snipe, and if anything could help reset these flags for both of these two teams, it could be a couple of clutch snipes. Ivanized secures killing spree. Gonna cross map towards the other team's sniper. It's always funny when a player drops off the map. They have nothing that they can do. They just got to accept their fate. 3 go down for Sion, and Ascending Baseline look primed for a reset.
Dark Matter's trying to do his best though, and look, the spawner comes in right next to him. So Dark Matter in a 1v2. I thought Ascend Baseline thought that they had it for sure, and well, instead we continue on with the flag standoff. Big plays from Dark Matter in the back base.
That should have been reset. It should be 2-0 Ascending Baseline, but Dark Matter drives a fork in the road. Twisting Fates potentially. Wow, takes down Ezo, and now he's going to work his way through, and I like that. Okay, I thought he was maybe going to bait like he was pushing through, get the comms from Ezo to his teammates, and then cause some confusion and chaos. Nonetheless, Dark Matter continues to push on through instead. Gets back to tie his reverb for a double on the overshield. 2 players taking on the overshield. We're able to take him down. Dark Matter now with
returns.
No bit of shields, and
base.
Dark Matter ran away from the flag, and whoever spawned after Dark Matter didn't pick it up off of the respawn. They just continued pushing through because of it. An unforced error could make it 2-0.
This flag's on the point. We see Dark Matter. He's trying to make up for it. He's getting back onto that flag once again, but this time the flag doesn't get pulled out. There's a lot of pressure from Scion Esports, but it gets pushed in. Ascend Baseline go up 2-0. The only positive you're going to see right here for Sion is that they're very aggressive on the map. They could have a quick counter cap opportunity.
Yeah, Sion skipping a few steps in that process. It's okay if you're Dark Matter and you run off the flag. You just got to give it a quick grab, reset the timer, and then just make sure through communication or just having that game plan down, which you figure Sion should have down. They've been together for 8-9 months now. And then somebody, whoever spawns after that, grabs the flag and resets that timer. We didn't see that from Scion Esports because of it. Ascending Baseline take a 2-0 lead at about the halfway mark.
Just trying to keep this snipe side pressure for Scion Esports. What's important is just keeping position on the map. You don't want to be too aggressive here, and oh no, this isn't the first time. Zuzi gonna be falling off the map once again. The Twins, they're great, but this map, they are a little bit cursed by gravity is one way to put it.
Yeah, that's tough. I remember in 2005 going on to lockout and practicing my crouch jumps up to the snipe tower from top mid just to make sure I didn't have a moment like that in scrims or competition. Zuzi might need to practice that jump a little bit, as it's, like you said, Garrett, that's twice he's not been able to achieve the clamber, falls off the map because of it, and that's really caused a disadvantage, you could argue, for Scion Esports, and they need every advantage they can get. Still down 2-0. Less than halfway through, or excuse me, more than halfway through this game. Scion Esports are starting to run out of time.
Well, the 3 players from Sion going down, Overshield's pressuring in their front base. It's important for them to find an opening pick and to stabilize in their efforts here.
Kai has the back of his opposition. Easy 5-shot there onto Ibuchi. Kai now looking to continue pushing up through. Has the damage onto Sylvanic, but Slavonic has him with the chase grenade and the communication to Ezo to clean him up. Nice sequence here from ascending baseline. Ezo cleaning up all of it with the triple kill, and now has a flag run out. Looks to be safely protected at that. Snipe Bridge might be the last player. Potentially it's Zuzi, and he's making a play, making a huge play, stopping this run dead in his tracks. A 1v2 turns into a double kill and a reset, and now you might be able to counter here if you're Sion.
Ascendant baseline knew that he was in that snipe, but figured because of their presence that they weren't too worried about potential spawners coming up, but they needed to be worried about Zuzi just winning in the 1v2. Incredible plays from him, and well, this is your moment where teams are made. If you're able to capitalize on these big plays and work your way back into this game, it's not over till it's over.
For Sion, we've seen some incredible doubles from Zuzi and now Ty. I'd almost make the argument, though, they're making the game a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. I'd like to see less hero plays and more team shots. Nonetheless, it looks like that double-double from Zuzi and Ty should make it a 1-2 game. And nice, they brought it back to within one with endgame approaching 10 seconds away.
Yeah, well, 3 down once again for Ascent baseline. Scion Esports, they're thinking about the back-to-back, and already a lot of pressure up on that snipe side. Ascent baseline, they're definitely in trouble. It's very important for them to ensure that they do not give up a free death.
The pinch is on with perfect execution here. Sion could collapse on the remaining numbers for Ascending baseline, and they're starting to do just that. 3 go down, and my God, Sion, what looked like a little chaotic and unorganized start to this game has looked much different ever since as they look to tie things up. Zuzi's going to have to earn a few more slays, though.
I like this from Zuzi to back up and to worry about the overextenders, right? Ivanize is by himself for the most part. You can slowly work back towards your teammate and find an easy pick, and it might just be a second.
Oh!
Huge kills for them. The flag, it's almost back home. Ascending baseline desperately trying to get back.
They're going to get it. Ivuchi, 1 HP, and not able to stop that run from going in. And my God, 2 straight to start things off for Ascending baseline, then 2 to answer back from Scion Esports. Has us deadlocked in the end game. 2-2.
So impressive from both these teams at the beginning from Ascending baseline, but Scion Esports with this bounce back, but you have to be wary of this flank. Slavonic finding perfect timing here, and even if he dies early, what this has done is it's pushed the rest of Scion into their back base. This is going to give so much opportunity to Ascend baseline to push forward with 2 snipers walking down the lanes. This is devastating.
3 go down. Sending baseline, starting to set up for a pull. Ezo on it, Ivanized. You'd hope on the heads of the opposition as he's got 7 shots left in that snipe. Looking to stay alive for now. Grenade goes out. I worry about his ability to stay alive here, but he's done just that. Uzi patiently takes him down, but you can tell.
Oh no.
The Sending baseline called for help, and oh my God.
This time it was Uzi though.
As if it makes it any better, Garrett.
The thing is, his teammates are... Oh, the snipe shot. Ezo takes down his own teammate. And Scion Esports, although a player went down early in this map, early off this map, they can still potentially stop this thing.
It is like a tennis match, right? You're serving and you serve it right into the net. We've seen that for a couple sequences from both of these 2 teams. Not necessarily perfect Halo being played here, but it's entertaining nonetheless. Dark Matter looking to push through, clean up onto 2, gets 1 with the reversal. Ivuchi down to 1 HP. Just looking to stay alive now. Zuzi on the snipe tower, looking to finish off those shots, but Ivuchi's done a good job to regain his shields. Ascending baseline, regain numbers control as well, and now Zuzi needs to play this a little bit more carefully, but he drops down a little haphazardly, and that will do it. Ascending baseline come through in the end. 3-2.
Scion Esports just took too long to make their play. Once that snipe shot came in, the team kill was there, they needed to completely push up on the map. The problem when you're fighting on the opposite side of the map is that the respawns are working against you. Even though you're getting kills, every death is twice as devastating as every kill that you're getting because the respawns and where the spawners are going to be playing into. Ascend baseline just kept respawning in their back base, able to refill those positions, but every time a player from Scion Esports went down, they would spawn 15 seconds away from the action. You just inherently start losing offensive power the longer you try to draw that on. They need to make a quick and decisive play to get that return. Instead, they try to make the play that doesn't lose rather than the play that wins, and it costs them big in game number 1.
Yeah, and you talked about the 15 seconds. Yeah, I mean, if you fall off the map, it feels like an eternity to the Abyss, but it's usually about, we'll call it 5 seconds or so. Then you have the 10 plus seconds added with the respawn timer, and three times Scion Esports fell off the map. Garrett, that's 45 seconds that you've just handed away for free. And 45 seconds? Are you kidding me? Semi-pro teams will do something with it. Professional teams will crush you with it. And that's what we saw here from Ascending Baseline. I'd beg to differ that at Scion Esports, without any of those errors, probably have this game instead 3-2. So for them, it's, I guess a positive in that, all right, guys, our only mistake we have to fix is just not falling off the map. That should be pretty easy, right? At least going in here into Solitude, nobody can fall off the map. I don't know.
There's a wall there. Let's see. I think there's a wall on the backside. I'm not seeing any big open treacherous pits, so that's at least a couple kills that Scion Esports won't be giving up to the other side.
Oh man. 3 kills given away in 45 seconds, but here in a game 2 Slayer, we don't expect any of that. Sion on land was actually able to take down a GBX team in LVT Orlando. Renegade, Bound, Legend, and Tusk on that squad, and they staked them in the Slayer. So watch out, Scion Esports know how to slay.
As instantly getting the Predator combo, right? The shock rifle in with the camouflage. You see that thrust on his teammates' hands as well. This is everything you could want from Ascend Baseline.
Now we're talking about how strong Sion are in the Slayers, but it's Ascending Baseline with a strong start instead, doubling up on the competition in large part due to Ezzo's big play with the shock, lining up that pre-fire. Takes down Ty for the 5th kill in this stretch where he's got 1 shot left. I'm gonna I'm going all in. He's gonna hit this. He's gonna hit this last shot. Ezzo's been frying.
You just had to say it, but important to check that corner, especially when a team hasn't pushed out of their base for a prolonged period of time. Like, be a little bit more cautious coming into that area. If they would have looked to their left, I think both of those players would have stayed alive.
Check your corners. You might just have to check your 6. Got to watch out, especially on a map like this, where I don't know if the color palette has anything to do with it, but I feel like I see more players get away with ratting on a map like Solitude. As Dark Matter looking to land some shots across the map, able to take down Avucci with the team fire. Setting up for another camo here in the next 20 seconds. And Sion have done a good job. It felt like Ascending Baseline could have ran away with it after that nice start. Ezzo 7-2, but it's just a 1-kill game.
This has been so impressive.
Oh my God.
From Ezzo. It feels like this guy just can't lose a gunfight. And oh boy.
Oh my God.
Gets the reticle up in time. But this guy has 9 kills. Just to put that in reference, Scion Esports as a team have 12.
That was unbelievable. It was a 1-kill game. And then Ezzo says, oh, I've got 1 or 2 more slays to add to the stat sheet. 9-4 here. This is unbelievable here. And this is what you can do. This is what the breaking shot provides to a team like Complexity. In a Slayer, you can take over. Halo Infinite, not Halo itself, not the type of game where you see players just individually take over. I'd argue Slayer gives you that opportunity to do so, and Ezzo's doing just that.
The same baseline, this is their moment where they have to be careful. Scion Esports had the position in order to grab camouflage. It looks like they might have gotten an early trade on that camoed player, but Scion Esports have this high ground. They're picking apart the players of Ascend Baseline, and what was a 9-2 start for Ezzo, a couple back-to-back deaths, and well, Scion Esports, they're back within 1.
Impressive pop shot there from Zuzi as he's able to continue on through. Grenade deals damage into both players. Here's where you have to prioritize between 1 or 2. Seems a little... Not only did he get split damage there, Garrett, but he was split between the decision of which to take down.
Yeah, that's a definition of an overheat, right? You're playing well. You're starting to get yourself into a spot where you're coming back into this game. You're pushing into a spawn. You got to be aware, like, this is a spawn point. Unless you have perfect information, you can't just be thrusting into that fight. You have no point of return, and, well, an extra player causes him to go down without any trade. And, well, that play, it might not seem big in the grand scheme of things, but they go down numbers, suddenly ascend baseline, have a lot more space to work with in the lead, growing back up to 7.
It really does have a lot to do with this 7-kill lead here in Halo. It's like the start of a match is like pushing a snowball down the hill, and it just gets bigger and bigger the further it rolls down the hill. So everything is a cause and correlation of each other, and yeah, you could absolutely make the argument that that overheat there from Sion has allowed Ascending Baseline to take a 7-kill lead into the 30s, and that's pretty dominant. Ivanized continues to dominate, and that's got to be the comeback condition for Scion Esports. It's not even about hitting your shots with the shock rifle. Just don't let Ascending Baseline get it, because they've had at least probably 8 slays with it. That's the difference in this game so far, is the sandbox.
Nez is going to have a big opportunity here to maximize his value. His position's known, but right now it's just about buying time for your teammates to get there and help. And unfortunately, trying to do a little bit too much. The players do eventually find that camouflage, but it's not the end of the world with having the lead that you have. At this point in time, it's all about the trades. As long as you don't find unanswered, if you don't give up unanswered kills, you'll be fine. But as I say that, that's 3 down with not one player, Sion, seeing the respawn screen. These are the moments where teams can get back into a game.
Bring it back to within 4. You bring it back to within 1 possession, 1 team wipe, brings you right back in the mix, and then you probably start winning the mental battle of Ascending Baseline, going, wait, what the hell? How was it even close? It felt like we were dominating. So a lot to be gained here from Sion, and look at this. They have the shock. Only 2 shots left to work with, but that's big for them. And just understanding when the timer is going to come up next allows them to manipulate control of a power weapon that Ascending Baseline has full control over. Has had full control over, and 3 go down for Scion Esports. Uzi going to be able to pick up with 1 bolt. That won't even do anything. You better off to just drop him and reset it. Uzi drops instead.
Ascend Baseline, they have this 9-kill lead, but Scion Esports, if they're going to come back into this game, it's going to be important to get the kills early. And well, I think this is the start of the fall. It's going to be so hard to come back into these games. How limited your ability is to get deaths, right? If you cannot give up deaths, it's so much harder to play the game.
Really mean of you to bring back up that fall, Garrett. I don't get it, man. Just out here bowling.
They also ascended, descended. Yeah.
Love to see that. A little bit of an update for you guys on the other side of the bracket. We were watching Eclipse Solar previously. Had high hopes for them, but they got 3-0'd quickly by Reversal Perfy, so they'll head to the lower bracket. Ascending Baseline looks like they're heading to a Game 2 victory, if not for a miracle. Sion down 8. Can they come back? I don't know.
Sion, they've been finding quick kills, and well, Dark Matter with this camouflage is definitely not over yet, but every death just feels as if you are just hurting more and more. In Dark Matter, he had the camouflage to see his teammates go down. You're like, oh no, that's it, the game, it's over.
Ascending Baseline will take it 50-37, and man, a 13-kill win. Garrett, I mean, halfway through into the 30s, it was still a fairly close game, so really saw us
about that 1 death right over at Blue when he pushes in with that thrust. And this is the thing that I think we see too many players do, is you got to use that thrust mid gunfight, right? I think whenever you're using that thrust to gain timing, like to get forward faster rather than make a player miss, like you're already going about it wrong. And this is a lesson that all those Halo 5 players learned early on, is you don't thrust into fights, you thrust during the fight. So that player went back to cover, thrusting to try to catch them on the chase. That's high risk, low reward, right? The reward you get is a kill, and maybe you can start working on a collapse once again, but the risk you take is dying early and stopping that momentum that you had.
Yeah, this is something Eli brings up all the time, and shout out to the homie Eli. Keep recovering, brother. Praying for you at home, man. Sending all the love and wishes your way, well wishes your way. But something Eli talks about a lot is resource management, and similar to the effect of you got a player weak, maybe 1 HP in a corner, and a grenade could take him down, and you look down to the bottom right, you got no grenades. Similar there with that thruster, where Uzi just poor mismanagement of their resources, and that'll bite you in the butt every single time as we head to a Game 3. Sion down 0-2, needing a reverse sweep, and it all starts in a Game 3.
On to recharge this King of the Hill, gonna be an important swing game in the series. What we need to see from Scion Esports is an early lead. Ascend Baseline has been controlling both game 1 and game 2. They had those early leads. We saw Sion bring it close, but they were never quite able to control their own destiny.
Seeing is believing, and there we go. Scion Esports see all 4 go down for Ascending Baseline and see the entire map available to them and whatever they want to take. Positioning, sandbox, it's all in their hands now. Oh, but Uzi not able to do anything with it, loses it so quickly.
I'd be going into theater fuming if I was Scion Esports right there. I don't know what spawn Ivan Eyes got, but I think he got a back pipe spawn.
Oh, he
which
did.
Is unbelievable. Remember, Ascend Baseline, when they went 4 down, and that one spawn could just ruin Scion Esports. Savonics being able to push up quickly. They have control of the perimeter. They're back in the hill. Huge, huge kill from Ivan Eyes.
Sion just looking to regain, probably a little shell shock from that spawn. But you got to keep going. You got to keep playing. Ty pushes on through the red pipes. Possession of the hill in his team's favor. Grenade goes out, and that'll take down Ezo. And Ty now looking to occupy time and space in the hill, but he goes down again. That's twice now, Garrett, where it feels like Sion have some form of a hold. There's 3 down for Ascending Baseline, but then off screen, cross map, someone from Ascending Baseline is able to take down Sion.
Obviously, he's doing his best in his back pipes, but Ascend Baseline, this is their moment to really, I think, steal away this first hill from Scion Esports. Sion did so much with them going 3 down. This could almost be back-breaking for the Scion Esports squad if Ascend Baseline gets away with this.
And they do. Sylvonic now setting up for a camo grab here. It's available. Ivan Eye is going to take it instead. Sylvonic just setting up for it, helping protect his teammate as Ivan Eyes gets the camo cleanly and clearly and now has it to work with.
Stay calm, stay cool, checking all his corners. I like how you check every corner. There's just not a player from Scion Esports to be seen here. Instead, they're all on the other side of the map, and this is concerning from Scion Esports because they're not going to have any sort of quick access to get them out of hill. By the time they get their numbers together to even push this thing, you have to imagine this one's almost going to be captured. I'll just throw, you have a shroud screen, give yourself a one-way.
Give yourself the opportunity.
Oh my, he jumped up and popped him.
Again, Sion with control of something, whether it's map control or sandbox control. They just aren't able to compound on their positives. Any of these victories quickly get shut down right after. And again, like that snowball rolling down the hill, you want to make sure it continues to build and grow. Sion have had no opportunities to do so as Ascending Baseline. A Slay here at the back of C would all but do it. Sylvonic gets 1. Looking for that second cleanup. That nade's going to actually go off the map, not do any damage. Crowd screen goes out, obscured visibility. Sylvonic with full shields takes down the opponent with the back smack, and Ascending Baseline, they go up 2-0 here, Garrett. This is where for Scion Esports, I actually experience this a lot when I play with you. All right, we go down like 0-3, and it's just harder to communicate, right?
Usually,
it's harder to just be hype.
0 kills on the map from one of us. You know, I never dropped a donut in my life. We'll just leave it at that. But
you've been there before, right? Like the comms, they lose a little bit of the juice. Like you don't even feel like talking anymore.
Like you don't feel like talking. I'm still trying to get us back into the game every single time. I'm trying to win over here. You're too hot and cold. Too much of the. You've been out of the game for too long.
Oh, love to see it. Oh man. Well, if the game provides a little bit more intensity, maybe Garrett and I won't throw so much heat at each other. Ty has Reverb now looking to cross the map with that battle rifle. Going to set up for a short-range fight instead with the bandit. Grenade goes out onto Ezo. Should be cleaned up by his teammate. And here we go. Scion Esports, seeing is believing. Make it a 1-score game and then follow through on it. Come on, boys. We know you've got the team of 4 to make this a little bit more competitive.
Well, Scion Esports right now, they do have control of this A spawn, but they need to be careful. You saw how it sent baseline. Look at all the space that they took on the map, and they attacked from multiple lanes. Ivanice pushing into the back door while those players at pipes were causing so much mayhem. What that does is it spreads Sion thin, and well, they played through the middle of the map, and they were just put into the trash compactor. Spawns have officially flipped for now. Ascent baseline. They're not done fighting for this hill.
And they have the numbers advantage for now. Ty just needs to maintain shield presence. And he does. 3 go down for ascending baseline. And oh, Ty's going to take down the 4th on a stagger. Could see some long haul spawns and C spawns for ascending baseline here. And this is looking like good control here for Sion. Can they follow through on it, though? That's the only question.
I have almost this hill secured. It's just going to come down to the next couple of kills. It's going to be a foot race inside this thing. You see the push starting to happen. Ty plays patience. They're in the hill, but Ty has a big opportunity here. It's up to him to find the big slays. Good shots on the first.
Huge. Has an opponent down to 1 HP, but goes down shortly after.
Oh, no.
Sion still have a chance. It's a 1v1 for the hill, and oh, Sion going to take it. Uzi. Nice heads-up play there. Secures hill number 1 for Sion, and with 3 minutes left, Garrett, they're in it.
Yeah, this is obviously going very far, all the way to back A, and well, this is gonna work out for them for now. He's gonna leave A open as camouflage comes up. With Scion Esports being 3 down, that's gonna mean this camouflage is gonna get away without being spotted. He can step in the hill, like, make it so it's hard for the side of Scion Esports to push camo out of this hill. You know, usually like your camo to roam, but I don't hate this, right? Because Scion Esports, they can't necessarily see him, so right now they have to basically be up in that hill in order to get him out.
Sending baseline. 60% uncontested, and this wouldn't shut the door on a Sion, but this would start to freak it a little bit, get it towards the 1-inch mark or so, and it's pretty close. Sending baseline are going to take hill number 4. A 3-1 lead for them with 2.5 left on the clock, and a short rotation to bottom mid means sending baseline will just get right back in it.
Yeah, this is the problem with these back-to-back hills, is if you have control of that first one of hill 4, well, you're gonna have control of hill 5 right away. It makes it tough for Scion Esports not to let them just get a huge amount of time here. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on this clock, I wouldn't be surprised if Ascent baseline still decide to play this hill. It's a lot of neutral time to burn off, and we know that Scion Esports has that explosive potential.
2-0, I think it'd be a different story, but I think you're right, Garrett. At match point 3-1, I don't see why not. I don't see why he wouldn't get in the hill for ascending baseline, but for now it's Sion with it. Ezo looking to change that. Trades out on the stacks. More blue presence there for ascending baseline, though. Gives them the best chance to get back in this hill. You can see Dark Matter on a chase as the back of Sylvanic. Takes him down. Ivanized. Plasma pistol goes out. Takes him down. Uzi able to take down a player on the backside of C, and Scion Esports are not able to manufacture this into time. Instead, they're just going to have to hope that Uzi earns good spawns for him. 3 more go down.
Now they know exactly where Uzi's at. You can see it's going to be a hunting party that comes and hunts him down. Great plays by the same baseline, right? This is the benefit of being up 2 hills in this game, is yes, you can still play for this hill. They're getting in it occasionally, but you can go and make the play where people run out to go find the straggler, because you don't have to necessarily worry about having an efficient hill. You just are trying to get it eventually. And so far, they've been so effective at ensuring Scion Esports just don't have a lot of space, a lot of leverage on the map to work with.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's exactly what it looks like, huh, Garrett? It looks like ascending baseline, or really forcing Scion Esports to chase, and they're taking advantage of this desperate situation that they're in. Down 3-1, down 0-2 in the series. High, not able to win that gunfight.
That was a very aggressive play from Ezo, and thankfully he gets the trade for his team, but Ascent baseline, you cannot sleep right here. Scion Esports have great control of this hill, and if they can find these next couple slays, we could see this turn to just a 1-score game.
Getting pretty close, and with 90 seconds left in regulation, Scion Esports still have a hope, still have a lifeline, and they just need to take down Ivanized. Ty, down to 1 HP, a little bit of Gandhi hop strafe there, keeps him alive. And he doesn't follow through, not able to take down his opponent. And if Ivanized stays alive at the back of C, that could be a thorn in the side for Sion. This is who Uzi's trying to find. Uzi finds 1, actually finds 2 with the Vusi down to 1 HP. That grenade should clean up. Teammate does instead, and here we go. Sion just watch the bat ledge from Whitehall here, and they should be able to secure it, but now they have to worry about the A spawns coming through for ascending baseline as they push down from the Mauler pit and the bridge location. Zuzi, he's just
no, you gotta get in the hill.
more second, but that's all ascending baseline need. He dips out, and it's Sion. Oh, will go down. Dark Matter goes down. Uzi, the last player alive, wins the 1v1 and wins the hill. It's just a 1-point game.
Oh boy, it wasn't. It came down to the wire, but now it's in baseline. They have a deep feeling in their stomach. The pit starts to grow. You only have a minute of neutral time, and they have to be thinking to themselves, like, do we need to play for that hill? I mean, we put 40 seconds on it. You think about it, there would only be 15 seconds left in this game if they would have just played the neutral time.
Ooh, that's the strategy. That's the risk reward you play with. 3-2 game now, and Sion have life. Zuzi specifically with it. Oh my god, and he just got a full shock rifle. Oh, that could be huge. Ty needs to win this. Ty does. He takes down Ezo, and I wonder if they know that the shock rifle is just waiting there on the bat ledge or just below it.
Ty's winning important fights. His teammates have finally gotten into the hill, but not before there's only 30 seconds of neutral time left in this game. Ascent baseline, this is going to be very easy for them to manipulate the map to the way that they want it. Wouldn't be surprised if we see them start sending multiple players into pipes and white. You want to have control of the center of the map as you fight through.
I'm not able to tell, Garrett, if ascending baseline are getting time just to clear hill and, you know, work through it, or if they're actually playing for time here. Now is where the strategy is so clear and evident. Just play to milk the regulation clock. You don't want to be in the hill. As we start to see a little bit of that, it looks like, so they go back in the hill. I'm so confused as to why they're doing that. There's only 18 seconds left.
They're just getting
they could just milk this
high
clock.
Positions, right? They want to get those high positions. See how all ascend baseline are at bat ledge, at top gold. It's okay to step in that hill to get the timing, to get up into those power positions early, to make it hard for Scion Esports to fight out of. You see a blender in the middle of the map. There's just nothing they can do, and now just one more player left to deal with. They get the kill and a 3-0 sweep. Ascend baseline with phenomenal plays throughout that game.
Sending baseline, take down a Scion Esports roster that has been right on the brink of making it to pool play. Their road to that is going to be much more difficult now as they drop into the lower bracket.
This was a fantastic effort from Ascend baseline. They played like the better team throughout this game. You know, we saw Scion Esports with moments of greatness, right? The problem is this, when you look at the complete game, it just seemed as if they were just that one bit better.
It felt like there were some errors, and even just unforced errors. Again, the visual equivalent of serving in tennis, and just you're hitting it 100 miles an hour. Sure, it looks like it's got good velocity, it's got good speed, it looks tough to return, but they never even get it over the net. The serve just goes straight into the net. I think the tone really got set in that first game where Sion jumped off the map 3 different times, and unforced errors just continue to stack up for them. And I think that's one of the reasons Ascending Baseline was able to take this series so easily.
Yeah, a lot of players jumping off the map. Unfortunately for Scion Esports, we'll have to see if they can maybe work on that forbidden game. But they had their moments where it felt like they were going to.
Look at that. That's to continue a run, right? That's to continue a run, Garrett. I apologize for interrupting, but that's not just falling off the map. That's falling off the map with the flag right in front of you to continue running for the score. I mean, that was massive.
See double kills coming in. I mean, this whole first game, you thought this was going to be Ascend baseline easy 3-0. Remember, they were so close to capturing that flag, making it, getting it far around, but weren't quite able to secure it. But an incredible 3-0. You know, 3-0s across the board has been great. I'd love to go back with our desk, get the words of Aliek and Active and what they thought about this series.
You know, I think Active, I think talking about Forbidden being, we were saying how strange it was to see Forbidden as that first map in a series. Maybe that's what it was, Active. Maybe they were both finding their footing, literally, in Forbidden and getting their day started there. But yeah, a Scion Esports, a team that you definitely wanted to get some words in. Like, they have been together for a while, haven't they?
Yeah, this team has been together for a long time, and generally you see when, you know, not only, it's not that they haven't placed well, it's just that I'm sure they haven't placed where they've wanted to, and the entire time they've stuck together. They have stayed together as a squad. They don't make any changes, and their work ethic is incredible. And that's what's impressive to me is like this work ethic, it needs to turn into something, right? The VOD review that you do, it has to turn into progress. And sometimes you're gonna take these L's, but this will turn into progress. You can use this loss to turn into that VOD review to find out what you did wrong, because it was dominant from Ascending Baseline. They dominated this series.
Well, Ascend Baseline is going to move forward, and they're going to go up against, I don't know if you checked, but they're going to go up against Cloud9. So I would love to get your thoughts on Ascend Baseline, and what are the chances against a team like Cloud9? What does Ascend Baseline have that they can use to go up against one of the teams that are contenders for the top 4 pool play?
Yeah, Cloud9, I believe Seed 1. It's going to be a tough one for Ascending Baseline. I like Ascending Baseline as a roster. I think that this roster has a lot of potential. There's a lot of players on this roster that have continued on in that like top AM side of Halo, of HCS, and they're continuing to get better week after week, but haven't been able to really break in, and that's the biggest thing for me. Sylvanik, I'm not happy that you're not on mouse and keyboard. Okay, you need to go back. Don't listen to these guys that say it's an email input. It is not. You need to get back on MNK. But regardless of that, I mean, the rest of the squad, I mean, Ezo, FFA legend. This guy is insane at FFA, always places really high at every FFA he comes into. Just a lot of talent on that roster, but against the Cloud9, I don't know. I'm not too sure how they'll fare.
A lot of talent on both ends on that last series. I was saying that Scion Esports was a team of FFA players there together. But Active, I feel like you are like the mouse and keyboard. What do you call when people go on missions to convert people to? That's you for mouse and keyboard. You're just trying to get everybody to go mouse and keyboard. I wouldn't consider it. Yeah, I wouldn't consider it the perfect evolution or like combat evolved, but I think it would be an evolution of some kind for sure.
I love it. I love to see the amount of MNK players we've had come up. I mean, we saw what Wutim can do. We've seen Scoopmeister, who is holding down the fort since the very beginning. I mean, MNK is just, you really gain a lot when you have one player from mouse keyboard on your squad. And I will always stand by that until the day I die. I will always stand by. You got to have at least one MNK player on the squad.
They're saying mouse and keyboard evangelist.
There you go. I'll take it.
Shout out to all the mouse and keyboard players in the chat. Hello everybody. Here's your pastor. All right, everybody. Time for a break. We're gonna set up our next match ready in just a few minutes. So go ahead and take some time to walk around, stretch some legs. We'll be back in just a moment. welcome back to the HCS NA qualifiers here, Road to Atlanta, our day number 1. And today's a super important event because, yeah, these teams need pool points. These guys need to qualify, and it's their last chance for pro points here. Mikowski, welcome to the desk. We have somebody, we're just rotating here. We got somebody new on each desk. Musical chairs, I like it. We're gonna be watching Incognito versus Complexity as our current match right now. Complexity, that team that we had on the can they make it? Can they win first place or second place to qualify for Atlanta LAN? They have to do it, otherwise open bracket for them.
Well, this is intriguing, right? There's always some previous history with Halo pros, and this one has plenty of it. You've got descendant of that Incognito roster going up against his former teammate in Ryanoob, King Nick, previously a part of Complexity as well. So plenty of recent history. I really like this Incognito roster, though. Descendant and Collect, Carmea and Collect, previously Carmea. I mean, those were, at a time, the two most up-and-coming players in the HCS. They've arrived now and have shown more of what they've got as we've got our series kicked off. Let's send it to the casters. Take it away.
Here we are. A great match on our hands. Complexity versus Incognito. Garrett Tools. What do you think about this matchup, man? I mean, Complexity, lots of changes, but they look solid with Breaking Shot and Rain on the squad.
Yeah, I feel like Complexity has really risen their game, and we're seeing it early on, right? This trip cap in early, and well, they are not gonna let up. And this is what I like about Complexity, the addition of Breaking Shot. I feel like they're a little bit more aggressive than they were before. Expect to see a lot of aggressive plays as they continue on trying to just put the screws in with this trip cap.
Yeah, absolutely insane last series by Breaking Shot. I believe a 2.0 KD. The guy is incredible at the game, and you see, if you ever see him play at an event, if you ever get the beautiful chance to go to an HCS event, watch behind his screen. This guy moves with every shot, moves with every slide. He is involved. And as you can see, that triple cap finally gonna be broken here by the side of Incognito. As they go for B, they'll get a triple cap of their own.
Yeah, this is fun. This is like the evolution of what competitive Halo has been the last couple years. Is, you know, we used to see a lot of 2-cap Halo. Now it's always playing for that trip cap, playing for that win at all points in time. Incognito get it briefly, but with Complexity getting them 3 down, expect to see a counter play right away. And unfortunately, looks like maybe a player having a lag out somewhere in the map. We'll get ourselves reset here. So not quite ready for that one, you know. Complexity, they had a great start. We're seeing the back and forth, but the crash, whatever it was, seems to be letting this go towards a reset instead.
Interesting you talk about evolution with Halo and you know, immediately with Strongholds. It is incredible to see what that previous quadrant roster was able to really do to evolutionize the game of Strongholds. We see so many teams going for that triple cap, especially on recharge Strongholds, getting the trap towards the long haul side of the map and trying to keep it. And then, like you said, or like we saw, I'm sorry, the flip of that, right? You lose control because maybe you overextended, maybe you took too much damage across the map, and then the triple cap flips on the other end. It makes things real interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's I think the Bandit has really helped the ability of teams to be more offensive on Strongholds, right? You're seeing a lot more ability for players to win one-on-one gunfights quickly, knowing what your damage is and being able to act upon that. And also the punishment of missing a shot just makes it so that you can be a little bit more aggressive on those plays for the trip cap. And we've seen it reflect in the score lines of Strongholds throughout Season 3 thus far. More often than not, it feels like Strongholds has been becoming a blowout game type. And even when it is close games, the meta that we see develop in those close games is a team has a trip cap, they get a 100-something, 200-point lead, and then the other team gets their trip cap and they make it close, and then it comes down to the final moments.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's just a fun to watch from a spectator point of view, especially with the hills changing on recharge as well, and you know, the HCS Pro team doing that. We don't see any interference on the series layout here for us, and that's one of those maps when it comes to Strongholds that just, it's because it's so small and because, you know, there's such I would say heavy spawn points on the map, on the carbine side and the bunker side of the map. It can just snowball out of control even faster than I would say the likes of recharge Strongholds. But we'll hopefully get this started here very, very shortly. Excited to see how Complexity have grown with these members on the roster, with Rain officially being added, with Breaking Shot officially being added. I think this is Breaking Shot's I wouldn't say his first real shot, but I would say the best shot he's got on an org like this, a chance to really showcase what he's capable of. And under the leadership of Ryanoob, as Ali had talked about, you know, the tweet that he made, trust the process, trust Ryanoob's decision making, trust his process. I mean, I think under Ryanoob, this player in Breaking Shot is going to grow so well and so quickly.
Right. And well, you know, we have multiple observers into all our matches here today. Well, we have our main match that's ready, right? We'll keep an eye on that Complexity match as those guys get themselves rebound. But Native Gaming going up against Reversal Perfy here. And honestly, we're talking about teams that have been having a huge uptrend. We talk about Complexity. I love this Native Gaming roster. It feels like they're gelling, tapping buttons, looks unbelievable. I feel like they've unlocked barcode on this team. This is going to be a tough matchup for Reversal Perfy, but they can do it. I like Yaxon. He was added to this roster just a couple days ago.
Yeah, when it comes to Yaxon, he's a player that I've also seen kind of grow. I talk about it all the time, but I found him in matchmaking, absolutely dominated me. I literally said, who is this kid? I didn't know who it was at the moment, and ever since then, he has gotten on better and better teams. He's performed better and better as these events have gone on. Now, the other side of Native Gaming, they just had a rough road, right? And you know, a shout out to Native Gaming for like trying to find that formula that works for them. Maybe this is the exact formula they need. Now, you know, the previous members of the roster were now with APG on the roster, tapping buttons back. I mean, I think this roster could do big things in the HCS this year.
Barcode looking paranoid as he was looking at every corner. Eventually, a Hunford just flies through the front door, curb sliding all the way to the back of Silo. That might be the nastiest curb slide we've seen yet, but Barcode eventually finds his kill. And well, so far, Native Gaming being very patient on their plays. They're not trying to play too quick, and well, it might have just worked out for them. They finally get the 2-cap score, and they are pressuring Reversal Perfy.
Yeah, Barcode doesn't back off there with the shock rifle, decides to do as much damage as possible. Here comes Mortally trying to stay alive inside the B side. 3 are down for Native Gaming. APG, the last player alive, and now it's going to be Reversal Perfy who have that 2-cap and looking for the spawns of Native.
So far, I mean, Reversal Perfy playing this fairly well. They're winning their rotations against Native Gaming. They've been that one step quicker to the points of attack. Native Gaming, they've been playing a very patient game, but Reversal Perfy have been a perfect counter for that thus far.
Yeah, right now it looks like they're going for another triple cap here. That's going to be all 4 down for the side of Native. A will be taken here by Common. There are only 2 alive for the side of Reversal Perfy, so keep that in mind. And Yaxon, that first point of contact on that long haul side of the map, is going to be an interesting position here. As you see, the push is coming through. He has to stay alive, and so does Common here on top cap.
See the fight for camouflage. Tapping buttons decides to pop it right away. He'll get the burn, but you have to feel that Native Gaming potentially should have waited a bit longer to make that play. Instead, they desperate down for the camouflage. It's going to be a temporary trip cap that Barcode desperately needs to stay alive for. And well, the pressure's here from Reversal Perfy. They're throwing their nades, and although Native Gaming gets B, you feel nothing but insecure in this spot, right? There is nothing to battle out of from here.
Yeah, it's the first free pick right there. Like you said, you feel vulnerable. It's Barcode, the first one to go down. The rest follow. It's APG now, the last player alive on your screen. A massive 1v1 by him, and it's now a 1v1 situation. Envor and APG were the last 2 alive. As the spawning players for each team come up, it's a double cap locked in here for Reversal Perfy, and somehow APG finds a way away from the fight with that Shroud Screen usage.
I like these plays from APG. Although he doesn't get any kills on the map right there, what's his job is to slow Reversal Perfy down so that they can't try to maintain that trip cap. Using that Shroud Screen to get back does that for just a bit longer, but the problem that's arising for Native Gaming at the moment is the slaying. They just have to win more in the kill column.
Yeah, the slays are definitely going in the side of Reversal Perfy. Every time I look at the top left of my screen, I see 3 down for the side of Native Gaming, but now we see the opposite of things. It's Reversal Perfy with a 4 down situation and a chance for Native to finally be a bit more comfortable, take control. They lock in the triple cap now, but the push comes in from the half wall.
Well, now it's all about how effective you can be for Native Gaming. You've got the trip cap that you've been playing for. How long can you hold it? Can you be the aggressor for the rest of this match and keep Reversal Perfy on their back foot? This camouflage could be a big indicator. Love the shroud screen that Barcode pushed out for Gilkey there. He pushes it where he's going to back into, allows him to get away with this camouflage, and Common had no chance to find him before the fight. The trade comes through, but loving the play so far from Native Gaming to get themselves back into this game.
And that trade turns into 3 dead for Reversal Perfy. Gilkey the only one down for the side of Native as they once again lock in the triple cap situation. All of the spawns forced on the C side of the map. It's going to be all of Reversal Perfy trying to find a way to push through, but they seem trapped right now on the tower side. Going to be a couple nades that go out. Gilkey ends up going down. Barcode ends up getting a kill. I'm sorry, Barcode ends up getting his own kill, and it's 3 down for Reversal Perfy once again.
And this is where it could be dangerous, right? What these teams are trying to set up for is they want to get the trip cap and then force the team that's being trip capped to spawn at long haul. So far, we've seen the trip caps come in for either side, but they haven't been able to find that last stage of the control where you can get that knockout blow, where you can start pushing your queen forward up the board and get the checkmate. It's when you get the team in the trip cap and in that long haul spawn. Be cognizant of where these players are playing from and how they're going to try to find that setup.
Well, here's Common. Gonna get that first trade out there. It's gonna be 2 down for Reversal Perfy. Native Gaming do have the numbers advantage for right now, at least, as tapping buttons is the first one to fall for Native. You see the fight for that top A control. Yaxon finds a kill with the shock. Has to back up as his life is in danger here. Knocked down to no shields. No more protection for him as he tries to stay alive on the bat ledge side of the map. Looking for angles on bottom center. Finds a kill on the Barcode, but traded out pretty quickly on the bat ledge.
Yaxon's just so impressive to me. And what really sticks out is his ability to win gunfights when he's under pressure. He doesn't really have this flick off whenever he's getting shot by other players. He stays steady, he stays cool with his reticle. Reminds me a little bit of Formal with his long range shot and how consistent he is under pressure or not.
Well, under pressure he is right now, but he's able to scurry away with the camo, pops it as well into his chest, and it's Reversal Perfy as he has that camo taking B, but he's gonna go towards that B side to secure the kill on the long haul. That's APG. The double as well comes in through the batteries. It's Yaxon doing a lot of work right now, being a pivotal part to this game, and he's still alive. 17 and 8 for Yaxon with this camo. This is massive.
This is dangerous for Native Gaming. They have to be very aware of where the push is coming from. Yaxon's getting damage down from gold stairs to allow his players to push through. If Native Gaming dies over on that white tower, suddenly this trip cap that they've been waiting for all game seems more than possible.
And it looks like they're going for it right now. That C is being capped. Yaxon trying to cut through the center of the map here. B is being taken. Not sure if they can contest in time. There is a player going to contest, or at least going to get that top gold control. That's Common. Finds the player down on the bottom of batteries weak. He goes for B, but the spawns come out on the A side of the map. Staggered spawns for both sides, but Reversal Perfy don't have numbers.
This is so good from Native Gaming, right? They capture B. What do they do right after they capture B? They vacate, they leave, they use it as bait. B stands for bait. Get in the hill, get the capture, force the other team to play towards it. When they do, then tap A to C. Native Gaming able to get themselves out of a tough position, but still the slays are what's keeping Reversal Perfy into the scoring position. Native Gaming simply just need to start winning more of the one-on-ones.
Well, it's Gilkey on your screen. A player who's used to winning those one-on-ones, has been doing it for years. A double cap now locked in here for Native, as Gilkey looks for an opportunity to push through the A side of the map. With A being capped, it's Yaxon. No shields. Gilkey with a nice clean up there. Envor is going to come up to attack, though. Gilkey has no chance to stay alive, so Envor will go ahead and cap A. A triple cap now, potential for reversal.
Yaxon's so impressive to me, right? We're going to see C move over to Native's hands, but Yaxon 22 and 11, double positive this game. But what's been most impressive is how much damage he gets down on the map, even when he dies. He's not leaving players full shields whenever he goes down.
That's important. Got to make sure to clean up those kills. 2 down here for the side of reversal. Make that 3 momentarily. 2 caps, though, for them. It's Native who are trying to break through that B cap, because these points, although it's only a double cap, will continue to count up, and that is not what Native wants in this situation. So they go for B, and constantly, time and time again, it's Reversal Perfy who are aggressive on the resets.
Mortally, a couple times this game has been the one player alive for Reversal Perfy that can stop a hill, and he's done it time and time again. You know, he doesn't have the most flashy stat line at 19 and 17, but he's getting in those high engagement counts because he's oftentimes the one fighting in the hill.
Well, there it is. It's a 2 cap advantage here for Reversal Perfy. Still 3 down for the side of Native Gaming. And look at Reversal Perfy pushing Native. Jackson shooting down the body. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that was too early, but I will say Reversal Perfy are gonna win game number 1.
Well, I respect the confidence, right? You have to come into this match in your mind thinking I'm just as good as everyone else in this lobby. And I'll say, if there's anyone that earned the ability to shoot bodies in that game, it was Jackson. For most of that game was double positive or better, was playing his process, was oftentimes getting kills. And if we look at that scoreboard, I wouldn't be surprised if he has significantly more damage than anyone else in the lobby. And look at that, 6,400. There's not anyone on the side of Native that gets close.
Yeah, look at the damage that he took as well. I mean, to see that much less damage taken as well, to me, is so large, especially in this meta of the peak shooting with the bandit, right? There's a lot of peak shots going on. It is really easy to take damage, but when you're putting out damage like that and you're not being a target that is down to no shields, you know, obviously not being a presence on the map when you're down to no shields, that is really good for the side of Reversal Perfy. We'll see if they can continue that here in game number 2. Reversal Perfy up 1-0.
This would be a big upset for Reversal Perfy at the moment where it matters most. The only way that they're really going to be able to qualify for pool play is by getting first or second in this tournament. This is the big first roadblock in their way. Native Gaming, also an important tournament for them. They're the 4th team in the pro points situation when it comes to pool play qualification. So if everything goes right and Pure and Cloud9 are the teams that qualify, they'll still qualify. But if a team like Complexity comes in and upsets somewhere, they're going to be on the outside looking in that open bracket position.
That's very interesting to talk about, that whole point situation, and we'll see how that pans out. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, today is day number 1 of the tournament. Of course, we have a day 2, and this time it's on the Sunday. You saw the recent changes from the HCS, listening to the community. We love you, HCS, for that. As we'll be going back to Saturday, Sunday for the future tournaments. But regardless, it's Mortally on your screen with that heat wave. Not picked up enough, I would say, but you know these teams that are at this level that are contesting for that pool play spot are always going to be playing for these power weapons.
Mortally, he's checking out that backside, ensuring that his teammates are safe on that play. And look at Native's position. They're all trapped at Fridge.
See if he can take out a couple players here. He takes out one. Love the ability to go back and help his teammate who's pinching on the car door, on the utility door. A beautiful job by Morley. He's been alive this entire time, and he's providing so much impact. And honestly, Native Gaming have nowhere to go. A 10-kill lead has been mounted thus far.
Yeah, we gave our flowers to Jackson last game, but Mortally was right there making just as many impact plays. When we looked at his damage, he was just a couple hundred behind Jackson. And what's impressive to me is his ability to give up on a fight and to be in the best possible position. You can really feel the evolution of his game as he just has that natural nose to be in that right spot. Really like to compare him to that, to like the Halo 2 anniversary, early Halo 5 lethal days. He gets in, he can be that main slayer if needed, but oftentimes it's just making the life easy for his teammates.
Envor making things a little bit easy for his teammates as well. The damage output is insane with the thruster, but tapping buttons once again comes out with the victory, comes out with the triple kill, looking for more, but it's an OS player. What are you gonna do? Absolutely nothing, as Mortally shuts him down. 22-11 here thus far for Reversal Perfy. Native Gaming need to do something, and they need to do it right now.
An absurd start from the game from Mortally, right? Native, they finally find a stabilizing effort. We'll have to see if they can continue it on, but Mortally starts this game 6 kills, 7 assists, and just 1 death. this is an absurd stat line from him. You can see that he's having one of his best games of the tournament thus far.
And you got to, you talked about how much was on the line, Tools, and I 100% agree with you. This is where you have to play your absolute best. And it looks like Reversal Perfy right now, hungry, wants this bad, and it's showcased in their gameplay. It's 10-5 as well for Envor, so slaying out Envor and Yaxin, make that 11. Common though, trying to do some damage long range, gets the player on the top of P. Now he can push up into this staggered spawner on the utility side. I don't think he's gonna find him. I thought I saw someone from Native Gaming there, but they disappeared as Common takes top center.
Reversal Perfy have a lot of high ground, but they don't have a lot of space on this map. You can see it's basically both teams on the car and B side. And Reversal Perfy is going to be the team that pushes into Native Gaming. This is going to be a dangerous proposition for them, but if they can find the kills, this could just be GG early in this game.
Yeah, beautiful job finding the kill on the Barcode, who was in the fridge, the anchor player, and then also the player on the top of P. Great job of prioritizing the kills in order. And that's given them the 10 kill lead thus far. It's going to be Envor with 13 kills and only 7 deaths. And now it's Reversal Perfy playing for this overshield. And it will be Envor who picks it up once again, getting another kill onto Native. Wants to get more as well as he pushes the fridge side, but he's got to take care of this player quick, because if not, that OS is going to be melted. It is, but he gets the kill regardless, 37-25.
Reversal Perfy definitely feeling themselves in this game. What have we noticed since the start is their aggressive play. These guys are flying into the face of Native Gaming, and well, as long as they're controlling their destiny and getting out these trades, they'll be just fine. And Native Gaming, you can see how much of a struggle it is for them just to find the cleanups. And even then, Mortally, right, he's down to one shot. What does he do? He makes his opponent one so that they can guarantee the trade. So often Reversal Perfy's just getting that extra bit of damage that Native Gaming just can't give up.
It's insane. And you see Common as well, utilizing that quick drop, right, to make sure he wins that fight in the top center. And now he's pushing it. Now Common's starting to heat up as well. 11-6 for him, having a solid game. Everyone on Reversal Perfy performing like they need to in this situation. Like you said, very important to get that top 2 in this tournament, this two-day tournament, if they want any chance of that pool play.
And it's just natural progressions from Reversal Perfy. Native Gaming so often are stagnant and waiting for the push. Reversal Perfy on the other side, they're flowing on the map. They're working into each other's cleanups. They're not necessarily holding hands and being aggressive. No, they're all taking their own lanes, but the river, it all meets at the same out point where they're coming in and cleaning up each other's damage. How do you tell that a team's doing that effectively? Well, you look at the assist column. 3 players on Reversal Perfy in double-digit assists as they end this game.
And assists are king, and Reversal Perfy is up 2-0 in the series. That is not a coincidence. That is just teamwork and chemistry. And honestly, it's crazy to see Reversal Perfy. I mean, this squad is going to continue to grow. We've always talked about Mortally and Yaxin. We've always talked about those 2 players in many opens, you know, on many different teams, but I don't know. It begs the question, is this the team like that all 4 of these players have been looking for? They look really good.
This is isn't the Yaxin difference? I mean, the honeymoon phase maybe, but Yaxin 3,700 damage in that game, still leading the charge on the damage column for his team. And if I'm a team that's potentially, you know, I love Reversal Perfy, I think they should stick together. But Yaxin, I think his stock, it might be reaching the moon after this tournament. The way that he's been playing, he looks as if he's one of the best players in this tournament today.
And you'd love to see that, right? It's so very important. And the guy nonstop grinds. Every time I played matchmaking, he was playing like he's always in those matchmaking lobbies, always grinding. And so many people talk about how matchmaking is not practice. I disagree. You have to have your scrimmages. You have to have your individual practice where you work on yourself. Yaxin has obviously worked on himself as a player, and it's showcased here. And of course, Mortally, we can't talk enough about him. When you have as many kills as you have assists, that means you're doing something right, especially with 0 deaths. Mortally was phenomenal in this game. In fact, everyone on this Reversal Perfy roster was phenomenal. And now they only need 1 more game to close this series out in a 3-0 sweep versus Native, a team we thought would give them a lot of trouble.
Well, Native right now, what we've seen is a team that's having a lot of struggle with dealing with aggressive play. Reversal Perfy, they've just been able to enforce their will on the map one too many times. Look at that quick flank from Onboard. You see it off screen. He comes in quickly behind 2 players and gets a couple big kills for his team. It's 4 down for Native Gaming right away. Ball in their possession. Camouflage up soon. Seems like everything's still going right for Reversal Perfy.
Yeah, and you saw the power weapon being killed by Envor there as well. So big kills, very important to the game. Camo also very important to the game. I'm not sure if anyone was able to pick that up, but last we saw it was on the bottom center of the map. It is Barcode who does finally pop the kit. Great observer work, of course, as always, but Barcode's gonna pop that camo now. Has Repulsor to work with as well. It's Native Gaming now with a bit of a setup here. I would say flimsy, but a setup at the least.
You'll take this for Native Gaming. I mean, everything was going wrong, and you thought you were maybe going to lose that camouflage. Instead, you limit the other team to only 9 seconds of oddball time. You've gotten that camouflage away, and you're going to be able to control a lot of your destiny in this early game. And woo, tapping buttons. I'll say there's not many players that are more confident in their shot. Notice how he consistently will take the chow. When it goes his way, it's oppressive. But sometimes other teams can get an advantage when you play hyper aggressive like that.
Yeah, selfless as well, right? He could have stayed on the bottom of Tram, you know, whatever, but he comes out to help Barcode out, make sure Barcode is more difficult to kill as he puts in that damage. Now he's got that Bulldog to work with. A couple players pushing on the purple side. He's going to deal with some pressure here. It'd be really miraculous if he stays alive, and he does not. So that'll be now a Bulldog in the hands of Reversal Perfy. All the while, it was Native Gaming. They got 55 seconds of time.
He'll keep playing patient. But Reversal Perfy, surprised that they weren't quicker to pick up this ball. It feels like they're leaving a lot of time up on that table. And with Camouflage coming up, Common's going to have to make the decision on whether he can try to challenge for this. But looks as if, I think Gilkey did get away with that Camouflage. I'm not sure if that camo is burned or not.
I believe he did. I am not sure, but regardless, that camo is going to play a big factor.
No, camo burns.
Okay, so that's at least the soccer in the hands of Gilkey. No more camo to work with, though. Not sure where the Bulldog went either, but it's mortally the last player alive for this Reversal Perfy roster. Native Gaming showcasing that they've got some life in them still. It's a lot of ball time here stacked up as they approach that 70-point mark.
Well, the Reversal Perfy, they're overloading the B lane, and it's going to be their potentially last commit on this ball fight. They're going to have to be able to win these early gunfights and break into this ball setup.
APG, a big fight right there on the pizza jump. That's 3 down for the side of Reversal Perfy. The setup is here once again. They kill the last player alive in Yaxon, who was just trying to make a last-ditch effort to stop that setup or make it a bit more difficult to hold. And with Slays coming out from tapping buttons, I mean, this is all but locked in here for round number 1.
Yeah, you maybe have one more good push, but it's going to be a desperate one and should be easy enough for Native Gaming to bat away.
Yeah, there it is. Barcode is the one to bat it away, and he is going to hit the home run, regardless of not getting that kill. It is the first round here for the side of Native Gaming and APG. And honestly, I think, let's take a look real quick. Yeah, APG, 80 points of ball time here, still going positive in this game as well, being a large impact to the start of round 1.
Yeah, that's basically a perfect game from Native Gaming in that first round. Even when they did give up ball time, they kept it to a minimum. The first start of the game, you thought it was going to be a perfect position for Reversal Perfy. They only get 9 seconds. Native Gaming doing a fantastic job of minimizing harm thus far, but round 2 completely reset, right? This is the thing with Oddball. It's a long battle of attrition. Yaxon trying to get away with that camouflage, and Onboard should be able to maybe help him. No, Yaxon goes down. I felt like a big camo that you need to go in the way of Reversal Perfy.
Yeah, now even with 2 down for the side of Native, they're still going to push on the advantage here. They end up getting 1. Barcode's kind of stuck, but he's got some help on that purple side. Barcode does fall. APG falls as well. All of them fall. 4 down for Native.
Oh, Yaxon was over at Red Room. Do they expect the PD spawn? Look at Yaxon playing fast back over towards PD. Looks like they're very much aware of it. Yaxon took on a 1v2, was able to get 1 player out of it, but heads up play from Reversal Perfy to instantly recognize that, oh, we don't have the setup that we thought we did. They were able to find those players off the initial spawn, but things are dicey because of it. The numbers definitely haven't been consistently going Reversal Perfy's way. It's been very mixy on this side of the map.
Yeah, we all know how heavy that PD side spawn is, and consistently Native Gaming have gotten that spawn gifted to them, and it's allowed them to push through and stop this ball rotation. But now the spawns have flipped. It is now Reversal Perfy getting those PD spawns as Native tried to rotate, but unfortunately Native have hit a brick wall right now. It's Yaxon and Mortally making sure to stop them on this rotation. All the spawns come out onto C as well. This is huge for Reversal Perfy.
Gilkey with a steady shot. It's gonna help his team. What I like from Gilkey is how he's trying to advance up the map, basically trying to let his team progress further and further forward. With camouflage coming up, everyone's focus is gonna shift towards this middle map.
There it is, Envor and a big 1v1 towards the middle map that you talk about. It's Gilkey now, the last player alive in it. He's gonna go down as well. All 4 dead, and the spawns are clear here. It's gonna be a potential PD or red room spawn, but Envor directly blocks that PD spawn. Wait a minute, it's a C spawn. They rotated the ball out towards the purple side. This is heads up by Reversal Perfy.
And Mortally was playing aggressive with that camo, was in their face. He doesn't get many kills, but well, he's gonna find them now. They just push past him. The camo only gonna be good for 1, but it certainly slows Native Gaming down.
Yeah, goodness me, y'all. I mean, I hate the game of Ring Around the Rosie, and it's Reversal Perfy playing that game to a T. Now ball in the middle of the map. The spawns come out, and it'll be Reversal Perfy trying to fight for it, but a great job by Native Gaming to wipe them 4 down.
Native Gaming wins those fights. Yaxon gave his team an opportunity to fight for that ball. Notice how he completely threw his body out and threw it into the middle. It threw it over the head of the player at bottom mid waiting, but Native Gaming wins their slays, and this is their chance to start working their way back in.
Oh no.
Hate to see that.
You don't like to see that if you're Common. APG coming out on top of that fight. He's got to be smiling after that one, and now he's able to put some damage into the players from Reversal Perfy trying to cross into that C side. He's not able to get either cleanup though. Mortally and Yaxon both survive, and 2 players make that 3 from Native Gaming fall.
Reversal Perfy though, with this ball and red gun control. Notice how they're keeping that ball towards shotgun. What this does is it gives them an option, right? You see Yaxon at back C. They're going to try to get information. That based off that information, that's going to determine how they rotate this thing.
Look for the rotation right now. Ball is still down, looking for those kills, looking for that advantage. It is in the front of C here. Mortally has his eyes on it, but Gilkey has the camo. That's a great toss, a great use of the camo. Maybe allows that ball to get inside of C. No one's really there to pick it up though. I believe it was Barcode who didn't really want to go down as he was weak in shields. But now they're trying to be as scrappy as possible. The only problem is look how fast Reversal Perfy are on the aggression. Barcode takes out the first threat, goes for the second one as well, gets him. It's 2 down for the price of 1.
And Gilkey's pressuring the players across the map. So Native Gaming, they should win their spawn back at, over by this ball and be able to get a good chunk of time here. Reversal Perfy, they're stuck over on the other side of the map, having to win their gunfights. Mortally just barely able to get out of that one. The assault rifle certainly helping him in that gunfight.
Barcode's gonna have to deal with another push here by Reversal Perfy. The first one, he got a 2 for 1. The second one, they'll get him cleanly without any deaths. So now the numbers advantage in the hands of Reversal Perfy until Gilkey hits the perfect onto Envor. And with that kill, you see how aggressive Gilkey is pushing. Another perfect for Gilk, not missing a shot. The man still got talent, don't doubt him.
Hey, Gilkey's starting to feel himself. You see the pre-fire, like he's getting information. He's firing all cylinders. Right now, Gilkey's holding ball, but he does have a camouflage in his back pocket. So I don't think he's popped it yet, but when he starts to feel that pressure, you're gonna see him drop that ball and pop camo. Oh, there we go. He's gotten it down. Maybe he did have camo already on his body. Oh no, he had shroud screen. That's what it was. My bad, folks.
Well, there you go. It's still a lot of ball time here for Gilkey and the side of Native. They get to 60 points. They got to take out one more threat. And constantly you're seeing Barcode on the top end of those kills, with those threats continuing to fly into the side of Tram. It's once again Barcode in a 2v1 situation, and continuously he does as much damage as possible, but he's consistently overthrown.
Common's been able to get away with this camouflage, and suddenly Native Gaming, you have one good push left in you. Finding camouflage is going to be top priority, and I'd be just let players go by. He waits until that player commits into a gunfight with his teammate. That's going to make this so easy for Common to find multiple kills, and it might just be a third that comes up the stairs as well. Common's on a heater, falls down on the ground, and Common, he has a tough decision. Do I grab this ball or do I keep playing for the Slays?
Yeah, this is massive by Common. Not only did he get those 3 kills, but he got them while his teammates were 3 down. So a big play continues on that tear with APG. Almost gets tapping buttons. He's gonna fall finally, but it's 99 points, make it 100. Reversal Perfy tied up 1-1.
It's fantastic patience from Common that makes that play work, right? Even when his team goes down around him, because he was the last player alive, it gives them options. They eventually spawn up close to him, they grab that ball, and while Common's work was exactly what they needed to win that round 2. Now suddenly Native Gaming's winners bracket, it all comes down to this round of Oddball and Mortally making that 3-shot look much easier than it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, Reversal Perfy right off the start of this round number 3 look hungry. I mean, you gotta know that they want this bad. Native's gotta fight that back and see if they're able to do so. It's 4 down for the side of Reversal Perfy, so the answer momentarily is yes, but some pressure coming in once again towards the tram side. Native Gaming very comfortable on this tram side of the map, and it's Gilkey with some ball time.
Reversal Perfy not quite having their timings down there. It felt very awkward as they tried to push up on that map, and Native Gaming just catching multiple players by surprise, winning 3-4 players down at one time. And this is where you can get put into a tough cycle. Notice how Reversal Perfy, they're all dying at the same time. This is allowing Native Gaming to get a lot of space on the map, and they're going to be prepared for the next level of spawners. So sometimes it can be tough to get out of this position where you keep going 3 down over and over again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bait by Gilkey with the ball onto tapping buttons, who had the camo. And they end up getting that first threat on that tram side, on that pizza jump side of the map. We'll see if they hold this setup still, but it looks like finally the break will come in. It was momentarily 3 down for Native. They will spawn on that purple cafe side of the map, and now it is Reversal Perfy with the lock-in on a setup.
Push coming up these stairs. Reversal Perfy have this ability to get a good chunk of time here, but they have to win these slays. And APG, man, he's being frustrated. Common had to go out into the open. He's still trying to find this kill. APG almost takes Common down, but he certainly did what was enough. Barcode gets behind enemy lines. Camouflage up for grabs, just gets away from Reversal Perfy, but APG making a play that doesn't really show up on the stat sheet.
Yeah, those plays are big, right? You force players away from your ball guy. You're able to, force them out of position, clean them up. But Mortally, though, has, like we talked about, has that camo. I'm curious to see what he's able to do with this thus far. Not too much. He's got about 5 to 7 seconds left on this camo. And as this push is coming out on the purple side, these kills are big. Here's the first one. Gonna get the second one onto Barcode here cleanly. It's Mortally with a big 2 kills to allow Reversal Perfy to get some time to potentially tie this game up.
I love how aggressive Mortally's being. He's catching APG by surprise. And well, you can see the pinch coming in on the backside. Common's gonna get 2. Now they have to be aggressive and find these players at Native that are surviving on the backside. Do not let them stay alive for too long. But Gilkey, hey, great play by Reversal Perfy. Better execution from Gilkey. He's gonna be able to stop Reversal Perfy just for a second from getting that big 3-shot.
Yeah, it's just the problem with pushing up that far on the map. You let the spawns happen on the red room side, and it's just free reign for the side of Reversal Perfy to come through here. Or I'm sorry, Native to come through and break the setup. But regardless, they did get 41 seconds of time. Common gonna win the fight on the tram, a very important one. APG was the last player alive, and he has a very clean rotation towards the B Street. APG's the one on his tail. He's got to be aware of this because APG can break this with the 2 players on the front of tram. Barcode's gonna be the first one to fall. They are fighting. They are slaying through the rotation here. This is beautiful out of Reversal Perfy.
Oh, APG getting value out of his life, right? Last player alive, 5-shot nade to get the follow-up. Native Gaming from this are going to be able to get themselves a pretty secure hold. Reversal Perfy going 3 down, have a lot of the map to move up on. And on top of that, they know that the spawn happens towards B, so it's a big opportunity for Native Gaming, not only to get a lot of ball time, but potentially secure this next camouflage.
Big win here, and that camo, like you talked about, very important camo, especially at the state this game is in right now. See if either which team is able to get it. Right now, it's 2 down for both sides. It's Common now looking for the kill on the tapping buttons, who just makes himself a difficult cleanup. Once again, somehow survives, is even able to pick up the ball and rotate it towards his team, knowing those PD spawns are happening. He'll get that ball cleanly over to the C side of the map, and now the fight will ensue here on the Cafe side, and it'll be Native Gaming that come out on top of that fight.
Reversal Perfect, just too much of an awkward timing there. They're working together as a pair, but there's no help to be found for the other two on the map. So Native Gaming able to find that first pick right away essentially denigrates their push. Oddball able to find that camouflage early on, but it's going to be a tough maneuver at the end game for Reversal Perfect. Native Gaming well set up with this position.
Well set up with their position, and they're well set up with their lead here, 79-50 in round number 3. 2 players do fall, though, for the side of Native, and it's Envor looking for space on the map. Challenges a very interesting fight there on the barcode. Does get the kill, but Mortali's there to clean up his own. Mortally on a tear, but APG shuts him down.
Slow plays here from both sides. Native knows how fragile this setup can be. It's important for them not to go down early. No unwarranted deaths here. And tapping buttons, this is a nerve-wracking position. They are waiting at that purple stairs to push up.
There it is. The push comes up on the C stairs. It's 3 down for the side of Reversal Perfect. Tapping buttons doing a great job of staying alive, but even with 3 down, that ball in such a precarious position, they can't grab it. They can't get it, so it ends up resetting. But it ends up resetting on the side of Reversal Perfect, who all get those Cafe spawns. Regardless, Gilkey says, I don't care. Gets the double. 3 down for Reversal Perfect, but he does fall as he pops that camo.
And sometimes you just got to make the play that says, I am him, right? That is huge kills in the middle of the map, but this thing is still up for grabs from both sides. Aggressive plays from Onboard to try to get into the spotters of Native Gaming, just trying to buy just enough time for his teammates on the other side to potentially get towards this ball.
Very important that he lives with this Bulldog barcode. Not able to get any kills, though. Envor takes him out quickly. It's all now in the hands of Mortally, and it must get ball time situation, because there's only 45 seconds left on the neutral time. 60 seconds has just been crossed by Reversal Perfect. 60 points now for them as Gilkey continues to pelt from the purple side of the map. Everyone is pushing Gilkey, and Gilkey just continues to slay and potentially get ball positioning here for his squad as 2 go down for Reversal Perfect.
At this point in time, you're probably going to play time for the rest of this game. Don't worry about picking up this ball. It's just Slayer for the next few seconds.
Yeah, ball positioning is king right now, and you see Reversal Perfect is aware of that. They are pushing, and there's Common, picks up the ball, and that's all he really needs to do right now, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. The pressure's too strong. Lots of players for Reversal Perfect left on this side of the map, but it's a brawl back and forth, tapping the last player alive in this scenario. 7 seconds remain. Common must win this fight, and he does! They get the spawns on the PD as well. The rotation comes out through the purple side.
Do you believe 3 seconds of neutral time? Not a lot to make this thing happen. Native Gaming getting tracked down. Yaxon cuts him down on the other side. It's only 5 seconds.
Tapping buttons is the first one to push. They're also pushing through the bottom center of the base. 79 to 80 points. 2 seconds left. They dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. Reversal Perfect are gonna 3-0 Native Gaming.
Unbelievable presence of play from Common. It's a 1v1. Tapping buttons goes to the corner. Common stays with the play, stays calm, stays steady, wins the gunfight, and needed a little bit of luck. Where does the luck come in? The spotter comes into PD. There's so many open spawns on the map, but gets the lucky spawn at PD, is able to grab that ball with just enough time to win that game. There was nothing Native Gaming could do on the backside. The Slays go back in, and Chris Common, 11,000 damage to help win the game. Yaxon, talk your talk. You just 3-0'd Native Gaming.
So many plays occur. I would love to see the chat if we can. I want to see what was said there, but regardless of what words were said, I guess we're not gonna. Yaxon, GG's easy. Oh man, you love to hear it. He's the one shooting bodies as well, and I said it. I said, yeah, you're gonna shoot bodies in game 1. Be careful. No. You gotta have the confidence. You have to have the confidence in yourself as a player. You have to have the confidence in your team, and that's exactly what we saw right there. A beautiful series here from Reversal Perfy. 3-0 versus Native. A very close game number 3.
They made a last-second change, adding Yaxon to this roster, and I have to say, Yaxon is performing. What a game from him in Game 1 and Game 2, and then having your veterans on the roster come in and come through clutch. Chris Common played an unbelievable game of Oddball. That round 3 in particular had clutch play after clutch play, and honestly, Native Gaming, they get that win, you have to feel like they're potentially going to push this thing to a Game 5, make it icy, like they have been in the past. You shut that door before it can even get open. Fantastic from Reversal Perfy.
I'm excited to see how they play as this bracket goes on. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 1 of this tournament, but a very important one. This is the qualifier for HCS Atlanta coming up later this month, and these teams, there's no more practice to be had. There's no more scrims to be done. It's all about how you perform today and tomorrow. And right now, Reversal Perfy is performing at their very best. This is the best I've seen this roster. This is the best I've seen every individual player on this roster. You love to see it.
Well, let's get the breakdown from those that were watching in the back screen. Aliek and Mikowski on the desk. What'd you guys think of that last game?
I think our reaction is the same as everybody's reaction here. Reversal Perfy has performed incredible. We were both, right, Mikowski? We were both just screaming our heads off over here. Losing our minds, indeed. We have to talk about how important this is to Reversal Perfy. They were contenders for travel coverage, but I think they're now contenders for pool play spot. This is huge. It might change things up for anybody that's below them. Like winning up against Native here, who's the top 4 seed in this tournament here today.
Yeah, Reversal Perfy comes into this tournament leapfrogging complexity for potential ATL Open travel. If you have an updated look at the standings, that's what we see. And if you saw the tweet from HES yesterday, complexity was in that spot. So Reversal Perfy, leapfrog complexity in terms of points. And then in terms of performance, a dominant, icy 3-0 sweep over Native Gaming. And that is so crucial. Right now, Native Gaming owns the 4th and final spot via points allocation, and now Reversal Perfy 1 below them in the standings and just 1,000 points overall. So if Native Gaming go bang bang, lose the next 2, Reversal Perfy is going to beat them through points. But I feel like, Ali, we have something brewing here. Reminds me of what Pery did in the previous major qualifier, where HCS says, maybe look at open travel coverage, and they end up winning the whole damn tournament. Reversal Perfy are looking like that team.
This could be that. I wonder, I want to get your thoughts on what could be the key for Reversal Perfy to be playing this way. Is it that Yaxon pickup? Do you think also like on the combination of Yaxon, Mortally, Envoy, like this is looking like a scary team?
Yeah, people are probably going to point to Yaxon. He's the superstar in the making, it feels like. I know some people are going to say that's faded, but I mean, Yaxon has really looked head and shoulders above the AM scene. He still does well against professional competition, but now we're starting to see him really shine against some of the best in the world. Against the Native Gaming that was on the rise, tapping buttons and Barcodely reunite as the deadly international duo, maybe the deadliest, and now they're just dead in the water, it feels like. I mean, that was unbelievable. It feels like Native's fate has flipped before our very eyes. I just don't know how they get up off the floor after a really disappointing 3-0 like that. Even in the very last game of that Oddball, I told you, Ali, I said, I'm going to go make some coffee. It looks like we're heading to a game 4.
That was
and I'm so glad I stayed close, because I was up out of the chair, holding onto one arm, kind of like, wait. And then they somehow miraculously did it with the ice. And again, that translates to me to Envoy. Envoy is one of the iciest players in the HES. Going all the way back to HES Season 1, for Fnatic, he routinely found 50-49 Slayer wins where he would, seems like more often than not, routinely get that 50th and final kill. And that ice is translated here into HCS Season 3. Now with the Reversal Perfy roster that is just so well built around him. You've got Yaxon and Mortally, 2 gunners as well. And now Common, no longer with Haynes, his longtime veteran duo. I thought at first glance that might not be a good thing for Common or Haynes. I think they're better together. But now after watching that Native Gaming series, I see a Common that has embraced his role as the IGL. He's the only, you know, you could say classic Halo veteran from that scene. Envor obviously has been playing all the way back to season 1, but Common goes back to the classic Halos. Common's been placing top 12, top 16 or so all the way since Halo 3 back in the late 2000s. So I almost make the case now with Haynes off the squad. Still a great player. I love Haynes. I think they're a great duo, but it just seems to me like that Common is now able to embrace his role as the IGL, and you've just got a more defined team of 4 with everybody identifying and knowing their roles now more with this set team of 4. So Reversal Perfy, keep an eye on them.
They're looking really scary. I mean, it's their Cinderella story today. This is not the only time that this has happened to Native Gaming, though, right? Like getting put in this position where they could potentially end up actually playing through the open bracket and LAN. We're gonna take a look at the bracket here so that everybody gets an update of what's been happening. So we had a Complexity and versus Incognito matchup. Complexity won that 3-0, and they've moved forward across the winners bracket side. We also had Pure, an incredible, also super scary team. I have them as my #1 contender here for the qualifiers. 3-0ing something cool as well, and now we have some surprising here. Reversal Perfy here on winners semis, taking that Cinderella story here, and they might be going up against Cloud9 or Ascended Baseline. Ascend Baseline, do you have any predictions here, or which one this? We're having surprises here today. Cloud9 or Ascend Baseline here?
I think Cloud9 should ultimately take that series over Ascending Baseline, but I don't know. Like, you make a prediction, you think something's going to go one way, and it goes the other.
We curse them.
I will say, right, yeah, Caster cursed, Desk cursed. But Ascending Baseline, they did so well earlier in the day. You're going up against a Cloud9 that has the #1 seed in this tournament, but if Ezzo's frying the way he was with power weapons, and you've got Sylvanic and Ivanize seemingly forming that duo that goes back, I think, a little bit with that Sniping Lies roster, Cloud9 might have some trouble. I do expect them to get through that series, but watch out. Ascending Baseline is still a respectable team of 4.
Yeah, incredible games to be played here today. All right, everybody, we're gonna go on a quick break as we set up for our next match here on the HCS NA Qualifier. Welcome back to the HCS Open, not Open Series, the qualifiers. Today's day number 1, where these teams need to get their pro points, their last chance tools, and we have a matchup ahead right now. Tell me which one that is. Is it Sober versus...
Yeah, we got an intense matchup. Sober is gonna be going up against Eclipse Solar.
Eclipse.
I believe we saw Eclipse Solar a little bit earlier on in our bracket. They looked extremely well poised when we saw them before, but they did get touted pretty quickly a 3-0 in the winners bracket side against Reversal Perfy. But I mean, we saw Reversal Perfy. They look phenomenal so far.
They were looking incredible. I'm still thinking about the end of that last match, which was an incredible win against Native Gaming. Native Gaming is going down to the lower bracket, which is where we are right now, everybody. We've swapped over from winner side to lower side. Semis continues tomorrow. Winners semis continues tomorrow. And Sober versus Eclipse Solar will be our next matchup. Eclipse Solar, again, like Tool said, have been playing well. Now versus Sober. I think it's ready. It's time to get this game started. Let's go check out what Sober and Eclipse Solar are going to be doing. Active and Makowski, take it away.
Right, here we go. Eclipse Solar versus Sober, and Sober's been a better team throughout. You could argue the split between London and Atlanta, but boy, oh boy, based on what we saw earlier today from the Solar Eclipse crew, this could be a very highly contested series. And already off the start, they're building a minute lead, it looks like, on this Sober roster. So watch out. Eclipse Solar, despite being the 28th seed in this tournament, they're coming to play today.
Yeah, absolutely they are. I mean, they really impressed me when I was able to watch Eclipse Solar. And, you know, against this Mad Dog roster, I'm excited to see what they do. What's interesting is there's a guy, Ambition 1, on this Mad Dog roster. And I know of Ambition 2, who plays mouse and keyboard, but I actually never met Ambition 1, and I never knew there was an Ambition 1. So this is really interesting to see.
Yeah, quick programming note. Sorry about that. This is Mad Dogs, not Sober, but we do have the Eclipse Solar crew, and they're already starting to stack up more time. 60 and rolling to 3 here off the start. Got some great players on the other side. I've seen Strange Rich pop off, Ambition as well. But for now, it's Looney popping 5 perfect shots. 3 go down, though, for the Solar crew, and that should give some ball time back to the blue team, but Mine stops a rotation dead in its tracks.
Eclipse Solar and Mines, again, we watched them earlier, just really impressive as a squad. I just love to see them, their chemistry, and again, their control of the pace of the game. And now they find themselves in the lower bracket where this is it. I mean, it goes without saying, but there's a lot more pressure on your side when you got one last chance. It's really cool. These brackets have that winner's side and then that lower side as well. You get a couple chances, but no more chances now. No more cushion to work with. You just gotta get through and play your absolute best game. And right now, Eclipse Solar are doing just that.
Picking up right where we left off when we started off the day. Winners round 1 and 2 got a chance to follow this Eclipse Solar team. They actually lost 3-0 to Reversal Perfy, which you thought maybe it was a factor of the levels of just different levels of Halo being played, but no, not with what Reversal Perfy ended up doing to Native Gaming. Eclipse Solar just ran into a buzzsaw, as did Native Gaming ultimately against Reversal Perfy. So here's your chance in the lower bracket to make a run and make it to Sunday.
Well, 3 go down for the side of Mad Dogs, and that's going to be a little bit more time for the side of Eclipse Solar. I mean, they're looking to take this and run away with it. It's only a few more seconds left for their side in order to win this round number 1. And with the Slays coming out on the side of Mad Dogs, this is a perfect opportunity for Eclipse to continue to get that ball time and even rotate it over as Bid gets a double.
Bid, like we saw previously when you were watching Eclipse Solar and those oddballs, they had some really heads-up rotations. I want to see even on the streets. So here we are, back in the mix. Mines back on your screen, sitting at 12, 4, and 7, having himself a great game, a great day, a great tournament so far. 1v2 should lead to an easy slay there. Takes the frontal as 3SK, the only player alive now for Mad Dogs, and Eclipse Solar going to take advantage of the numbers advantage by winning round number 1 rather convincingly.
Yeah, the Slays go on the side of Eclipse Solar. Obviously, the ball time and the round go in their favor as well. They just seem like they're, again, this might be another level situation. Regardless, though, Mad Dogs have a chance Now that we have, this has been the way Oddball's been since the start of Halo Infinite, but now that we have these rounds, there's a chance to like break it up just a bit. You never, back in the Halo 2 days, you remember this, I'm sure, Mac. Final boss inside that green room on lockout, they just held it the entire time. There was no breaking that setup, but if they had to deal with these types of round situations, they'd have to go back, break that tower, get that green room set up, and sometimes these rounds provide you a little bit more space to get something done.
Yeah, the system here in Halo Infinite definitely plays towards more parity. I remember playing against Final Boss back in 05-06. I think there were times where there would be 2 minutes left on the clock and everybody put their controllers down because it was over. Players here in this lobby putting their controllers down for a different reason as Eclipse Solar experiences a lag out. That's going to send us back out as we'll reset things here. But man, Tim, why did you have to just derail my thought process by bringing up bad memories of getting my ass kicked by Final Boss?
It's just so cool, man. I got a chance to go back into my history. I got a chance to play Final Boss as well. It was actually the game battles at the very beginning of Halo 3. We were the first team to beat Final Boss in game battles, and we were so happy about it.
Wow.
I think we still have the VOD to this day. One of my friends has it somewhere on an Xbox hard drive, but like Final Boss we all know Final Boss was that team that they were the final boss, and like whenever I think of Oddball, I think of Final Boss and that green room setup that tend to the meta actually shifted to using the blue ramp, using the left and the right side of the blue ramp with that ball, not necessarily holding it in the green room, but having it on the left and right side of that ramp sometimes, like if you have to find a way to like force spawns on BR tower. Yeah, trust me, man, Halo 2 was the golden era, and I will always remember that time and the teams that were phenomenal during that time as well.
We need a documentary of the Final Boss roster, right? I need a documentary of the entire MLG Halo scene from you want to say like 02, 03. That way you get a little bit of the early CE day era.
Okay, yeah.
All the way up into the very end of Reach, man. That'd be a 10-year journey and documentation of history that I think would be pretty cool, man. All you got to do is, track down some of those guys. The Ogre twins are still pretty active. I had a chance to sit down with Tom at the last LAN. Great seeing Tom out at the event. And Walshy, of course, he's a caster for Halo, so he wouldn't be too hard to strangle wrangle.
Whoa!
All right, I told you, Tim. You brought back bad memories of me getting my ass kicked the Final Boss, and now I want to strangle Walshy 10 years later.
Oh man, Walshy just had a birthday too. Shout out to Dave Walsh. He'll see this birthday. I don't know about the next one, but shout out to Dave Walsh. Shout out to anyone that's in the scene still. I mean, it's just so cool to have these guys with so many years of Halo that can bring us that wisdom that they've learned over the years, and so many stories to tell. Like you said, if anyone's a content creator out there and you got tons of time on your hands, that'd be a great video, like a 2-hour freaking movie of all of the like MLG's history and like a little narrator over it. I would die for that. That would be sick.
Apologies to all the youngins in chat. We got a couple of old dudes just swooning poetically about the classic MLG era and classic Halo era. But I don't know, man. I think it's fair play. We're in a reset. We got nothing else to talk about in this moment, so why not swoon over just the legendary history that is a part of Halo. It's one of the reasons it's one of my favorite competitive titles, alongside even something like Counter-Strike. I don't even necessarily play Counter-Strike much, but I just have so much respect for an esports title that has collectively 2+ decades of history. I mean, there's so many cool stories to come out of it. And again, because it happened so long ago and so early before the rise of technology and even cell phones, I mean, a lot of those stories haven't been told, haven't been shared. So yeah, maybe, I don't know if there's do we have a prince in chat, right? With just nothing but unlimited funds and Bitcoin or something to potentially fund a Netflix-esque documentary about the classic era of Halo. I mean, who wouldn't? Dude. Who wouldn't? You probably make money doing that. You probably make your money back. I don't know.
I'd watch it.
I think that applies to more than just the Halo scene. I think just the far-reaching gaming community would love to hear about the roots of what the first early years of competitive esports looked like. Really, I credit Halo with kicking off that modern era of esports.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be honest with you. You listen to content creators, I constantly hear these big content creators, the likes of Nick Merckx and whoever, like Tim the Tapman, nonstop. They're always talking about Halo. Ninja, I would even say, probably talks about Halo still. There's so much Halo history and so many memories, and Halo's still a big part of a lot of people's lives. A lot of people got their start from Halo. A lot of YouTubers and huge YouTubers, big streamers, big content creators got their start from Halo. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'd pay a lot of money to see a Netflix documentary. I mean, I don't have a lot, but whatever I could, I'd pay some good money to have a Netflix documentary made on the history of Halo and how far it's come. I mean, some of the names, like you said, like it would be cool to start in 2003. Killer N, you know, Zios, like those guys, like they didn't get a lot of. Yeah, so many, like, it's just crazy, man. There's so many names out there that didn't, you know, they weren't in the limelight during the technology age, like I like to call it now. Like, you know, imagine Halo 2 was now, you know, it would be, my goodness, it would be Fortnite. It would be that size, I think. So anyway, yeah, really cool to kind of take a trip back.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, all great points. And I don't know, maybe if all these big streamers pull together some money, we could make a little bit of a documentary about that classic era. And yeah, that's some of the Halo is it's not just Halo, it's Halo and all that implies, because of the fact that Halo created so many superstars, so many super teams with the likes of Final Boss, and now even something like a FaZe clan. I think I said this yesterday. I said we could be looking at 4 of the top 5 players of all time. I'm not willing and ready to relinquish that #1 spot to the GOAT Ogre 2 just yet, but I think 2, 3, 4, 5 could for sure be that FaZe clan roster when all is said and done. And who knows, man, if they go back-to-back world championships, they do start to make a case for overthrowing even some of the greats like Walshy and Ogre 2.
Well, it looks like Looney did make it back in, but I believe Thuresk is his name, is taking a moment here. Looks like everyone should be ready here shortly, and like I alluded to, this Eclipse Solar roster is yeah, they did face their test, and you put it really well, Mac. They did face their test, but it was against Reversal Perfy, who 3-0'd Native. Like, this Native gaming roster is no slouch. Like, these guys, I guarantee they make a run through that lower bracket. I think these changes that they've made are phenomenal. They are a great team. So for Reversal Perfy, I know it's online, but for Reversal Perfy to 3-0 them there, this team is strong as well. So Eclipse Solar having trouble against that team, I mean, it makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And my God, Reversal Perfy are riding a heater all the way to the winter semis. We'll pick up with them tomorrow as they'll continue their competition. But yeah, I looked across the landscape of competitive Halo as we started the day here in our weekend, and if I had to identify a team that's arrow was pointing up the most, with the most promise, right, the most upside, I would have told you it was Native Gaming, especially with what we had seen recently from tapping buttons. I still just cannot believe they went down in that 3-0 fashion. But again, sure, Native Gaming were probably playing more of their C or B game. They weren't on their A game, but it doesn't take away from the fact that Reversal Perfy were absolutely on fire, and they had so much ice. My God, the ice in that round 3 Oddball game 3, one of the most icy moments in online Halo history. I mean, that was improbable, their ability to come back there. It was all but over. There was just 2 seconds left on the clock. I got up to go get coffee and ended up winning it instead. So back on Oddball Streets, here we go. We got all 8 players back in the lobby, ready to kick off the continuation of this lower round 4 matchup.
Well, enough history lessons for you guys in the chat. You listen, we're your teachers, okay? Sit down. But it's time for a little bit of present talk. It is the, of course, HCS Atlanta qualifier, day #1. Both these teams in the lower bracket have to make something happen right now. And Eclipse Solar, you can see in the chat right there, I believe the consensus they came to is round 2, 0-0. So I believe that's what they're going with here. And I believe Eclipse Solar will have that first game, or sorry, that first round, if I'm not mistaken. And this will be round 2, but 3 down for Mad Dogs already, Mac.
Yeah, Eclipse Solar come into this reset with a 1-0 lead and already securing some ball time off the start. Perpendicular spike grenade goes out, and that was actually from his teammate, Despiteful. Got to worry about your own sometimes, but it's V Lone Fox now pushing up through the spiker stairs, has good damage onto an opponent, and able to trade out with Bid Teaches. Nice regain off the start here. Mad Dogs in the previous round active. We saw Explosive Solar, well, Eclipse Solar have an explosive start to round #1. They ran away with it, but here Mad Dogs contesting a lot more considerably.
Well, they do go 3 down again. So with this camo, it might make things a bit more difficult for them. And you see the stalker in the hands of Mines as well. So we'll see what Mines is able to do with this. He's going to take that C anchor side. This is very important to do in Oddball. Just make sure you have C. And now he's going to go for the pinch here on the B street.
Mines starts the pinch, starts to squeeze the life out of Strange Rich. Shots go into 2. Ambition 1 down to 1 HP. His teammate is 2. Oh my God, Mines! Oh my God, Mines! Filthy with that use of the repulsor, all stalker headshots, and man, I feel like if anyone's going to make a run in the lower bracket, this could be the team that we're watching right here. Eclipse Solar have been looking good all day.
That was insane. I understand.
That was like a off the easy on the blacktop Rucker Park, right? You check up at the top of the key and bounce the basketball off your opponent's head. That's literally what Mines just did in the Halo equivalent. Disrespectful.
That's right. That's what I was gonna say. Disrespectful. But sometimes you gotta show the young ones how it's done, right? Mines has been around the block. It's 4 down for the side of Mad Dogs once again. It seems like Eclipse Solar have full control, and yeah, Mad Dogs will get a couple of seconds of ball time here, but with that ball rotated on that C side and Mines being that thorn in the side of Mad Dogs, it's going to be difficult for them to stop them from getting too much time here. You can see that time counting up and Mines just counting kills.
Hey, did you see that? The oddball all the way over on the C side of Tram, but Mines, you'd almost think Mines had the oddball the way that Mad Dogs are prioritizing him, which makes sense though. He's been popping off, hadn't died since he picked up the stalker rifle. Finally goes down, but not before Eclipse Solar build a 1-minute lead on the opposition. What a play there from Mines, my God.
So much ball time being acquired here. Finally, Lone Fox finds a way through the C side, but look how much damage he's taken here. He's down to half shields. Ends up getting away with his life and going back towards his teammates here on the B side of the map. But again, it's just a ball rotation. Just to keep rotating it away from the side of Mad Dogs. Eclipse Solar able to continue to get that ball time and even dropping the ball to come back to assist. It's once again 3 down for the side of Mad Dogs, and Thresk is getting a couple kills, but the damage has been done here.
Looney, where'd you learn to dance like that? Unbelievable strafe positioning there on the cuts keeps him alive and turns that Slay into an oddball rotation into the back of C as Eclipse Solar look to put the final finishing touches here on game number 1. Only 10 seconds left to do so. One final push for the Mad Dogs as 3 pushes on through. Going to need much more than just 3 shots though if he wants to take him down. Utilizing that repulsor to get up to the high ground. Does a good job to take down the oddball. No, he does not. My God. How the hell did he stay alive?
I don't know. Thresk is hating himself for that one. A very easy fight, but the strafe's a bit too strong. Lone Fox tries to get a kill as well, but it's only 7 seconds. 7 points left for the side of Eclipse Solar, and they'll win this game.
That will do it. All 4 down for Mad Dogs and Eclipse Solar. Woo! I think we set that up a little early, right? We said Eclipse Solar versus Sober. I think Sober is who they'd play in the next round, and if they're having the opportunity, if they're already finished with their previous round, man, I'm trying to jot down some notes on Eclipse Solar because this is a team that seemingly is posing a new threat, and this is so cool to see, right, Tim? You talked about, not really necessarily seeing a lot of new faces and new teams coming up, making a name for themselves in HCS. Are we witnessing one here?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, this is how you do it, right? You start off here. We all know how it works. You start off here. You try to get as best of a placing as you can, and you make a statement. And Eclipse Solar has done that. Every time we've watched them play anyone besides Reversal Perfy, they've been very dominant. And we'll see how far that continues on. Yes, I think Sober is. I keep talking. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. The first thing that comes to mind is test for this Eclipse Solar roster. And I know I've said it so many times, but they're facing this one against Mad Dogs. I would say they're doing really well so far. And then Sober's another situation where, okay, you've got Kruvu, Leody, Furiously, and Morgan. Those are players that are also up there. I mean, you can just tell. Even if you don't watch Halo and you don't know Halo, you can just tell by their FACEIT ranks that they are involved in a lot of tournaments. They're top 200 in FACEIT ranks. So these guys know, like they know what they're doing. They enter a lot of tournaments. They get a lot of practice in. But first, a little bit of red zone action here. We've got Scion Esports versus Legion Gaming. Scion Esports a team that, honestly, Mac, I want to see more out of this team. And you know why? They're very committed. These guys work their butts off, not only with the full-time job that Reverb talks about he has, but the VOD review, sticking together with the same roster for so long. I want these guys to do better, and I don't know what it's going to take.
Yeah, that you let out, it was visceral. I could feel it in my core, because you're right, the performance of Scion Esports has been a little disappointing when you consider the fact that they're one of 3 teams from HCS Season 2 into HCS Season 3 that didn't make a roster change. You're right. That's right. FaZe, Sentinels, and Scion Esports. The only 3 teams that didn't make a change from HCS Season 2 to 3. You gotta make something out of that time in with each other, and we're looking to see Sion do that. They've done that here off the start, but looks like the opposition, led by Jay Gravity. We got some legends there. Obnoxious placement as well, a great player. And Jaren. Watch out for Jaren. I had a chance to actually watch him, as did you, Tim, at the LVT Orlando LAN, and this dude is a fryer, specifically on Livefire with the snipe.
He's a monster, and you talked about Placement a little bit. Placement had a head injury, I think, at some point. I don't know if it was like 6 or 7 months back. It's been a little while now, but he was kind of upset with himself because he feels like, you know, that head injury just kind of like messed with his gameplay a little bit. And I'm glad to see him now on a team, you know, made it this far so far in the lower bracket. They're definitely doing work, and glad to see him kind of continue to compete at a decently high level here. So very cool to see. And on the other end, of course, you've got Dark Matter, that FFA legend, just a great FFA player, absolutely phenomenal. Same thing with Uzi and Zuzi, and then of course Ty is reverbed. All 4 of these guys at the LVT Orlando event placed top 10 in that free-for-all. So the very, very highly individually skilled players.
You got to bring it together, right? We know how individually talented they are, but in Halo, it's about almost becoming one with your team of 4, forming like a hive mind, which, you know, it just doesn't make sense. Uzi, Zuzi are literally biological twin brothers. They already are born with that ability to just know what the other's thinking. And then Ty and Dark Matter, you go back to the fact that they've been teaming all together as a collective team of 4 since, what, like September of 2023? Just waiting to see them put it together. It has been a while, though.
Sometimes it's you know, and I give them so much praise and so many props for sticking together. And if you are a part of Halo and you follow the HCS scene, you know how quick teams are to make changes. They are very quick. One hurdle that you can't cross, all of a sudden there's 10,000 team changes happening. And this team has decided not to do that. They decided to stick together. They started to work things out, do more VOD review. And sometimes you hop into these hurdles like they have. They find themselves in the lower bracket pretty early in this tournament. Still a chance to fight out of it, but you want to see them dominating a team like Legion Gaming. Scion Esports on paper should dominate this team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there we saw Jaren previously with the snipe for Legion Gaming. That spells trouble for Scion Esports, but Sion do a great job instantly engaging with that sniper to take him down. I think we had Suzy jump off the map there by choice to potentially burn that sniper. At least I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. We saw earlier Sion had a difficult time staying on the map on Forbidden CTF, but here on Livefire, not as many opportunities to fall off the map, but I guess there's still enough.
Yeah, they find themselves in the back of B or the back of the tower. Oh, be careful of that foot placement. The Legion Gaming already taking a little bit of advantage here. Already have a 2 cap locked in. Obnoxious and J-Grav, 2 players you were talking about, both double-digit kills already. Zuzi, the only one on the side of Sion who's got double-digit kills. He ends up falling, and it's still a 2 cap locked in for the side of Legion Gaming.
Again, I'm gonna credit the legend Eli the Ninja. You just can't score points when you're all dead, right? Like, it's such an analytical mastermind. Sometimes it just takes a simple thought to break down a complex scenario.
It's
and
true.
That's it right here. And I think no game type really exemplifies that more than Strongholds. If you are dead, there's no way that you can rotate, cycle a map, and take control of 2 of the 3 cap points. And I think that's what we're seeing here from Sion. We're just seeing not enough slays in that department. It just doesn't create enough time and space to take control of 2 of the 3 cap points.
I mean, right there, you even see a betrayal by Obnoxious by accident with that plasma, and it's still, even with that betrayal, Legion Gaming are still scoring. They're still holding B and A, and finally there's a little bit of pressure on that B side. you see it's very quickly stopped here. They do get B though. It looks like Dark Matter's going to be on the forefront of that with his snipe.
Dark Matter, most dangerous substance in the universe. Now with the snipe in his hand. On the other side, it's Uzi, capable of bending time and space with that QT. Gets back to the initial starting point. Now works his way towards training. Dark Matter gonna get some shots down on the players chasing out through the garage door to take down the weak QT user for Sion, and Dark Matter's doing a great job with that bait. And that all started with the QT. I forget who exactly had the QT, but you're gonna credit the guys that got the slays, you're gonna credit the guys that got the snipe in their hand, but really that was the QT user for Sion that started that great play. And look at that, they flipped the map because of it. Great sequence here from Sion. Can they continue through though?
Yeah, I'd love to see that by Sion. You see they're playing that process really well, and like you said before, they're staying alive. It's 3 down for the side of Legion Gaming. When you stay alive, like Eli said, you can get some points on the board, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Stay alive, nerd.
133 and counting here. Legion Gaming got that early lead, but it looks like Scion Esports starting to just win those individual fights. They're starting to shoot really well, and I think that's a big part of it. As I say that, Zuzi's going to go down, and Jaren is as well. But Legion Gaming will come on the numbers advantage as 3 go down for Sion.
Noxious. Gonna look to do just that with the use of the camo. Try to force some frustration here for Sion. DC still in favor of their team as Jake Gravity, one of the most passionate players in the Halo community, pushes up towards the back green side of the map, resets his focus towards the nest bridge, but gets taken down. 4 up for Sion, 2 down for Legion Gaming. Despite that, Legion are starting to score on B, but no, that gets quickly cleaned up by Dark Matter as we start to see Scion Esports not only build a case for a tie game here, but it could very well regain the lead, if not for C flipping in favor of Legion.
Yeah, a little overextended there. They were trying to go for that triple cap, leaving Zuzi on this side of C, but unfortunately, the Slays did not go in their favor on A. Regardless, though, they're able to maintain this BC setup, and because of that, and because Uzi's on top of this tower, they'll block this down for a little bit of time. The only problem is, they've got to get Uzi, I'm sorry, over towards that big door side to defend that B side of the map, and they do. It's still a 2 cap here for Sion, 187 and counting in points.
Now, this is the setup that Scion Esports have done a great job at holding control of the map, the L shape over with the nest bridge really anchoring that position, and we saw that previously with the QT and the snipe bait and switch, pulling out the members of Legion through the garage door into their demise. We're seeing that strategy come through again for Scion Esports as they ride that into the 200s, now in the lead.
Uzi staying alive with his sniper is going to be a big factor, and them holding this A-B setup now. Obviously, C has flipped in the side of Legion Gaming, and this is exactly what I was looking for Uzi to do. Beautiful job watching those sight lines of the nest. He takes his eyes off the nest, though, and with 3 of his teammates down in a 1v1 situation, he's got to be aware of placement on the back of B here. Finally, they're aware of each other, and it'll be a fight here to see who can keep B.
Oh, placement. Down to 1 HP, utilizes that repulsor. Oh, obnoxious. Quite literally like grabbing the barrel of the sniper and sticking it in his own mouth. Taking down the sniper instead, though. I don't think there's any shots left in it. No, there are not. Maybe oh, there is. Oh, wow. So 4 shots left. Obnoxious, very fortunate. I thought for sure there was no shots left because it looked like he's about to eat one. Now he's making the other players just do just that. Obnoxious, quite literally flipping the map and the control of it on its head with that play. And now the snipe in his hands, A and B, in favor of Legion, just setting up for this next camo bait.
We'll see if Obnoxious can hit this shot. It's a very big shot, and he's not able to hit it. Ends up going down. The rest of his team does as well. That's potentially camo. Oh, it is camo for the side of Scion Esports. It's also a double cap for them. This is exactly what Scion Esports wanted. And just a quick little update for you guys as well. It looks like the match Mad Dogs versus Eclipse Solar. Eclipse Solar 50-33 against Mad Dogs. So Eclipse Solar will go up 2-0 in that series.
All right, Eclipse continuing to ride the wave here in your NA Open Major Qualifier. A spot in Atlanta on the line, and looks like Scion Esports going to get a little bit closer to potentially earning some form of that. Maybe at least travel coverage. They are one of those teams, again, that's on the outside looking in with points, but like we saw in the previous Major Qualifier, a team that was in that exact same spot, it ended up winning the whole thing, so we're not counting anybody out.
Yeah, and again, a match like this, you know, a great job to Legion Gaming for keeping this one close. Like I said, on paper, this Scion Esports squad has been together for so long. I love all the guys on that squad. Dark Matter, really nice guy. Ty, a really nice guy. I mean, all of them are great people, but, you know, you expect them to win this series. You expect them to win against Legion Gaming. And Legion Gaming, they're putting up a fight. And, you know, if you're Scion Esports, you got to ask yourself, you know, is this too close? You know, is this scoreline too close? 250 to 198. When and if Scion Esports win this series, they have to play Incognito next. That is a rough matchup for them, right? That's a rough matchup. And again, they'll have a little bit of a break, as I believe this is round 5. So they'll be able to at least take a little break until tomorrow when they play Incognito. But regardless, you don't want these matches to be this close when on paper you're the much better team and the team that's been together longer.
Oh, Tim, you just read my mind, man. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, all right, well, if they got Incognito next, that's where the levels to this conversation comes back and rears its head to where Sion need to show that they are head and shoulders above their competition here, because without a 3-0 sweep, I don't think there's any way they can beat Incognito. They need to carry that momentum. They need to put together something on film that they can watch after today, and then they make it to day 2, right? They can just go over and just shore up some of the timing that just doesn't look to be on point, like we're used to seeing from this Sion roster that, again, has so much chemistry with each other.
We'll see if that chemistry comes to play in their favor here in the Slayer. We always talk about the Slayer. You understand, and I'm sure the entire audience understands, because we talk about it often. The Slayer sometimes can be a toss-up, and this could be a chance for Legion Gaming to tie the series. If that happens, I'd be a little bit scared if you're Scion Esports, and you can see they take a lead immediately by 1.
Zuzi swiping left there with the use of the thrust. Almost looked like he was on mouse and keyboard. Instead, just great utilization of that equipment as J-Grab looks to get up to the top of pink. Noxious maybe looking to regroup with his teammate. Placement goes down in the generator. J-Grab does as well, and now numbers dwindling. This is going to give the 50-yard line and high ground to Scion Esports, and they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, Dark Matter is gonna. We all know this is essentially kind of like it's not the same, but it's essentially like P2. And when you're Dark Matter and you're playing free for alls for a long time on this map, you understand P2 control is important. When you have Dark Matter up there, you got to take him out quickly, because if not, he's gonna take control of the game very quick. They do finally take him out, and they end up getting the lead as well, 10-8. This Legion Gaming roster really impressing me.
Yeah, especially when you consider the eye test, you'd think it'd be a 2-kill lead for Sion, but no, that's the case for Legion instead, as they're looking for that scrappy underdog Game 2 victory to tie up the series at 1. Dark Matter goes down in the yellow courtyard. Jaren now, after that slay, gets up to safety and the high ground top pink, a crucial point on the map, like you said, Tim, to control, and Jaren's doing a great job of that here. Blue spawns for all of the Sion team, and how are they going to push out of this? I think they can flank Jaren here, and they are. They are starting to flank Jaren. Nice positioning. Great timing. Or is it? Obnoxious has the overshield, a little bit of a squirrely melee battle, and finally gets the assist.
I love that he backed up right there, though. Jumping back right there doesn't allow that melee to happen, so he keeps most of his OS, all of his OS pretty much, except for the passive reduction of it. And now he can fight another day here. So at least, you know, in that scuffle, he's not beat down. He's able to use this OS to push forward. And now 20-14, 3 down for the side of Scion Esports. Dark Matter going to try to win a fight here, but look at the side of Legion Gaming, playing together, having that chemistry, running as a wolf pack. This is beautiful by Legion. Look at them, demolishing Scion Esports on their spawn. Absolutely gorgeous, 23-16.
Yeah, I love Placement's recognition of the situation there, where he took an opponent down to 1 HP. He too was 1 HP, so he just called in his teammates to clean up the one shot and continued on through to the back of blue. Now, Legion Gaming are up by 6.
See if they can continue this on, though. 2 go down right here, so Sion does have the numbers advantage, and immediately you see they take that top center control. A player on that top car side, Uzi on the top of P. You see, it's Legion Gaming trying to make that triple push happen, but unfortunately, you've given up all the map, and Scion Esports is going to punish you off a spawn.
And this is exactly what it looked like Legion just did previously on the blue side of the map. Now it's Sion who are swarming. Only down by 4 because of it. Dark Matter now looking to clean up. He's got another one shot to his right. Does get one, trades out, and ultimately, I think before the 30s, still down by 4, but I don't think you're going to be in much pain for that trade there as J Gravity sets up for this next OS.
Yeah, you know, I don't mind the positioning. It's a little bit early to be on the bottom of P1, but if he can stay alive here with Obnoxious and they can watch all these angles, they may be in a good spot. The only problem is they are on the lower side of the map, so you see dropping down really easy for the side of Scion Esports. Having that height advantage, timing is everything in Halo, and it looks like it will be Obnoxious who does get another overshield, the second OS in a row for the side of Legion Gaming. They take out the plasma pistol user as well, so Mac, not a lot more to worry about.
Yeah, you pointed it out previously, Tim. Obnoxious did a great job mitigating any potential damage on that overshield, previously taking a step back to avoid a melee. They're taking a step back to avoid that plasma pistol, so Obnoxious. It's one thing to get control of the overshield. It's another thing to have lockdown control of it once it's inside of your suit. So big ups to Legion Gaming, not only able to control the overshield, but once they get it, they're executing.
Now it's Stray Grav on the bottom of P here. And again, it's up to Legion Gaming to get that top control. Make sure to control that top car and that top P side. One player does go down in J Grav on the bottom of P. So now it's an opportunity for Sion to kind of take advantage of that. And you can see it's Ty who's the first one to fall. Placement finds a really good opening to get the kill onto him. And now the fact that he's got blue base is going to make this very difficult for Scion Esports as they're 2 dead.
30 to 37. If Scion Esports are going to make their move, they got to make it now, but you always look for that opening break in relation to making your move, and look at that. There's already one down for Scion Esports, so you're going to have to wait for the reset, all 4 to come up to then earn that opening break. Slay, but in that sequence, in that opportunity, it's Placement earning it instead, and trades are a win condition now for Legion Gaming. They could trade all the way through to the end and tie up the series at 1.
Yeah, a couple trades do come out like you mentioned, and as you said, very important to at least get those. And when you're playing together like that, like Jagrav and Obnoxious were right there in that play, it makes it a bit easy to get these trades. A little bit of damage though being uncapitalized, not capitalized on, I should say, and that's gonna come back to bite them. It's 35 to 42. Legion Gaming have this one in the bag, but they've got to play intelligent Halo. They've got to try and get those trades. They've got to try and get those bait and switches down.
Look at the grouping here for Legion. Everybody within 2 slays of each other, and even the assist outside of Obnoxious is rising 12. Unbelievable 12. It's really been everybody playing their 25% even across the board for Legion Gaming. That is a recipe for success in a Game 2 victory here as we look for the final couple of slays. Everything else just a technicality at this point. This looks like Legion Gaming's game to take.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Honestly, a shout out to Captain S122. He's the one who's sponsoring this team and finding a diamond in the rough. Like these guys are very individually skilled. They're gonna take a game off of Scion Esports, like I talked about, being together for such a long period of time. I mean, on paper, this is a blowout, but a beautiful job by Legion Gaming to tie it up at 1 and give themselves life in the series.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most fun, outside of playing and being on the sticks, probably one of the most fun positions you can be in Halo is that of an open bracket team, like an amateur bracket team. Me and Eli able to help take a team from top 64 to top 2. I mean, that'll always be like one of my favorite Halo memories ever. Just finding, like you said, that diamond in the rough, the players that are disregarded and people don't believe in. If you see something in them, believe in them, support them, and invest in them. And it looks like what we're seeing here with Legion Gaming. And they've got 4 players that are great players. So despite not being that high in the rankings, might finish a little bit higher than their seed even states, and that's always a big win.
And either way, they can take out of this some VODs to watch. If Sion ends up, we're obviously going to an objective next. It's going to be recharge Oddball. Again, we talk about that Oddball being very important here for both sides, the duration of the match. But regardless, taking all of these games to VOD review, watching and learning from what Scion Esports does. And you can learn a couple things regardless if you win the match. Yeah, you're gonna win the Slayer, but what happened wrong in that game 1? What happens potentially in this recharge Oddball as well. There's so much to learn for a team like Legion Gaming coming into Atlanta, this is the perfect place to get that practice and to get those reps in.
That's the key. You want to make sure as a team that you are peaking at the right time, and in a tournament so important, so crucial to get better game by game, to get better series by series, because like we've talked about today, the competition only gets more difficult. And wow, look at this, a game 3 to break the mold, to break the 1-1 tie. It's going to be a recharge oddball. So the winner of this is going to take a big advantage. Obviously, they'll take the 2-1 advantage, but I think they're going to take even a little bit of confidence going into that. I think of all the game types, all the objectives, Tim, if you had to pick the most stringent one, like the one that really requires the most on your P's and Q's teamwork, it's got to be oddball.
Yeah, and recharge, right? You have those crosses. You have
setups,
yeah. It is very difficult once the setup is locked in to make it, but not only that, it's difficult to stop that rotation. Like you said, you've got to play really solid Halo, really solid fundamental Halo to come out victorious in such a long match. Now we hop into it. Game number 3, Legion have tied the series 1-1. Sion looking for answers here. What have you worked on? Bring it to the table right now and showcase why on paper you're the better team. Otherwise, Legion, as hungry as they are, they're going to take it away from you.
And taking a quick look at the standings, since that's so crucial here, as top 2 in points will secure a spot at HCS Atlanta in pool play. You've got Scion Esports. They're the 5 seed. 5 seed in this tournament. Excuse me, the 8 seed in this tournament. And Legion Gaming are the 18 seed in this tournament. So this is setting up for a potential upset for Legion Gaming. They've got the players, but they don't have the points. But I'd rather be in that situation than the inverse, right?
Right, 100%. I've seen that Scion Esports much stronger in that objective side. You can just tell off the break how they deal with the push of Legion Gaming, and doing a really good job of playing their lives as well on this pipe side of the map and picking things apart one by one. You can see it right there. Dark Matter, right? He's gonna be patient, wait out his time, get the triple kill, and now he's got pipe side control.
He's got a shroud screen in his back pocket. He's got a grapple hook down. A lot of resources there at the back of gold, and Dark Matter for now gonna start that rotation actually to the C side, sensing that push in from Legion Gaming on the red pipes. Exactly where placement stands. Obnoxious goes down and might have to rethink the push now. 3 players go down. Jaren gonna have to just look to hold the line, regroup, and push up again as a team of 4.
That's unfortunate, right? It was Legion Game that tried to go for that break towards the pipe door, but unfortunately they weren't able to win that 1v1, and because of that and because there was no help being involved, it's just Scion Esports that have cycled the kills over and over and over again. And again, damage that's being done and not being capitalized on. Uzi's been alive for a lot longer than he should be right now. Sion's starting to come alive right here.
Uzi looking to spot that opponent in the shroud screen. A nice grenade toss inside of it. That's one way to deal with it. Early on the melee, and that's going to cause placement to have a successful melee on this Uzi. The placement gets cleaned up by his twin brother, Uzi. He looks to control the top side of A, but he's... No, man! 5 perfect shots. He was guaranteed to go down there in a 1v2, but does a good job to take one down with him.
But still, though, it's a large lead for the side of Sion, and you know, every single kill that goes through continues to give them that presence on the map. And now the shock rifle for the likes of Dark Matter with this camo in his hands. This is gonna get ugly right here. Legion have to find the shock rifle player, and they have to find him fast.
Oh! Oh, if not for a couple more players showing face, I feel like Dark Matter would have taken it. A little missed time there, picking up the oddball. I should say really good timing there from Jake Gravity, maybe sensing that. Pushes in at just the right time. Goes down shortly after. 3 go down, though, for Scion Esports, and this is going to present Legion Gaming with their first good hold of the game. Yeah, it's really good break by the side of Legion. Even though Dark Matter had that shock rifle, he overextends just a bit. He's only died twice in this game, but that one death was a big one as Sion's able to get control. But once again, they lose it very quickly. They cannot hold the setup here. Scion Esports come off a spawn, and like paper, that setup breaks in half. Placement gonna get some C spawns, I would imagine, for his team just over his left shoulder, but he's gonna be that tip of the spear. Oh my god, they don't expect him to push through, and unfortunately he doesn't get the back smack, doesn't get the slay on a Dark Matter. Oh, and Dark Matter's gonna turn it into 2. It feels like the tides just swung heavy in favor of Sion as they take down all 4 for Legion Gaming when they seemingly had the opening break. Yeah, that's unfortunately tough, but if you notice the Spartan's model, he was looking at the right
or the left side. I forgot which one it was at the perfect moment. So the back smack didn't count, and that is going to be huge. Dark Matter ends up getting 2 off of that, like you said, Mac. And yeah, 3 down for Legion Gaming again. This is where you kind of just have to maybe chalk the round here. I mean, you don't want to give up this early. I think they have one more push, but you still have round number 2 to work with. Zuzi with this camo. That's going to be a big start if they can get this camo in their hands, potentially. Maybe a break, maybe a bit of ball time.
Cream always rises to the top, especially in an oddball, and I feel like that's what we're seeing here is this Scion team. Like we said, they're 10 seeds above Legion Gaming, and they've really exemplified that, I would argue, in this round number 1 of oddball. But as we all know, you got to put together 2. Uzi slays out on 1, looking to get his own 2 as he helps on the assist. Shots cross map and more help on the assist. Look at the process. I love that there from Sion. I feel like everybody was looking at and shooting the same thing. Because of it, Sion will shut the door on round number 1.
Yeah, they force the spawns on A. And again, one of the biggest things for me as they close this round out is just the ability to get the shock rifle camo combination. It almost seems like they get away with that scot-free every single time. There's got to be someone on the timing of those shock rifles and setting up for those camos, or you're going to end up allowing Scion Esports to snowball this out of control like they did in round number 1.
Off the start here, opening break so crucial as it relates to earning that early ball time and possibly making the other team chase. Numbers going down for Sion. First strike for Legion Gaming, and they get 2. Can they turn it into ball time here? As you think they have enough slays to potentially work their way over to the gold side of the map. But look at this. All the attention is over here on the white tower instead. And there we go. Legion able to grab control of the oddball, win that opening break, and get set up at the backside of C. Nice.
Yeah, great job. They end up getting those first 2 kills like you mentioned, and they cycle 2 more, and they have a player jump. You talked about finding your footing. Uzi, Uzi falls off the map, and very unfortunate for the side of Sion. And Zuzi's playing very slow here. This could come back to bite him. If J-Grab finds him out, he's going to be in trouble. And Zuzi's wasting a lot of time right here. Potentially he's looking for a break on the ball, but Grab's going to spot him out. This is massive by J-Grab.
That's a perfect setup from J-Grab. Hiding on, well, quite literally the sneaky, making use of the sneaky with the sneaky play. Oh, but Zuzi has one sneakier.
Oh, no.
As he lands the back of the headshot with the shock, and despite that error from Scion Esports falling off the map once again, that heads-up headshot keeps them in contention and with the oddball in their hands. But Uzi gets taken down. Nice cross-map back of the headshot there from Jaren. Prevents Sion from rolling on this, and oh my god, because they don't get the reset, Legion could actually end up setting up here at the back of blue. They got to play for it, and they do. Nice.
Yeah, a really good play ball right there. Sometimes you got to put your life on the line to get that play ball, especially when you have spawns on the pipe side. That's exactly what they have here. But it's a great job by Legion to contest as best as possible. They've got a pinch on these players from Sion. Question is, how do they execute? The first one goes down, but that's 1 for 2 as 2 go down for Legion.
Uzi, nice process there. Doesn't pop the camo. Like, oh, I got camo, I need to pop it. No, takes his aim on the sights of that weak player for Legion Gaming, cleans him up, and then cleans up with the camo. Has about 20 seconds left to work with as he goes on a head hunting mission. Ty with control of the oddball, and here's where you can set up a little bait and switch. Uzi doing just that, takes down placement easily because of it.
See what else he's able to do with this camo, though. Very important camo play here. Like the slow play, I believe the camo did run out. There'll be a push here from the side of Obnoxious. Great job realizing where Uzi is. Great awareness, but it's still 2 down. Constantly in these fights, it's Scion Esports who get the numbers advantage, and they get that numbers advantage quick. Legion Gaming are always playing behind in numbers.
Uzi has continuously had the back of his opponent, utilizing the long haul side of the map, which is traditionally on recharge, not considered a power position by any means, but Uzi's turning it into one as he now hangs out at the top side of glass, now pushing it through to the C platform, has an oddball before him and a grenade as well, and just looks to reset things there, tosses it out to camo with a 2-second lead, now building for Legion Gaming, only up by 3 though.
Finally, Legion Gaming get that lead. Uzi Only one alive here for Scion Esports. Aware of the spawns is Jaren. This is really good by Jaren. Understands where his teammates are positioned, understands where those spawns are going to happen. Unfortunately, they attack him cleanly, take him out. No trades being had. There is a trade on the other side of the map. Tide does go down, but again, look at the numbers. It's 2-on-2 now. This is an opportunity here for Legion to take advantage of that, but Sion find a way once again.
Uzi with the thump. Oddball carrier takes down his opponent. Ty now has the oddball in his hands after a nice play from Uzi. Seeing Ty now work a rotation of his own. I wonder if he wants to take this back to C. He's going to think about it for now. Just waiting for intel. That's all he's doing here. Just looking to see where the call comes through. Who's going to IGL it. As Dark Matter set up on the A side, you have the Uzi twin set up on C, and that's going to make the hold go back towards C. With Dark Matter falling at A, I expect to see that rotation start to push in through that side. Oh, I don't know. He's going to just hold it at the White Hall, or the White Tower, and that's one of the reasons he goes down.
Yeah, that top tower hold, we talked about it before. It's risky. But you have a clean rotation over towards this Hydro side, and that's right now where Sion will take it. And again, the damage not being capitalized on. A player, no shields with the ball in his hands, getting a lot of milk time here. Jaren's gonna put himself out of position. He's got his teammate there with him though, so they could potentially get this kill. No way. Uzi wins a fight he shouldn't have won. He's still alive somehow. This is what I'm talking about. It's that damage that's not capitalized on that's really biting Legion in the butt.
Oh my God. Masterful teamwork there in the White Hall from Scion Esports. Bait and switch mastery. They also utilized one-shot teammates to kind of dangle the carrot out a little bit, but Legion were never able to clean up on those weak opponents, and now Sion simply looking to clean up on game number 3. 5 seconds left, and no one's in position for Legion Gaming. Sion, they're gonna take it.
Yeah, this is kind of devastating here because again, it's another objective. The only game the Legion were able to win was that Slayer, and now you're down 2-1 in the series. One more and you will be out of the tournament. You don't want that to happen, especially during a major qualifier like we have today. But Sion, on the other end of things, doing a great job of tightening the belt a bit, right? And sometimes that's what you need to do. If you tighten the belt a bit and you get prepared for the matches tomorrow and you start to play that process and play it well, put yourself in a good position against Incognito tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd almost make the case that Sion just need to get through this round, and they're very fortunate, I would argue, that they don't play again after this.
Yeah,
I think they need a night to go over some VOD review and talk through some of these matches. I think this series has actually provided some great gameplay to watch over. My main thing is just the unforced errors. Scion Esports have forced a lot of errors on themselves. It's one thing if let's say Legion Gaming were to make a great play or to have great shots or to have a great bait and switch, and then Sion lose numbers advantage because of it. That's fine. You live to fight another day. But things like not resetting an oddball when you should, or just simply falling off the map, it's just you can't have those levels of mistakes. I hate being hard on these guys because I'll tell you, Uzi Zuzi, after interviewing them at LVT Orlando, some of my favorite guys in the community. These are solid dudes. They just need to stand on solid footing if they're to have a chance. I mean, it sounds weird to say it comes down to this, but this is multiple times throughout hours of casting, Tim, where we've seen Sion just simply force errors on themselves that didn't need to be.
Yeah, here's the deal. I mean, we always talk about levels, right, to this whole thing, and levels of teams, good teams, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We always talk about that. Everyone I would say even in this bracket right now, in this tournament right now, everyone's got a similar shot. Everyone can shoot their gun, and this is the misconception in Halo. It's not always about, how well you shoot. A lot of it has to do with the higher the level you get, or the higher the tier you are on a team, the less mistakes you make. That's all it is. And these better teams capitalize on your mistakes. If you don't play the ball, if you're playing against FaZe and you don't play the ball at the right time, they win the round because you didn't play the ball. And that's what it comes down to. Obviously, we don't have FaZe in this tournament, but it's the same thing. The higher the level you get to, the more they're gonna punish you for the mistakes that you make. And the more they're going to punish you for the tiny mistakes that you make, the little ones that you may not even see. That's where that's where the best teams in the world shine. Is that right there? It's not the individual skill. Yes, of course you have Renegade. I don't want to talk about him. He's insane. But that's where a lot of these teams shine, is making sure to punish teams for their mistakes.
Yeah, that's a great point, Tim. You're right. You have that unforced error in that previous oddball. You give Legion probably what, 20 seconds I think they got because of that.
Yeah.
FaZe is taking the whole round, right?
Yeah.
Like they're taking the whole game because of that. So you're right. If Sion want to take the next step, not only do they need to tighten up here, but they really, again, need to prevent making those unforced errors that, man, even better teams are just going to eat you alive for.
Well, here we go. CTF Argyle. We talk about this map often, and honestly, I thought with the flag being off the platform that it would speed up the game just a bit, and it has. We have those insane grapple plays off the curb side of the platform, getting the flag out towards the bottom mid. It'll essentially work here at this level. I would say at the higher levels it doesn't really work too well, but it's about slaying consistently, right? You slay, you do one round of slays, you got to get control of the map, you get the 50% portion, you go for another round of slays, you push up even further. It's about where you force the enemy team to spawn. That's pretty much, every game type, but Argyle in particular it's very important to control those spawns and control the slays that you get. So we'll see if Scion Esports can play that process that we know they've worked on since they've been together and make this a clean 3-0.
All right, here we go. Scion Esports off the rip. It's Uzi with control of the snipe, and I always keep an eye on how teams play this. Do you set up on the flag defensively, or do you take the risk of pushing out to the 50-yard line? That's the risk that Uzi's going to take, and he's being rewarded with the headshot onto J Gravity, looking across, jiggling his way towards a potential strafe win that he needs to stay alive, but now just avoiding grenade damage through the ventilators. And Sion have a slow and steady start to this one.
Yeah, I like that. They take that 50% part of the map that I talked about, and those vents, such an important place to control, especially with the sniper in the hands of Uzi. He is still alive. Jaren does find a way through, but look how quickly they punish Jaren for coming through their side of the map. They are sure to track everyone that pushes through, and once someone makes it through, they take them out and then push forward themselves.
And that's sort of the key, huh? I mean, this is not FaZe versus Rebellion, but it almost feels like that, right? Like you're going to be the team with the advantage, I think, if you play with a higher, faster pace. But if you prevent that push, like we saw Sion prevent Jaren from getting into the back of their spawn, then you're going to be in a good position. You're going to make the other team pay for playing that fast. And I think for a team like Scion Esports that has so much to gain by setting up and playing through their process, which they've developed for almost a year now, I think this bodes well for them, and for now, they have mid-map control and all 4 down for Legion Gaming. Obnoxious off the respawn, though. It's a crucial slay.
Yeah, he spawns at the bottom of base, and they weren't prepared for that. You can see, look at the map right now. They're not really set up on that 50% portion, and they got those 3 kills. They got those 3 players down, but they didn't push up on the map. And if you're not pushing up on the map like this, you allow Legion Gaming to get further on the map for themselves. Now, it's Legion Gaming with that vent control. It's placement with the double, and it's Legion Gaming in control.
Big double kill there from placement. Oh, the frag shell keeps him at 1 HP. It's going to allow some timing for Sion if they want to push on through, but no, nobody's there to clean up on placement. Instead, it's placement getting back to full shields, and he's now the tip of the spear, pushing up towards that red flag for Scion Esports, but it looks like for now, instead, he's going to take control of the mid-map, and that's a key here, especially on Argyle. You want to control the 50-yard line first, and then you need the team wipe, and then you probably need another one if you want to score.
Yep, 100%. That's what makes these Argyle games so take so long. You see it with these teams. I think it'll be more of a high-scoring game. You kind of go for these scrappy pulls potentially, but we've already crossed 3 minutes and only 1 flag has been pulled so far. Make that 2. 2 different flags have been pulled now. It's Zuzi on the front side of the base. No grapple to use here, so very scary spot to be. But if he can get the slays from his team, he can pull this flag through.
Yeah, Scion Esports +7. Just a quick look across the kill death disparity. So Like to see them turn that into a run, which is what they've done here, but now needing a few more slays, maybe even before you start to run this flag if you're Zuzi, as he does stay alive. I'd say very fortunate to stay alive. And now, ooh, 3 go down for Legion, but Obnoxious again as the last Spartan standing. How many clutch slays have we seen him make? 1v4. Goes down though, and now Sion. Gonna be so difficult because of this route they took to the bottom middle of the map. Legion Gaming go all 4 down, but they're gonna have eyes on the flag right after the reset because of it.
Yeah, very scrappy pulls here, but you see that Zuzi pulled that flag because 2 go down for the side of Legion Gaming. They end up losing a couple because of Obnoxious, but the side of Legion Gaming cannot capitalize on Obnoxious kills. They don't push up on the map. They're not able to get space, and because of that, Sion will score cap number 1.
Hopping on board here with Dark Matter as he looks to push back on through. Impressive that Sion were able to put so much pressure on Legion Gaming, getting all the way across the map after previously scoring, but it looks like that will reset as 2 go down for Sion. Obnoxious now taking his claim towards the middle of the map alongside his teammates. This looks like a good push here for Legion. They lose placement. They do take down Zuzi. And after losing Obnoxious, though, man, that's so tough on Argyle. You lose 2 out of 4 members, and it's almost always GG's go next. And wow, that's especially GG go next. All 4 die.
That is a great all 4 dead, and you see immediately they pull the flag. They don't take any time. They know the spawns, where the spawns are coming from. Unfortunately, one player does get that off spawn, but they take care of him pretty quickly. Regardless, Dark Matter is going to fall, so this is going to be a little bit of a tough flag to pull. It's still going to be Scion Esports who decide to go for the pull on it, and they'll get the cap, but now Jaren's got the sniper rifle.
I'm liking the pace being picked up here from Sion as Jaren picks up the snipe and puts it to quick use, taking down Ty. Now, placement. Looking like another double cap potential here as Sion previously had pressure immediately after scoring. But now it's placement and Legion Gaming instead looking for the counter.
See if they do get the flag out, and you see Obnoxious does have that grapple, but unfortunately he's not going to get a lot of help. No one heard Ty climb to the top of that lift. There was no sound cue that was heard because there were shots going down. And sometimes when you're able to get up there scot-free and there's no one top center in the vents to watch you, you can get some free rain bullets. And that's exactly what Ty does, and he's still alive to this moment.
Uzi. It's another chance to pull flag, but he gets pulled back to the respawn screen instead. Now, twin brother Uzi looking to claim that space in the ventilators, but he goes down. Numbers starting to build here for Legion Gaming, and 6 minutes left, less than 6 minutes left. You're not quite out of it just yet, but with how difficult it is to score on Argyle, I'd like to see Legion get a score here in the next couple of minutes to keep things close.
Yeah, 100%. It's only 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. A pull here would be really, really huge for the side of Legion. You see they're pressuring for that pull. They just have no one dead, and before they get this flag even a quarter of the way, it's 2 down for the side of Legion Gaming, and J-Grab's kind of stuck to try and do as much damage as possible as one of the last players alive, and because of that, because he overextends to get that damage in, he ends up falling as well. So yeah, I mean, Legion Gaming just not able to find the slays in order to feel comfortable pulling this flag freely towards one side.
And now you're starting to witness Scion Esports comfortable with playing at a little bit more defensive pace. That's Dark Matter who backed up. Ty backs up, but you got to make sure you don't back up too far. Start playing not to lose. No more than not, you do. But it's okay to play a little bit more defensively. You just don't want to, again, crank it all the way down. And placement and the rest of Legion Gaming, they're going to continue to push through. And I'd argue maybe Sion just did that where, sure, play more defensively, but don't park the bus entirely. They go 3 down, and they're going to have some difficulty off spawn. This is looking like a great run for Legion.
Yeah, you asked for a run right now, and it looks like they will have that run happen, but oh my goodness, Dark Matter makes his way somehow through the very center of the map, gets a double, 3 down for the side of Legion Gaming, and every hope is stopped right there.
GG, counter cap could be going through, but placement has something to say about it. 4:17 on the clock, and you're gonna need everyone up for Legion Gaming. You almost have to play like it's elimination at this point. 1 or 2 lives lost could be the end of it.
Important to continue to minimize those mistakes. And I mean, again, it's just Dark Matter who finds his way through the center of the map, a place he shouldn't be, but freely gets through. No one really watching him, and now Scion Esports running their own flag, their 3rd flag, and they will cap it. That's gonna be it. Scion Esports will move on to play Incognito tomorrow.
All right, Sion, a little shaky, right? If you're gripping onto the wheel of a Sion, but they cross the finish line. They get to the quick trip. They can stop for some refreshments, right? They can grab an icy. They can grab a couple of snacks, maybe a meat stick. Speaking of, let's send it back to Tools and Ali in the host desk with their thoughts on that previous series.
What now was that, Tools? What? I kind of lost track there. All right, everybody. So I'd love to take you guys through the upper bracket today so that we can catch a little bit of a recap of what's been happening today. If you've been watching us, we have Cloud9, who's 3-0'd Ascend baseline, and winter semis happening tomorrow, by the way. Cloud9 is going to go up against Reversal Perfy here. Tools, Reversal Perfy had an incredible run earlier versus Native Gaming, and now they're going to go up against Cloud9, the #1 seeded team here on the qualifiers.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really interesting match to me because we expected Native to make it through. And not only did they lose, they lost 0-3 against this Reversal Perfy squad. Cloud9, the top seed in today's tournament, they had the most pro points. They haven't been looking as good as they've had in previous times, but you still have to give them their respects in this match. To me, this has a Game 5 written all over it. I'm very excited about Yaxon in particular. He's been an incredible player thus far. I think he has a very high ceiling in the game.
He's definitely one of those players that's been popping out of shining over others every time we see him, and every roster he ends up in. He brings that factor, that Yaxon factor, if we can call it that. Pure is one of the scary team, I think, here. The scary team. They're going to go up against Complexity. And Complexity, we know their story right now. They were contenders for travel coverage with Reversal Perfy now defeating Native Gaming. Complexity already knows that they have to get first place or second place. And now they're facing against Pure, the scary team here in the qualifiers.
Pure and Complexity, this is going to be a matchup that I think is going to determine a lot for Complexity in particular. Pure, their pool play spot's basically guaranteed. It's just a matter of where they get slotted in the pools. I think they want to win just to prove that they are the best team here. Complexity on the other side, they're on the outside looking in. No matter what they do in today's tournament, they're not going to get enough pro points to qualify off points alone. So for them, a top 2 placing is necessary for them to qualify for pool play at Atlanta, and that has huge ramifications throughout the entire bracket. Per se, let's look at Native Gaming. Right now, they sit 4th in the pool play spots per pro points. If Complexity is able to get top 2, well, then Native Gaming, they'll be the team that goes into the open bracket play. This is going to be a very tough matchup for Complexity, but if they're able to do it, secure yourself top 3, then suddenly you're just one match away from being able to make your way into pool play and not have to worry about that open bracket, though they have the hardest bracket possible to get to do that. When you look at what the journey they've had, Incognito, a very good team, they're able to 3-0 them. Pure looks like a team that could potentially break the top 4. It's going to be a tough challenge, but tough challenges make great teams.
Agreed. I think when you're up against the wall, anything can happen here for these 4 squads. Complexity, even if they win against Pure, could they defeat, assuming Reversal Perfy for some, I'm just going ahead of everything here, could Complexity defeat Reversal Perfy and the way they're playing right now? I'm getting so far ahead here, Tools. Maybe it's time for me to just sit back and just think about all of this. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you make a great point of Reversal Perfy playing extremely hot, right? Complexity playing extremely hot. It's going to be 2 teams that have to create upsets to get to where they want to be, to that promised land. I'm curious whether they can make those upsets happen tomorrow. Maybe a little ahead of ourselves, but it's always fun to think about with the what ifs that can happen and the implications for both those teams, right? I mean, they are on the outside looking in, trying to get their way into a pool play spot. It's going to be big moments for them tomorrow, but we still have a lot of lower bracket action to go today as well. I mean, there's still a lot of teams that are going to try to vie their way into the top 2 from the elimination side.
That's right. All right, everybody. We're going to go into a quick break as we get ready for those other lower bracket matches here in our HCS Open HCS Qualifier here today.
that's why I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut.
Welcome back, everybody. We're watching the HCS Qualifier, NA Qualifier here today. Tools, we got a matchup ahead. We had AB Titanium versus Raijin.
Right, we saw AB Titanium earlier in the stream when they lost against that team that Mines is on earlier. And it was a big upset, right? That they were the higher seed. Now they've had to make their way throughout that elimination bracket after losing to Eclipse Solar. Very curious how Kid Nasty plays. Newest player on this roster, got dropped just a few days ago, and well, now he's having to make his new tenure with this roster. It's going to be a big matchup for AB Titanium.
All right, well, let's see how this matchup will shape up indeed. AB Titanium versus Raijin.
All right, here we go. Hopping back on board with AB Titanium, who we saw lose earlier in winners round 2 to Eclipse Solar. We've seen AB Titanium make a run through the ranks throughout HCS Season 3. Raijin, another familiar squad in those semi-professional and open bracket conversations, take on this AB Titanium crew, and this feels like a very, very even match, Tim.
Yeah, 100%. And what a match to have for, I believe, one of our last matches of the night. Don't forget, this is a 2-day tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And this one, AB Titanium versus Raijin. I'm looking for AB Titanium and how they've progressed as the lower bracket has gone on, Mac. I think once you get that bit of practice, you know, sometimes like we talked about all the time, you need those reps. You just continue to work on things, and a tournament environment is the best place to do that. Let's see if AB Titanium has grown in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's a great setting of the stage there, because I'm equally as curious just as a fan of Halo as to see how AB Titanium do after not looking as good. I mean, we were calling for a potential upset from Eclipse Solar, but they swept them. I mean, that was pretty free and easy. So very curious to see where AB Titanium stand after a few more series, right? A few more hours to get fully locked in.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. It takes me at least 4 hours to warm up on mouse and keyboard. So I don't blame Posey for having a little bit of a rough series there. He looks like he's hot and ready now. Of course, I jinxed him as usual. He dies for the first time in the game, but not without A and C being continued to be capped here by the side of AB Titanium.
If ascending baseline Titanium get control of A and B, is that a
It might be over.
yeah. The game just explodes. The Halo just descends, and oh man, fun times. 54-17, a rolling 17, as Raijin are getting back in the mix with control of B and C. As Echoes on the backside of Green with control of the QT now. He's going to work his way out of that initial proc point. Stands to just hold his ground for now. Now with 2 down for AB Titanium, he looks to push through and take A. Oh my God! I've not ever seen a simultaneous Slay headshot QT activation like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes when you have that QT, what you do is you try to take a fight and you get real greedy with it and you take the fight anyway. He took the fight, won the fight, and used the QT to get out of dodge. Beautiful job right there. But unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say, because of that, they continue to cap A and C, and now it looks like B being contested here just a bit, but AB Titanium on their back foot once again.
Yeah. Burton QT play there. That was nice. BC still in control, though, of Raijin, as Nuclear Blaze looks to push up through on the sandbag side. Not pushing up, actually, instead baiting and waiting for players for AB pushing out of A. I think most of them there on the dummy side. Once Nuclear Blaze gets this communication, he'll push on out, and there it is.
I want to be honest with you, Hannah Hua, this guy is popping off. I mean, I haven't watched him enough. I mean, we watched him a couple of times, but 11-5 to start this game. The rest of his team hasn't broken that 5-kill mark. I mean, that's the way you want to start a series if you're the side of Raijin. Got to be proud of Hanakova, but Burton has something to say about it. Gets a clean kill on the Nest side. It's AB Titanium with a bit more control and a bit more points being added as well.
Doubling up, actually, just about on AB Titanium. As Raijin, man, this is looking like a scrappy bunch right now in the lead, but it's Nemesis with the snipe in his hands, stopping that push through the garage door. Easy cleanup for the double. Doesn't land that no-scope for the triple, and that's going to allow Raijin to despite having all three down. Echo's the only player alive, but they maintain control of the map.
Yep, they end up having C. That fight and trade will come out for B. There was a mud spawn that is going to go on AB Titanium side, but they're not able to really cap B just yet. A lot of pressure coming in from Raijin. That first kill should alleviate some of that, though. But you can see the double push towards the bottom center towards pillars, and now it's up to Posey and his teammates to push off and fend off that push, and they do just that. Echo's the last player to take care of. He goes down with a little help from the teammate, and a BC hold is still maintained.
Feels like AB Titanium are starting to find their footing a little bit, and if they can just prevent this next cap point from flipping, it feels like they could go on a little bit of a run. Cap point does flip, but they flip A instead, and they are going to continue that run despite losing control of C.
Yeah, they were a little slow to get to A, which means they're going to get a couple points less than they would have gotten if this B gets capped, which it's about to be. So it's unfortunate because those points add up, but it is Kid Nasty with the camo, so they do lose resources on the B side, but they get camo instead. I am really scared of this positioning by Kid Nasty, but it's working. He gets a perfect, looking for another kill, gets the double as well.
One thing to get the double kill, it's another thing to use it to capture B, and Kid Nasty make it 3 as he takes down 3/4 of that Raijin squad and gets back control of the scoring. It really feels like B is that focal point for both of these two teams here. We've seen that flip back and forth, and it feels like whoever's been able to control B has controlled the stretches of points accumulated, and now it's AB Titanium scoring what feels like 40 to 60 seconds of their own, whereas previously it was Raijin making that kind of run with control of B.
Yeah, now Raijin answered back with that AC cap, and this is kind of like you talked about B being very important. It is. AC is more for like a rotational setup, and you can see there's 2 players trapped on the back of B. So now that they have AC, they can go for B here, and then the enemy team will spawn on C, but a triple cap's locked in, and look how fast they're getting to that C side.
And dummy spawns here for AB Titanium, and with how much pressure Raijin are putting on those spawns, it might actually split out. 3 head back to the respawn screen, in fact, and Raijin are starting to roll, and they're up against the 200s, and with control of A, B, and C, this match could be over quickly.
Yeah, great job by Burton, though, to kind of minimize and try to stay alive there, but a snipe hits him as he goes to top tower. You normally see players in matchmaking directly go for that hill onto C instead of getting that height, getting that high ground control first. It's that order of process that's so very important, and it's Hanakova who hasn't missed at all in this game. 17-9 out of this man. If you don't know his name, well, now you know.
Supernova Hanakova putting on a hell of a show here in game number 1, sitting at 17, 6, and 9. Having himself a nice performance and a nice stretch of gameplay here with that snipe. Takes down another.
Oh my
Make it 2. Yeah, he's going to earn the assist one way or the other. Hanakova is going to find a way to impact the match. Most slays in the lobby from a player that I got to be honest, Tim, I haven't heard of yet, and they're making a name for himself here on LVT.
Yeah, I think I've watched him like 1 or 2 times in these LVT broadcasts, and my goodness, man, I want to watch him more. Having a great game. Echo's right alongside him. Good look, Echo's having a little bit of a kill race right now. 18 kills now for Echo's coming out of absolutely nowhere. He's going to end up going down, which is honestly not a good death because that camo is up, and it looks like it might be Nuclear Blaze going for it. Okay, Raijin still have control of the camo. They give up a bit of time and a bit of points here, but for the grand, for the grand ending, it's worth it.
Here we go. Back against the wall, and Burton goes back to the respawn screen. That's going to be tough in the sense that Raijin only need 1 small hold, and it feels like when they do get a hold, Tim, they've been holding it for 30 seconds minimum. They only need 10 more. So with that being said, it feels like AB Titanium got to ride this control of the map all the way through. I don't think they can give Raijin map control back. If they do, it's over.
Yeah, it's all about that rotational gameplay. You got to be very fast on the rotation. You see they're giving up B, but they're taking A. Nemesis is going to go for the process here, just try to hold down this C side, and they decide to hold this AC setup. It's a very difficult one. It's a very flimsy hold, but if they can get the slays, it'll be fine. But regardless, they're not going to be able to get enough slays. There's 3 down for the side. Make that 4 down for the side of Raijin. It's enough. It's just enough, and they get the triple cap.
Watch out here, because if Kid Nasty secures B, which he does, this could spell trouble. But they're not going to really be able to make much out of the trip cap. In fact, AB Titanium lose control of A, and then losing control of C. Oh my god, that could have gotten out of control quickly. Posey needs to win this. He doesn't, but he does find an assist. And AB Titanium are able to maintain numbers advantage. Another 4 go down for Ryzen, and AB Titanium are heating up.
Yeah, they're rotating, and at the same time, they're getting the slays as well. And this triple cap is locked and loaded for the side of AB Titanium. Heating up is exactly what I would say as they go for this
Oh my god.
triple cap for a while. That being said, it's going to be B being capped by Nuclear Blaze, and a chance for him to stop that triple cap pointage, but still, the points continue to count up.
Oh, we said the only condition for AB Titanium winning this is to not relinquish control of the map. If Ryzen get it back, they will win, but it looks like they're getting it back right here. 234, 241, and Ryzen regained control of the map, the lead, and possibly this series at least with a game 1-0 start. Bunnies clears out A, but he's the only player alive. Oh my god, AB Titanium might just have a heroic, miraculous finish. They could very well go for all 3, but Hanakova grabs the camo. And can he help break down the setup of A? Breaking down A might not even be enough. They need control of A and B. Otherwise, AB Titanium are going to steal it. 248, 249, and that'll do it. Titanium come from behind, despite Ryzen getting back on the board in the 240s for a 4-second finish.
That is absolutely insane. I gotta give it, I believe it was Burton on that pull, staying alive just long enough for his teammate to hop in the hill and make something happen, and they were able to contest. Hanakova went for that camo. That could have been the break, but he's not able to find any value. And my goodness gracious, what a turn of events. AB Titanium winning game number 1.
Man, that was starts to build a little bit of confidence, and that's all it feels like this team of veterans and upstart up and comers need is just a little bit more confidence. And my god, man, Ryzen 240 to 140. They had the game in their hands, but let it go.
It's a large gap, and honestly, this is one of those maps where that becomes really scary. And this is one of those maps where I would say it's one of the tougher maps to hold that triple cap. Yes, you can force the spawns on that camo side, but you have to understand, you have all of mud, you have all of back green, you have A, you have big door. There's so many spawns that you need to block in order to hold that triple cap and force the spawns onto camo. It's very tough because you have to spread the resources. And honestly, we saw multiple triple caps here that were held for a very good amount of time. And honestly, at the end of the day, AB Titanium, their pressure was just too much.
Scrappy plays, and it's kind of there's like a dueling strategy, right? Ryzen was really clean and methodical with their setup. They'd earn what felt like 30 to 60 seconds of time per hold, and then AB Titanium, they're just dogfighting throughout the entirety of the map, earning maybe 10 to 20 seconds at a time. But the scrappy plays that come out on top, at least in game number 1, as we head to a game 2 Slayer on Aquarius.
There we go, the M&K player in Posey. Let's see what he's able to do. It seems like he's warmed up just a bit since the beginning of this tournament, since we watched him earlier. Oh no, that is unfortunate. Echo's not able to hit those shots.
Man, and Echoes is the player previously known as Spar, right? I'm pretty sure. I noticed, I recognize the JM. I don't know if that's another family member or maybe a long-lost brother we didn't know about, but
yep, it is.
I believe that's Spar. So that Spar's a great player. So this Ryzen, again, a team that's been coming up in the ranks. I think Spar is an individual coming up in the ranks. So again, this is a team that's going to provide some trouble here for AP Titanium, and they have already. Still close off the start. A 1-kill lead, though, now tied.
Heat wave, very important. I'm not sure who's going to get their hands onto that, but with all these close corners and corridors, very important to have that heat wave in your control. We've seen multiple games where you're baited into a corner with that heat wave or maybe connector on the top of car. It's just over for you. 8-7 though. It's Burton fighting for that bottom side control. Nuclear Blaze tries to run away. Burton re-chows, an unexpected re-chow, and that's why he won it.
It always feels good when you make that gamble, right? Like, I'm going to reach-out, and then you're expecting like this sweat fest, next shot wins gunfight where each player gets one shot at each other. But when you see that back of the head, it's almost like, oh, okay, made the right decision. Despite that, though, still a tie off the start. 5-5, now 10-10, as neither of these two teams have been able to find any separation.
Honestly, yeah, it's been back and forth for both these squads. It's been a lot of 1v1 fights as well. You see it time and time again. Haven't really seen a lot of that bait and switch ability out of either one of these squads. It's just been those 1v1 pivs, and right now Raijin coming out on top of those. It's a 14-12 lead now. Nuclear Blaze on the bottom side of the map almost gets the assassination on the OS player, but it's not going to happen in time.
Thought we were going to see an Achilles spine there, but I don't think actually Jeff Steitzer has that as a voice line. I don't know why I did that. Anyways, Kid Nasty gets the slay on the generator side of the map. Teammate communicates that to clean him up as he goes down 15. Oh, man. 5-5, 10-10, 15-15. Are we heading towards a 49-49 sweat fest? Feels
I
like
mean,
it.
that would be insane. I thought that first game was going to Raijin all day. This is a very close series, and honestly, you called it at the very beginning of the series that this would have been a very close. This would go the distance. As our last game of the day, definitely something I would like to see. It's a 2-kill lead here for AB Titanium. Once again, all about holding that top side control. You have Spar, though, aka Echoes, on the bottom side here, trying to find a pick of his own.
Echoes now pushing on through the map. We see our biggest lead, it feels like. 2 for AB Titanium. As Echoes pushes up, he's got some help through the top mid side, but Posey does a great job there, crouching behind cover, calling for help from Kid Nasty, and the Kid delivers.
Yeah, very important fight here by Kid Nasty. A great job by him to utilize that thruster to stay alive. That nade almost smacked him, and if it did, he would have gone down, but instead, he's holding P-side control with his teammates. Looks like the spawns come out on the opposite side of the map on yellow. So it's just kind of about staying alive here for Kid Nasty, but you can see they're kind of trapped, but both sides of the map are covered here by Raijin. But that being said, 3 go down.
Raijin, the 19th seed in this tournament. AB Titanium, the 17th. So not only just based on what we see and feel from these players, the seeds reflect that this will be a very close series, and it has been. 4 seconds separated the 2 teams in game number 1, and after what was a tied match all the way up into the 20s, AB Titanium are starting to run away with it. Nemesis, he's gotten back on the board. He's come back to life. Kid Nasty was the only one in double digits, but now Nemesis is trailing right behind him. And actually, they've linked arms here at 11. This is looking like a dominant performance now for AB Titanium.
You love to see it too. I believe they ended up getting the overshield there on the other side of the map, and it was utilized to get a couple of kills, which also extended its lead. Nemesis using that heat wave to his advantage. Unfortunately, not going to do enough damage, and now Posey will be the last player alive. One of the strengths of mouse and keyboard is to be able to do that damage and live at the same time, but 3 people, a bit too much for the M&K.
Hanakova, we saw him play really well in that game number 1, was actually top fragging, and man, in a game 2 Slayer, that's what you need right here. You need a repeat performance from Hanakova. Gets 1 with the assist, looking to take down the P control that AB Titanium have for now, and fridge spawns for Hanakova. He recognizes that, backs up because of it, takes on a much easier gunfight, taking down Burton, and now heads back to the fridge with, I assume, some help.
I love this, though. I love the slow play out of Hanakova, and you can see his teammates rush through him on the P1 side of the map. They were not aware of that fridge player. Hanakova was like aiming down sights towards the fridge, but maybe not communicating that there was a player there. Maybe he was unsure himself. Regardless, I love the patience by Hanakova here. Now moving with teammates, as it looks like Raijin continue to fight back for this lead. It's only a 4-kill game now.
Big reason why Hanakova gets into double digits, so too does Nuclear Blaze, and this is a game once again heading into the 40s. You just want to keep it within 1 possession, 1 team wipe. But AB Titanium are starting to build on their lead. A few go down, 3 in a row for Raijin, and now AB Titanium have given themselves back that cushion. Most importantly, heading into the 40s, it's the overshield in their possession, but my God, that gets melted. Kid Nasty goes down quickly.
That was a very quick melt. I believe Nuclear Blaze was on the top of P, pelting down as well. So really great job by Raijin to take care of that OS very quickly before it provides any sort of impact here for the side of AB Titanium. This game was within 6. It's not a lot of kills. I mean, definitely possible, but you got to prevent these trades from happening.
Oh, Kid Nasty playing all the right angles, but despite that, Hanakova takes him down, gets cleaned up shortly after, and this match will too. 49-40. Do not suspect a comeback here from Raijin. They were able to bring it close heading into the 40s, but All is said and done, 50-41 is the finish, and AB Titanium take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Very dominant. I mean, these have been I would say very dominant. These have been close games towards the beginning, but AB Titanium are constantly closing out and clutching up. I mean, that OS grab, regardless if it got melted, was an OS grab at the very end of that game that was extremely important for the side of AB Titanium, and not letting that get into Raijin's hands was huge, especially at that state of the game. And just taking a look at the damage done here. I mean, 5,300 damage for Nemesis. That's insane. That's absolutely nuts.
That is nuts. Can I ask Chad a question? Because I played it cooler there at the end. That angle from Kid Nasty was nuts. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know you could shoot through the back wall of P like that. Just chat aware of that, right? Am I a total noob for not knowing that angle, or did we just get to see some? We just get put on some game there from Kid Nasty. We saw Boo Boo Doo Boo with the OS angle from Fridge. That was a couple weeks or months ago. That was a new angle, but haven't seen that back P angle that we saw from Kid Nasty. That was pretty nice. Yeah, curious to see. Chat, did you guys know that was a thing?
Nice. I honestly love learning those new angles, and you know what's crazy to me is, like, even I said this a couple times, but even after year 3, man, we're still learning things about Halo Infinite. There's still new things being done. There's still new tech. I mean, it's minimal. Obviously, year 3, you're not gonna have like a crazy amount of things being learned, but new angles, new ways of playing the game. We see tower on Oddball being a factor. Just a lot of cool things to see. But here we go. Back to recharge we go. And I mean, AB Titanium looking really good. I again have to give a shout out to Ascending Baseline for supporting all of these beautiful Halo teams. So many different colors and medals. So many different teams. You love to see it. But we head on recharge Oddball, which will be very interesting to see here once again as we talk about Oddball being that game. I think AB Titanium, though, they have the endurance to take this. A lot of beginning games given to Raijin, but usually they end off pretty strong.
All right, so it looks like it was about 50-50. Some people knew about it, some people didn't. Wonderboy says, you guys clearly didn't watch my year 1 Wonderboy tips video. So damn, it's been on the internet for years now, and we're just now it feels like discovering it, at least in mass here in this game. So yeah, like you said, Tim, year 3 of HCS, but man, we're still finding new things, new angles, new opportunities, and yeah, you'll love to see that.
100%. As you can see here, I mean, very important, guys. Very important tournament. Just a reminder for all of you beautiful people, and you know, anyone that's been watching or just started watching. Today is day 1 of this HCS Atlanta qualifier, and the top 2 teams will have that pool play spot and travel coverage, right? And that's so important for these guys. None of the big 3, 4, none of the big teams that have already qualified are here. The top 6, they're not in this tournament, so a chance for any of these other teams to kind of come through and showcase what they're made of. So obviously we're in the lower bracket right now. It all comes down to this, and if you're Raijin, you gotta step up at this point. Your back's up against the wall. Maybe a little bit of a break being had here. I would assume they started the game and there was technical difficulties, but regardless, that break can be good. Couple seconds, take a reset, but now we get into game 3.
All right, and it's the series definer, another game 3 Oddball to allow the team down 0-2 a chance to come back, figure it out. You got plenty of time in this next match, at least 15 minutes to find your form, and for AB Titanium a chance to move on to the next day. Day 2 opportunities on the line, and both of these 2 teams, like you said, they want that if they want a spot, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to place extremely high. You're going to need a top 4, maybe even 3 finish to qualify for points for that final travel spot. And yeah, that's big, man. Travel, that costs a lot of money, right? All the organizations, you're just saving your organization travel money and expenses, but these are all people. These are all teams of 4 that are independently ran and operated. So you get that travel money, and man, that's a huge deal. That's thousands of dollars that you've saved that you otherwise would have spent.
Absolutely. We'll see if Raijin can make something happen with their backs up against the wall. The camo was picked up. There it is. I believe it was on Burton's hands, but a massive kill by Hanakova. is going to take him out very quickly, and Hanakova also gets away with his life. So 3 down for the side of AB Titanium, and ball time acquired for the side of Raijin.
Ooh, Hanakova has the flank, but Nemesis has the first strike, despite that Hanakova. Oh, wow, the communication must not have gone through. Burton a little late to turn on him. Will Hanakova make him pay? No, he does not. Burton, I guess in a sense, right? Earns enough damage to get the assist, but a nice flank there from Hanakova. Raijin, a nice start, 39, 40 uncontested seconds off the start as they're rolling.
Not only that, they have that A side control, and they have the cross ready for anyone who decides to push through, and AB Titanium looking for that opportunity. Well, look at the pressure. Sorry, the pressure coming out from both sides. It is beautiful by the side of Raijin here. Posy's a little bit passive here on that tower side, just looking for an opportunity to cross. Really not finding that until his teammate comes on the long haul side, but now Posy can push it.
Oh, clean shots on mouse and keyboard. Close range gunfight, too. Those are difficult shots to hit, but Posy keeps on hitting them. 2 kills now to his name in this particular stretch of gameplay, as he's going to stretch reach for that shock rifle. Use of the grapple helps out a little bit. Couple players pushing down the tower side, couple players pushing down the long haul side, and this is that split push that's become very common here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, I like his repositioning here as well with the shock rifle, using that bottom of gold stairs, using that top of glass, kind of tricking the opponents. He does a great job of that. Ends up getting 1, but he has to stay alive now as he is potentially being pushed here. No, unfortunately not being pushed. And when you have a shock rifle in a player's hands, you've got to kill him. He finally gets taken out. My goodness.
That's why I love watching mouse and keyboard, just in the sense that you're going to see some stuff that can't be done on controller. And I think that's the case. A lot of players' POV look very similar on controller, but you can really have that full-fledged skill expression on mouse and keyboard. It feels like, oh god, I'm turning into Tim chats. Shut me up. I'm supposed to be team controller. What am I doing?
Come to the dark side.
Mind tricks are working. I sounded like you. What the hell?
But regardless, again, this is what we've seen all series long. All right, let's be honest with ourselves. Raijin get a nice lead, and then AB Titanium come back and finally wake up, and that's exactly what's happening here. I don't like that chow whatsoever. That's going to stop the rotation. Nemesis now has to get his shields, but he'll do so. Posy's on that Hydro side. Very important to get this ball over to that side of the map, but it's Nemesis who has to take care of 2 players in the bottom of tower, and all of that happened because of a reach out with no shields across the map.
All 3 go down for Raijin. And with that oddball set up at the back of C, this could very well give AB Titanium the lead once again. As we go down, though, so we're going to see a reset. Might not get to that 50-second mark, but if they play their process well, they might get close. And my god, that was a huge slay. A clutch up there in the tower for AB Titanium actually gives them a chance to hold on to control, and my god, they will. Echoes, the last player alive, pushing through into the backside of C, and they're going to bait him with Nemesis and that shock rifle. Posy cleans it up. Perfectly played Halo being executed right now from AB Titanium. My god.
Yeah, great trust in a Nemesis by Posy right there. Gets the ball towards the blue pipes, and not a bad spot for it to be. And you can see, of course, like I believe you mentioned, the lead shifting over to AB Titanium. 2 points, not a lot, but you call it a lot when Raijin had a 30-point lead. 30-0, I believe it was.
Yeah, a little back and forth now. This one's mixy, and wow, we don't see a reset for AB Titanium at the back of C. That allows Raijin to pick up where they left off with control of the oddball. 59-52 now, and they do get the reset.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of resources sent towards that back C side, so we got to pay attention to Nemesis, who's the only one on that ball right now. Let's see if he's able to stay alive. It looks like the player from Raijin did go to the top of gold, so it'll allow Posy to extract this ball towards the back of Hydro while his teammate distracts on that long haul side. He gets it towards back Hydro, but a lot of pressure coming in from Raijin once again.
Oddball's gonna get reset. 57-59, and starting to feel like that strongholds match a little bit, where AB Titanium go on a huge run to bring it back and make it close. And here we go, stretch run finish. Less than 2 minutes on the clock in regulation as Echoes pushes in towards the backside of gold. Has a teammate there leading the support. A couple of teammates there actually, but Hanakova goes down. Excuse me, Hanakova stays alive. Wow, great job by them. Bunnies goes down. Nuclear Blaze goes down, and now you're starting to see the numbers build here for AB Titanium. They get one more slay here, expecting them to pick that oddball back off the stump, and they do just that.
Great job by Posey right there. Understanding the spawns are coming out on A, gets the rotation towards the long haul side, not able to really get any sort of pipe side hold. And now the pressure comes in from the tower side. Nemesis trying to do as much damage as possible. That damage will connect into at least one kill, but it's just a big rotational battle here. Kid Nasty running away with this ball, continuing through the pipe side of the map, gets it back to the play ball spot, and a nice little lead here for AB Titanium.
Kid Nasty just doing his best to avoid that grenade damage. Now takes some cross shots across the map. Nemesis taking back control of the map with the double. And wow, that sticky grenade looked really odd. I thought he was set up for that sticky trade, but instead Nuclear Blaze continues on, and that's huge, especially when you consider he has a little bit of camo left, and that trade sticky does go through for Nuclear Blaze. So how does that play into the difference of the final moments of round number 1?
Yeah, it plays really well, and it's because those two trades, you know, your teammates get the spawns onto A, you're trying to get that rotation over to that A side, and then you have Nuclear Blaze getting 2 kills he had no business getting. So very solid for the side of Raijin, but not solid enough. It's once again a rotation towards the pipe side of the map. They've got all of A open. If they can take care of Bunny Waddles here, maybe they can make their way through. There's actually a couple players they have to take care of, and because of that, this ball will be played towards the mid side of the map now, and it's 3 down for Raijin.
Bunnies gets 1, but will get cleaned up shortly after. 4 go down, and this could be the final 12 seconds for sending baseline. But with 20 seconds left on the clock, they might just be content to play out that clock. You don't see them too pressed to pick up that oddball. Instead, Burton just looking to pick up and collect a few more slays. Desperation now reeking in the air, and Burton takes another face, and they'll take round number 1.
Really solid round number 1 by AB Titanium. I'm constantly seeing them recover, right? They start off pretty much every game, or they've started off every game in the series down, but they come back, recover, and bring the game back, and it happened there again in round number 1. In round number 2 here, I'm looking for them to have a nice solid start, so it relieves a little bit of stress from you, right? If you have that nice start, you don't go so stressed into the rest of the game. You can just play the process like we always talk about.
And there's that good start you're looking for, but don't let Kid Nasty spoil it. Oh, he gets the sneaking. And what looked like a flawless start for Raijin is now going to get a little scrappy, and sure, they're going to earn some ball time off of it, but not quite the control that they anticipated when Kid Nasty was the last player alive.
Yeah, you can't die like that when you have camo, and getting back smacked is the worst possible way to die. Nuclear Blaze, though, done a really good job of kind of contesting on the kills that are being gained by AB Titanium. He's constantly getting trades to even out the numbers a bit. In that moment, he ends up going down here. Nemesis, though, has the shock rifle on the top of glass, and got another 1v1 being taken. This is kind of how every game has gone in this series. Very scrappy, very volatile is the right word to use. And then at the end, it kind of comes together, I guess, for most of the time for AB Titanium.
Yeah, you're right. This has been a super scrappy start. Already a minute off the clock in regulation, and nobody's been able to reach double digits until now. Nuclear Blaze with that oddball at the top side of gold. Great play there to quite literally play the oddball, but Nemesis with that collective teamwork tosses the ball back up to Burton and makes sure that the time that Raijin looked to take away from AB Titanium with that reset gets taken right back.
Yeah, Posey's having a phenomenal game on mouse and keyboard, by the way. I mean, this is just beautiful out of him. 18 kills, 13 assists, only 12 deaths, 26 points of ball time. There's not much more you can ask out of this man. Look at the damage you're able to do across the map on M&K. I talked about how strong mouse and keyboard was shooting across the map, and this is just a big sign of that. It's such an advantage here. And if you say it's not an advantage, you're terrible on mouse and keyboard. Just being honest. So many people. I'm sorry. So many people are like, that's not an advantage. Oh, it's because you're bad. But anyway, regardless, 35-12. A beautiful job here by AB Titanium, starting off the game really strong, and with 40 points and counting, and Kid Nasty having the camo, this is looking good.
Posy's looking like a turret over there at the top side of glass. He's really provided that top side cover that AB Titanium need to get this stretch of 55 seconds. We saw a good start there for Ryzen, but AB Titanium, they're looking to shut the door. They're looking to get dinner a little early here with a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Like you said, they're looking to end this right now. I mean, they're honestly, this entire series, they showcase that they're the stronger team. It's just that those rocky starts need to change. So going into tomorrow, something I would say to AB Titanium, if they care or to care to listen, is, do some VOD review and work on those starting shots.
It's really interesting. I take Scion Esports, and I feel like it's their end game they need to work on.
Yes,
their starts are great.
Yeah.
And for AB Titanium, it's the opposite of that. They almost need to, like, I don't know, have a powwow after this and discuss how to break through what seems to be the weaknesses on polar inverse opposites of both of these two teams. If I had to analyze quickly the two squads, that's their weaknesses. So you're right. Going into day 2, you're going to have tonight to watch some VOD review and figure out how to make up on some of those discrepancies.
Freaking Posy, man. I'm so glad he's on mouse and keyboard. It's so good to see players continuously try this. I've talked about it time and time again. Some of these players, it will really level up your game because you get that passion back. You look really good. Hanakova's looked good this entire series as well. Having a, in terms of KD, you would expect him having a rough game, but every time we go to his screen, he's doing something big for the game, like some big sort of play. Right now, getting camo, getting a kill, getting camo, staying alive. Like, look at this, getting another kill here. Hanakova's been a pleasure to watch, honestly. I haven't watched enough of this guy, and absolutely love his gameplay.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. Ryzen might lose this series, but they've found a bright spot in Hanakova. This is the first time I've had a chance to put eyes on this player, and they look damn good. I've enjoyed watching them. Like you said, it's been fun to watch Hanakova. They seem to not only find multi-kills, right? It's always fun to see a double kill in the feed, but it's especially nice to see some well-played fundamental Halo, and Hanakova seems to have that as they push up towards the bat ledge, looking to protect this oddball reset off the start. Still at the stump. Now taking some shots onto that player, looking to steal what looked like shock. Was it up?
I believe he's trying to get shock rifle. I'm not exactly sure, but Hanakova shuts him down pretty quick. The problem is, though, being on that shock rifle, being on that bat ledge, you give your teammates spawns on the A side. But honestly, Ryzen have taken care of all of those spawns. That's it. Like, they all pushed off of that A side, all pressure the pipe side of the map, but Ryzen did a great job of stopping those spawns and getting control of pipes once again. Where was this Ryzen all series long?
Starting to see a little bit of a comeback. They've cut this lead in half, and they're growing on it. Nuclear Blaze in a really tough spot, though. Grenade's going to be very easy to find his way. As 2 go down, Nuclear Blaze is going to have to start thinking about resetting this, dropping it. He does. Nemesis with the sights set up, and oh my god, he's the last player alive. Nuclear Blaze, recognizing that Nemesis is the last player alive, likely to not peek, knowing that, takes the oddball and rotates it back to the top side of gold. Ryzen might just regain the lead here.
They're just playing so well. They're getting the slays right there. Posy ends up going down right away. Kid Nasty's going to try to push into the red door. If they can take care of him, they stop this push, and they just got the lead here with a minute and 40 seconds left. This is where, see, this is what I'm talking about. It's having that discipline, right? You don't need to push into a full setup pipe control out of this Ryzen roster, but the frustration, the tilt comes through. You're starting to get a little bit impatient,
oh my
and
God.
That's where those pushes happen.
What happened? Ryzen are about to send us to a round 3. Don't look now, but this series is not over. Kid Nasty looking to send some grenades across the map, over onto the bat ledge. Ooh, nice win there onto Echoes, and this is their final chance. Don't have the time, though. Ooh, and a little bit of a bag goes out for Nuclear Blaze. Intriguing matchup that we kind of wrote off, Tim. This is going to a round 3.
Intriguing. That teabag could come back to bite him. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're down 2-0 in the series, but if you get that type of confidence and you feel that sort of way, you had a really solid game. Do what you got to do. Just make sure you're up on your business. Make sure you capitalize and start to play well and close out this game here, so you can potentially get that reverse sweep.
Who's gonna win the reset, a crucial round 3 reset? Ooh, it's Ryzen making it away to the lockdown location of A with it as well. So, man, this is starting to fall apart a little bit for ascending baseline. They're descending right now, it looks like.
Yeah, they're tilting. I'm gonna be honest. Like, you just watch the POVs of ascending baseline. Just watch how they're playing. There's a lot of solo pushes. We haven't seen that all series long. A lot of 1v1s being taken. That's gonna be Kid Nasty going down. That's got to be frustrating for him as well. Everyone's trying to help Kid Nasty. They're putting themselves in bad positions. You see it right there. 3 down for the side of AB Titanium. Posey, the last player alive. He's on mouse and keyboard though. He can take out this whole team. Go ahead, Posey.
He just puts 2 fingers towards his temple and then just kinetically through the mind powers that come with mouse and keyboard. What do you mean, dude? Posey, he should be answering emails right now, not playing in the tournament. Get out of here,
okay.
Tim. Your mind trip almost where I was about to glaze mouse and keyboard again, but I'm not going to do that.
You're
Controller
back.
supremacy. In a case for email noobs.
Oh, I'll be honest, man. With the way Posey's performing today, he's got to email some sponsors is what he needs to email. This guy is playing really well on M&K. I mean, multitask away. But honestly, I mean, this is the entirety of this AB Titanium roster. Burton, Nemesis, the Kid Nasty, these are all players that put in that work constantly, day in, day out. You go and you're playing matchmaking, you always see them. You always see them grinding, solo, duo, whatever they're doing. They're always trying to better themselves and better their game. And I'm sure some VOD review goes in there in the background as well. I don't get to see that, of course, but... Oh, great grapple there, Kid Nasty. No ammo to use, Max, so just use the grapple, get closer, and get the beat down.
I love that little Mortal Kombat get over here. As sometimes fighting games are the way to play any game, I guess. As AB Titanium will regain control of the Oddball. Burton wisely tosses that off with the camo and really set up a nice bait here. Oh my God, sick nasty 1-2 punch for the win.
See, there's where I agree with you. You don't need an M&K for that. Beautiful flick right there. Gets the cleanup kill onto one, able to get the second one as well. But here's the curse again. I'm gonna call it the Raijin curse. Go up in a freaking round, get lots of points, and then lose the round. I really don't want that to happen right here for Raijin, because I want to see some more Halo. But this is the curse we've been seeing all series long. We'll see if it happens here once again as Posey goes for the great rotation with the ball.
Uh-oh, I'm sensing a little bit of deja vu here. I do sense a reset from Posey, which will ultimately stop this short at about the halfway mark of regaining the lead onto Raijin. But this is exactly what round number 1 looked like, Tim, where Raijin had 55, I think, to nothing for AB Titanium, and then they started coming back and looking like that once again.
Beautiful cleanup here by my favorite player in the lobby. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. All right, I'm not. Listen, I know he's on MK, but I'm not a biased caster, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that was disgusting, though. Nice shots on the bat ledge player. 27-59. AB Titanium get a couple of kills. That's 3. Make that. I could do my math and look at the score at the same time. 59-29. AB Titanium have a little bit of scoring to do.
Oh, what's that jiggle strafe do on WASD? That looked a little diffy there from Posey. Does go down despite it. And AB Titanium are continuing to make their case to come back in this one. And kind of wild that it even takes a comeback. Because, again, it feels like this series could be over. But then you could argue that it should have been 1-1 after games 1 and 2. After that strongholds.
Oh.
So, Nemesis, though, with the triple kill. Takes down 3, pushing up from the long haul side. And Bunny's the only player left for Raijin. And Nemesis can't find him, can't spot him. But there he is. A chance to earn the team wipe. So with some communication from Bunnies, you imagine Nemesis would get cleaned up on, and nah, Bunnies just takes him down 1v1. Nice win there for Bunnies, and it retains control of the camo, no less. That's huge.
Yeah, he's going to be able to use this camo to do something, right? His 3 of his teammates are dead. I don't know what he's going to be able to do, but he might be able to clean up on some damage. Nope. Like you said, bonk to the head. The oddball hits the face, and he will go down. And like I said before, I'm not a fortune teller, but I can tell you right now, this game about to be tied up.
Oh, it might be more than that, dude. AB Titanium are looking strong, and they might just have a 10-second lead after all is said and done. Posey does go down, so that applies some pressure onto the gold side, glass side from Nuclear Blaze. Kid Nasty recognizing it, starts the rotation. But doesn't want to push all the way through. The coast will be clear once Nemesis gets the slay, and there it is. Nemesis gets that slay onto Echoes. So now AB Titanium has a choice to make, and I think they're just going to hold it at gold.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I want this Raijin team before they go to Atlanta to watch the VOD and you know figure out why why these games are so good at the very start, but then kind of tossed towards the end. It seems like AB Titanium gonna lock this one down with only 15 points remaining.
2 alive for Ryzen, so they're gonna have to haphazardly push with half the team up. I don't know if that's enough. You need the numbers advantage, and they're actually gonna wait for all 4, but you don't have the time to do just that. Let's see how it plays.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter at all. The rotation comes out on the long haul side. AB Titanium are gonna win the series 3-0. They will go on to play tomorrow, and honestly, a lot of time to get some work done, I guess you could say, tonight. I mean, I'm not saying they're a bad roster whatsoever, but it's gonna be ascending baseline versus ascending baseline tomorrow for this squad. So you're fighting your boys. Who's gonna come out on top?
Yeah, ascending baseline, a great team outside of reticle discipline, teamwork, communication, positioning. I'm just kidding. All they need to work on is their opening strat, man. They're good. They just got to work on that opening strat, because they conceded. What, I remember that game 1, 240 to 140. They make the comeback 2 times in this oddball. They go down 50 seconds, a minute or so, and then come back. So if they could just figure out the opening break, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, again, ascending baseline. It's going to be ascending baseline Titanium versus ascending baseline tomorrow. Excited to see which one comes out on top. Titanium, like you said, the beginning strats are the problem, or just kind of getting that control early is the problem. Maybe a little bit of a review on that. I mean, that's what it comes down to. If you want to be one of the best teams in the world, man, you have to find out what your weaknesses are and work on them, and tirelessly work on them. Work on the VOD, work on executing, even in matchmaking, whatever you need to do. Make sure they're executed properly, and continue to get better. I think this AB Titanium roster has a big future ahead of them.
Speaking of execution, on the other side of the bracket, we had eyes on that Eclipse Solar squad. Wanted to get you guys an update. And congratulations to them. They're making it through to, I believe, their first ever day 2 of an NA Open Series. This one, the major qualifier, after 3-0ing that Team Sober. So Eclipse Solar, they're going up against something cool tomorrow. I'm going to call it. They're going to beat them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little odd placed prediction there, but
no, it's cool.
I think Eclipse Solar, if they play like they did today, that's a caveat, sure, but I might have to call in the upset there. I think something cool is a great squad. They have great players, some of my favorite at that. So that's how you know I'm not biased, right, Tim? I love me some King J and Biggie, and I'm still going to call for them to take the L, because Eclipse Solar, they just seem to be a team that's on the rise.
What a pleasure it's been to cast with you today, Mac. Just a great day of Halo matches. And again, don't forget, we have day 2 tomorrow, and the top 2 of this tournament will get pool play and travel coverage as well. Trust me, if you're one of these teams, you don't want to go through that open bracket. Sometimes it's beneficial, but other times it's long, treacherous, and it's tough. So we'll see what teams are going to be able to get to that top 2 and secure their spot.
Yeah, this has been a fun day. Shout out to the homie Active, who became my duo. Eli's still recovering. He's going to be fine and back in the mix. But look at this. We already got a nickname, and that's the hardest thing to come up with. Mactive. I like it. Way to go, Chad. I like you guys actually came up with something creative for once. I'm just kidding. I don't want to. I rescind that. I don't want any smoke. If anything, I want to say good day to everybody in the Halo community. It's been a wonderful day 1 of the NA major qualifier for Atlanta. That'll do it for Active and Mikowski. Together we're Mactive. We're going to send it back to Aliuls. Take it away.
For a moment there, I thought you forgot my name.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. No, it just ended up being much worse. Is what happened.
I would have preferred if you forgot my name. You're right. For once, actually, I've been agreeing with you a lot. We should start disagreeing with each other more often. Maybe Chad can come up with a better name for this duo.
I like Tools with Aliak. Has a nice ring to it. Just think about it.
Tools with Aliak?
Yeah, just like tools, but it's like it's like tools with Aliak. Like just like at the end, like really fast.
I don't think that's how the nickname thing works. You have to like
we're
blend
like
the two
trend
together.
breaker. No, we break trends over here.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't think you understand.
Chat's loving
understand.
it.
I don't think. Yeah.
ignore everyone else. You know? But there's gonna be one person that likes it. At least one person.
I'm trying to find one. Tuli, I don't think
but
maybe we should just be, maybe we should just be Alec and Tools. Alec
yeah, you see, there we
and
go.
Tools. Alec and Tools. How do you like that one? That was better.
I think like we could like rearrange the order a little bit, but like I like the pizzazz, you know.
I have an A on my name, so if you go by order.
Oh, you're saying like, okay, so like
first letter of the alphabet, kind of a thing.
Right. Okay.
Maybe we should. Maybe we should move on.
It's very. You know what? Okay, I'll give it to you. That's fine.
Ali and Friends, the sitcom.
Yeah, there you go. It's the yeah.
I did have, it was Ali and Friends today because I had Makowski, I had Active and Tools on the decks today. I like that. I'm gonna take that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're on point. You got it.
Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody. We had a really wonderful day, not just because it was, rotating chair, musical chairs here today on the desk, but because we had incredible games happening today on the HCS qualifier, some surprises, some expected wins, and we're looking at the lower, where our lower bracket ended up here, Tools. Something cool, Eclipse Solar, Incognito, Scion Esports, Ascend Baseline, and Titanium, who just won, moving up that lower bracket as well. And Native, a surprising, yes, definitely a surprising early drop to lower bracket going against TMNT. And I don't know, Tools, I feel like Native's gonna have like a kind of like a really nice ride through lower bracket until a little bit later.
Yeah, this is gonna be really exciting in the lower bracket. I will say Makowski said that Eclipse Solar is going to be something cool. I'll put it on notice. I'll bet any amount, band for band. I'll go take out a bank loan to go make sure. Like, that's how much I trust in Diagram to get the job done over there. No more disrespecting the former LVT boys. You know what I was saying? like the team, like something cool might as well be like quote unquote Team LVT. We ride and die with that roster over here.
All right. Well, bank loan and everything. How much money though?
I'll put a mortgage. I'll put a down payment down. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready. I can't believe he's disrespecting Diagram, King J, and Piggy like that.
Well, we'll have to see tomorrow if that bank loan mortgage will pay off or not. Our winners, on our winner's side, though, that's where we'll start our day tomorrow on the qualifiers, day number 2. The qualifiers start tomorrow on our semifinals with Cloud9 versus Reversal Perfy. That'll be the first match we're going to be watching. Reversal Perfy with that incredible run today versus Cloud9, the top seeded team. I think it's going to be an incredible, very, very important match for Reversal Perfy. Can they take on Cloud9?
It's gonna be tough. Cloud9's number 1 seed. They have the most points. I'll say Reversal Perfy red hot right now. Cloud9 a little shaky. Maybe a couple holes being shown in that cloud. See if they come down to earth in this match. I had this thing going to a game 5.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think Reversal Perfy has been looking great, and Pure has also been looking great. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little worried about Complexity here going up against maybe the best team right now in the qualifier. Complexity again needs to get first or second place, so a lot of pressure on them to be able to qualify in pools.
Yeah, this is going to be a do or die tournament for Complexity. Obviously, they don't necessarily have to get the job done against Pure. They have the chance in the elimination bracket, but it would be a huge benefit to them to win this match against Pure tomorrow. It makes the journey just that much easier for them, right? 2 matches, and they'll secure their spot. But remember, there's so many implications for Complexity if they win, because they are currently not in the top 4 point standing when it comes to pro points and the qualification for pools. So if Complexity goes far, then suddenly a team like Native Gaming, who had a struggle in the first day today, well, they could be seeing themselves playing in the open bracket rather than pool play.
Yeah, It's going to be an incredible and exciting and very important day for all of the teams that are still hanging on there in our qualifiers. Like you said, Tools, the 4 remaining spots for the qualifiers are on the line here, and the travel coverage as well. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow for the last day of the qualifiers. We'll get to find out who gets to make it to the Atlanta LAN with travel coverage and with pool spots, and who's gonna have to go through the open bracket. Any last thoughts, Tools, on our day and what's coming tomorrow?
No, we just had I think it was a fantastic broadcast today. A lot of people involved, a lot of places. We had our observers, 90 Night, Callus, and Furzel. Want to give them a shout out. We had Izzy Plus, or aka Isaac, my boy, helping with the broadcast directing today. So, shout out to everyone that makes this happen. It takes a lot of resources for us to do this. So if you want to help support what we're doing, simple subs to the channel help. They go a long way. I mean, even if it's a Prime sub, whatever it is, we don't want to try to ask for too much from y'all, but if you're able to, it helps us continue doing these broadcasts week in and week out. But so far, I mean, the support you guys have given us for the last few years has been incredible, and honestly, we feel lucky to be doing what we're doing here today, and we appreciate everyone that comes in and tunes in week and week out.
We really do. Thank you, everybody who's tuned in today. But we got another day tomorrow. Qualifiers, day number 2. All the 4 remaining pool spots on the line. So don't forget to tune in for that first match, Cloud9 versus Reversal Perfy. We'll see you then. Thank you, everybody. See you next time.